sinabi na sa inyo yung nais nila sabihin.
Bakit ko kausapin? Sinabi mo na nga na hindi niyo recognize yung jurisdiction ng ICC. Kayo mismo, from DOJ. Ilang bisis mo sinasabi noon, Madam Chair, na hindi na recognize. Ako pa, i-recognize ko na ako mismo ang kinakasuhan? Kayo
Meron
na
mo
nga,
kasing
gobyerno na kayo. Kayo na nagsasabi na hindi nyo na-recognize. Bakit ako pa mag-recognize?
Meron po kasing residual powers ang ICC eh. Yung po
Sabi
yung
ninyo, isang taon lang yung residual power.
Oho,
So,
pero
bakit 2019 to 2020,
yung buong ano ho,
bilang
yung
yun?
buong panahon na dumaan mula 2011 hanggang 2018, ito po ay panahon na meron pong jurisdiction ng ICC sa ating bansa, sa ating mga citizen. Ngunit katapos nun, nawala na ho yung itong, hindi na ho na natin maaring kilalanin sapagkat umatras po tayo sa pamagitan sa ICC nung inatras po ni President Duterte noong 2017 na naging effective lamang noong 2018.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Senator Bato.
Siguro, Secretary Remulla, you are aware about yung dalawang dissenting opinion na sinabi ng dalawang miyembro ng pre-trial chamber ng ICC na nagsasabi na yung jurisdiction, about temporal jurisdiction, ang magti-trigger lamang ng investigation is yung paghihingi ng pag-request ng permission ng prosecutor to the ICC. At ito'y ginawa nila 2 years after nag-effect yung ating withdrawal from the ICC. Ginawa po nila yan, 2 years. Kaya nga, dalawang dissenting opinion yun eh. So sana, kung tayo, if you want to interpret itong mga bagay-bagay na ito, sana we have to interpret it in favor of our people. Tao natin ito eh. Pilipino ito. Bakit natin papaboran yung mga foreigner na mga banyaga na yan? Sila na nga nagsabi, it was the request for to conduct investigation was triggered 2 years after nag-effect yung ating withdrawal. But then again, Madam Chair, I will leave it at that. Please continue.
Yes, Senator Cayetano, please.
Just a manifestation on that point, and of course, our friend, the DOJ Secretary, can rebut or give a retort. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Justice Ascuna, thank you very much po for giving us time and being here today. Actually, isang main contention siguro yung residual power sa case sa Supreme Court, and as the Justice Secretary said, it's sub judice, and of course, everyone will be waiting for the decision of the Supreme Court. Ang point ko lang kasi, both sides, the pro-Duterte, anti-Duterte, want accountability. The pro-Duterte feels that the accountability is the drug lords, etc. And if President Duterte did something that amounts to a crime, pero ang accountability dapat dito sa Pilipinas at tamang proseso. So doon naman sa gustong i-hold, anti-Duterte gusto siyang i-hold accountable, siguro naman ay it's safe to assume that they also want yung tamang proseso. So the thing is, there was an actual Supreme Court case, the Pangilinan versus Cayetano, questioning, I think the Secretary of Foreign Affairs noon, kaya named, questioning nga yung kung kailangan ng Senate concurrence yung withdrawal ng natin from the Rome Statute, no, from yung ICC. Pero nakalagay din dun sa case na yon, let me paraphrase, that the Supreme Court can continue to review yung actions nung executive. So my problem with yung interpretation dun sa residual powers, kasi nga, di ba, sa 5 judge sa ICC, yung 2 nagsabing, wala kaming jurisdiction kasi nung sinimulan namin yan, tapos na dun sa residual na 1 year. But 3 justices said na pwede. So my problem kasi is walang World Supreme Court eh. So there's only the ICC court, then the appellate court. unlike kung dito natin final sa judiciary natin, then yung interpretation whether they still have jurisdiction or not would have been done under Philippine law, and President Duterte would have been able to present his case not only as to jurisdiction but as to whether or not there is probable cause. So I'll stop there, Madam Chair, and again, I think this is a point of disagreement, but I just like to manifest that, no, that we can argue back and forth whether or not may jurisdiction ng ICC, and the reality is nandun na si President Duterte. But for future cases, whether it's Senator Bato or others named, I gave two examples, no? If suddenly there's a witness from Marawi and they said that our troops killed children and women, and then nag-issue ng arrest ang ICC, or if the military suddenly uncovers a mass grave in any part of the country and says na nilibing yan during 2011 to 2015, I want to know whether the ICC can issue a warrant and then pwedeng idiretso na silang i-expel, i-deport, or whatever we call it. And I guess in the finality, Secretary, is that the Supreme Court will rule on that, no? But just to clarify matters, I want to put that on record, that that's what I want clarified, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Maraming salamat kay Senator Cayetano. Gusto ko lang ipaalala, and I think Executive Director Alcantara is here. In the diffusion notice, if we will recall, on the second page, apakaliwanag na nakalagay with a view to extradition. Walang binabanggit na surrender. With a view to extradition and assurances given that extradition will be sought. 2 beses inulit ng Interpol to. Extradition is explicit. Secretary Remulla, kung obligasyon natin, extradition. Pati yung Interpol, yan ang sabi.
Sila ho ang magka-file ng extradition, hindi po tayo. Hindi ho namin option yon. Yung po, option po nila yon. Hindi namin option yon. Kasi ang option lang po namin, surrender lang. At sasagutin natin ang extradition kung sila po ay mag-file. Under the law po.
Liwanagin natin, ang surrender option kapag foreign national. Ang liwaliwanag po niyan nandito sa ating batas, at hindi rin kayo nag-intay ng request for extradition, even though only 12 to 15 hours as measured by
Wala pong particular reference yung 9851 sa foreigner. Ito po sa offender lang ho, sa accused. Yun lang po ang reference ng 9851.
Makikita natin, kasi kinalkal na natin dito sa Senado, nanggaling rin sa Senado yan, na ang nakasaad sa Article 17, yung dulo, RA 9851, talagang maliwanag na surrender para sa foreign national. Ilang beses na rin pinaliwanag ni Attorney Medina yan sa first and second hearing, na maliwanag na para sa foreign national yan. Kaya mukhang malabo ito.
Sa interpretation po yun, hindi ho sa batas yun.
Nasa transcript po, ang liwaliwanag, may amendment si Senator Subiri at the time, nakalista lahat ng bill spending, pare-pareho po ang referral sa foreign lang, hindi po pwede sa Pilipino. Hindi bale, tulad nga ng sinabi ni Senator Cayetano, we agree to disagree, hindi po pwede para sa amin, maliwanag. And I'd like to call on Justice Ascuna at this juncture. Reference has been made to RA 9851, yung Article 17 nga na sinasabi, na sa ngayon, hindi na yung Rome Statute kasi post-2019 na tayo, no? So, ang huling kataga, pursuant to the applicable extradition laws and treaties. It's very clear, it's the last sentence of Article 17. And in an interview, the former Supreme Court Justice Adolfo Ascuna opined that surrender must be made pursuant to an applicable treaty. And since the Philippines is no longer a party to the Rome Statute, what then is the applicable treaty? Wala nang treaty. Dahil ang ini-invoke nga yung Rome Statute, wala na ngayon. Siguro si Justice Ascuna mas mahusay magpaliwanag.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Regarding the applicable provisions, the justification given by government for the surrender of former President Rodrigo Rodrigo Duterte to the ICC consists of two grounds. One is the warrant of arrest issued by the ICC and served through the protocol of the Interpol. The other is Section 17 of Republic Act 9851, which is the Philippine IHL law, and which provides that if a person is already being investigated for the crimes covered by this act, which includes crimes against, which includes the crimes for which President Duterte is being charged, is already being investigated by an international tribunal. The relevant Philippine authorities may surrender such person to the international tribunal, but it adds pursuant to the applicable extradition laws and treaties. Ngayon, ang tanong, ito bang last sentence na ito, which provides for the requirement that the surrender should be pursuant to applicable treaties, is still applicable since we don't have anymore the Rome Statute. Sa palagay ko po ay it's either we have the Rome Statute or not. If we don't have a treaty, then we cannot surrender the suspect to the ICC under this section, because this section requires that the surrender be pursuant to a treaty. Pursuant means in accordance with. And so if there is no treaty, in my view, we cannot make a surrender. On the other hand, if there is still a treaty that is due to the residual obligations that the Philippines may have even after withdrawal, pursuant to Article 127, Paragraph 2 of the Rome Statute, after withdrawal, the withdrawing state still obliged to cooperate with the ICC in relation to matters already under consideration by the court prior to withdrawal. So again, you go back to the question, is the Philippine situation something already under consideration by the court, by the ICC, prior to our withdrawal? In my view, Madam Chair, the answer is yes, because as of February 8, 2018, prior to our withdrawal, Fatou Bensouda, the former ICC prosecutor, already said that the Philippine situation is under preliminary examination as of that date. The question is whether or not the prosecutor is the court, because 127 paragraph 2 says under consideration by the court. And in my view, it is, because there are four principal organs of the ICC. The first is the presidencies. There's one president and two vice presidents. The second are the judicial divisions. The third is the office of the prosecutor. And the fourth is the registrar. So the office of the prosecutor is part of the court. Therefore, when Article 127, Paragraph 2 says a matter must be under consideration by the court at the time before withdrawal, it includes consideration by the prosecutor. And so therefore, I believe we have residual obligations even after withdrawal. Question therefore is whether or not the warrant of arrest issued by the ICC after our withdrawal is something we have to cooperate with under 127 paragraph 2. In my view, yes. And therefore, in my view, the warrant of arrest is legal. However, I believe that the surrender is not, because the surrender must be pursuant to a treaty, and therefore our own law, Section 17 of Republic Act 9851, brought back the Statute of Rome, even after withdrawal, because it requires that a surrender must be pursuant to the applicable treaty. And therefore, in this case, the applicable treaty remains the Statute of Rome. and thus we have to follow Article 59 of the Statute of Rome, which requires that the custodial state, namely the Philippines, must first bring the arrested person to a local court to determine two things: whether or not the person is really the one named in the warrant; second, whether or not the person has been informed of the charges against him or her. This was not done. Therefore, there was, in my view, a violation in the act of surrender. However, Madam Chair, this is in the forum of the Philippines, but in the forum of the ICC, different rules apply. The rule in international law, Madam Chair, is that procedural laws are governed by the forum. So procedural safeguards are applicable only to the forum. If the Philippine Bill of Rights, for instance, which says that no person However, criminal proceedings before the ICC is governed by their own procedure. This is in accordance with private international law, that procedure is governed by Lex Fori, the law of the forum. And therefore, we go to the procedure in the ICC. In the ICC, I believe they follow what is called mali coptus beni detentus, meaning that even if the arrest is illegal, the detention can be legal. It does not automatically mean that if the arrest was illegal, the person arrested must be released. They will balance, it's a balancing act. They will balance the illegality of the arrest with the need to prosecute someone for very serious offenses under international law. And in their view, the balance weighs in favor of prosecution. They will prosecute, notwithstanding the violation of the procedure in the arrest and in the surrender, I mean. Therefore, it depends on whether you're talking about Philippine Forum or the ICC. The ICC, I believe, will follow their own procedure, whereas in the Philippines, as it is now pending in the Philippine Supreme Court, in my view, there is a violation and there will be consequences for that violation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Justice Ascuna. As usual, we received a very exhaustive opinion, and I'm certain that we will be guided by the same. I think Senator Cayetano would like to respond.
May I take advantage of the knowledge, wisdom, experience of Justice Ascuna? Not only as a former Supreme Court justice, a recognized legal luminary, but as a member of the Constitutional Commission. Sir, can I take a step back? When the Constitutional Commission discussed the Bill of Rights, and in Section 2, the rights of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, effects, against unreasonable searches and seizures of whatever nature and for any purpose shall be inviolable, and no search warrant or warrant arrest shall issue except upon 1, probable cause, 2, be determined personally by the judge after examination under oath of affirmation of the complainant and the witnesses he may produce, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized. Am I correct, sir, that this was also a reaction to a period in the martial law where there were different kinds of warrant of arrest? Diba yung, I don't know the name of all of them, but ASO, so there were arrest warrants from many sources, including the military. So the Commission, in its actions as representing the Filipino people, so fit, at least ito po yung tinuro sa amin sa Ateneo Law, that ang pinaghugutan nito, to be sure that if someone is arrested and it's not on a whim, it's not politicizing whatever, we will make sure by 1, judge lang ang pwede sa Pilipinas ang mag-issue ng warrant. Of course, the Supreme Court has already said may exception like the Bureau of Immigration just for the foreigners. But in general po, it has to be a judge. He can only issue it upon personally determining that there is probable cause after examination under oath of the complainant. Am I generally correct, Mr. Justice?
That is correct, Mr. Senator.
Yeah. So that is why in our 14 treaties for extradition with other countries, pare-pareho yung procedure that after the DFA receives the request for extradition, pupunta muna to sa isa nating judge. Para yung judge pa rin ang titingin. Am I correct? Am I wrong? SOJ, tama, no? So that the judge can double-check and then he will be the one to either confirm or verify or issue the warrant of arrest. Then yun ang isa-serve ng local police. That's my understanding.
That is correct, Mr. Senator. The need for a judge to be the one issuing the order in cases of warrant of arrest, and even search warrant, is enshrined in our Constitution because there were previous occasions prior to our adoption of our Constitution where instead of a judge, just as an authorized officer. So it has to be a judge. In the case, however, of the ICC, the warrant of arrest was also issued by a judge. In fact, 3 judges issued the warrant of arrest under the ICC. Question is whether or not that warrant of arrest can be executed in the Philippines by Philippine authorities. And that is, I think, pending the Supreme Court now. There are pros and cons on that, but one issue there is whether or not the 3 judges, the pretrial chamber of the ICC, acted on probable cause or merely on sufficiency of evidence.
Yes.
But as I said, the provision on probable cause and the judges issuing the warrant are procedural safeguards that are good only for the forum and not applicable abroad. That is the limitation. Our Constitution does not extend beyond our territory. Thank you.
Point I was going to, sir, is really the legal remedy of a Filipino citizen to run to our judiciary, which I ask Attorney Alexis Medina and go to him later. But my point, I think you already read my mind, Mr. Justice, and because you were saying we are not sure whether the judges or justices of the ICC went into probable cause or sufficiency, because we are also not sure if they issued the warrant based on a personal determination of the witnesses or complainants under oath. We do not know whether these are media reports or whether their prosecutors came here and interviewed them. No? So ang point ko, Mr. Justice, if I was being arrested and I'm not sure, I should be able to go to Philippine courts. Sa extradition treaty, sir, judge din naman judge ng US, judge ng UK, ang nag-i-issue nito, no? And I checked with the ICC versus the other countries that signed with them. For example, the United Kingdom, no? It is the appropriate judicial officer who will issue the warrant of arrest of the UK. So from ICC, ido-double check pa rin ng ano. Ganon din po sa Canada. The Attorney General will apply ex parte for a provisional arrest before a judge. So it's not the fiscals, it's not the Prosecutor General. The Prosecutor General's job there is to bring it before a judge. Ganon din po sa South Korea, ganon din po sa Argentina, ganon din sa Paraguay at South Africa. That is why if we look at the information of surrender and transfer sa page 8 po, number 8, sorry, not page 8, number 8. Nakalagay po dito, the date, time, and location of the appearance of the arrested person before the competent national judicial authority. Ang sagot po dito na ang pumirma, if I'm not mistaken, si Ambassador Lacanilao, do not know. So he did not know when he surrendered the former president whether they were brought before a judicial entity. So yun po yung main issue ko, Justice, na ang pagkaintindi ko, kung meron pong dispute sa interpretation ng batas or even sa issue of application of the law to certain facts, a Filipino citizen at any time can run to a Philippine court. But in this case kasi, he was denied the opportunity to run before a Philippine court because he was put on a plane and sent there, no? So even assuming I agree with everything you said now and I see the legal basis naman nung sinasabi nyo, sa akin, that remains to be the question on my mind. Can we deny a Philippine citizen the opportunity to go before a Philippine court? According to General Torre, and he can rebut this later on, is that 8 or 12 hours is enough. Diba? But I think mas malaking issue yun kung ang court nag-issue ng TRO within 8 or 12 hours unless, the circumstance. I think at the time na the lawyers applied, hindi nga nila alam na isasakay sa aeroplano eh. Diba? But I leave it there. Feel free to comment, Justice. Ang point ko lang po, I think the spirit and letter of the Constitution is clear. It has to be before a Philippine judge to determine this. No?
In fact, Mr. Senator, the procedure in the ICC calls for bringing the person to a Philippine court first before surrendering the person to the ICC. So if you do not follow that, it can be argued that there is what they call abuse of process, and an abuse of process can be raised in the ICC itself. I think this is what will be considered in the September hearing scheduled by the pretrial chamber. Under the rules, objections to the legality or objections on abuse of process may be raised and resolved by the pretrial chamber, probably at the scheduled September hearing. So this remains still open, even in the ICC. The question of the validity of the surrender in view of the non-observance of Article 59 of the Statute of Rome itself. And the other thing is whether or not such abuse of process is curable. And again, that is debatable. It seems to me that the initial hearing on March 14th done by the pretrial chamber was an attempt to cure the deficiency of the absence of Article 59 procedure, because the three judges of the pretrial chamber in that hearing simply did what a local court would have done. That is, determined that the person is the same person named in the warrant of arrest, and that the person was informed of the charges against him or her. And after that, they said session adjourned. So they merely supplied the defect that the absence of the custodial state's local court created. So it remains whether or not male captus bene detentus will be applied by the ICC.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Justice, yung dahilan kung bakit, yun ang tanong ko, no? The reason for my questions is, I grew up dun sa naririnig mong sa presinto ka na lang magpaliwanag. And after the EDSA revolution, eto sa bagong constitution, then the many laws we passed after addressed that eh. Hindi pwedeng bigla ka na lang hulihin tapos sa presinto ka na magpaliwanag. Unfortunately, parang yun ang lumabas, sa Hague ka na lang magpaliwanag. Even if there are defects here. But I just like to express my admiration, the way you explain very fatherly, whether it's in class, it's in the Supreme Court oral arguments, or here. Thank you for your calming voice during these confusing times. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Huling hirit po, Justice, may binanggit kayo ng mga violations locally and such violations would inevitably incur consequences. What possible violations are there to local law and our Constitution?
The possible violation, Madam Chair, consists in the surrender without passing through the court, what we call extrajudicial rendition. That issue will have to be resolved by the Supreme Court, whether or not an extrajudicial rendition is valid in the Philippines in view of our Constitution. And the other issue is whether or not there is a comma that separates international tribunal from another country. In other words, whether or not the colatilia, subject or pursuant to the applicable extradition laws and treaties, refers only to extradition and does not refer to rendition because of comma. I look at the text of Republic Act 9851, Madam Chair. Section 17 does not have a single comma. It has two commas. And the two commas are parenthetical commas. They are not separating commas. They are parenthetical because they merely enclose the words "if any." So it says that the Philippine authorities may surrender the suspect to the International Tribunal, comma, if any, comma, or to another country pursuant to the applicable laws, extradition laws and treaties. So the commas really refer only to if any. It is not meant to separate the provision that requires a treaty from surrender to an international court, in my view. So it's not a single comma. Dalawa pong comma yan. Ang function ng dalawang comma in grammar is like a parenthesis. If any, because the words if any. So to me, the violation is not doing the rendition pursuant to the applicable treaty. The applicable treaty is the Rome Statute. It is brought back into application by our own Section 17 if you do a rendition. So if you do a rendition, you have to follow the procedure for rendition in the Article 59 of the Statute of Rome.
Yes, thank you very much, Justice. And certainly, looking at the transcripts as well as the original bills filed, maliwanag po na talagang walang comma. So, ibig sabihin, pareho yung extradition tsaka surrender na kinakailangan may treaty o batas na pinagbasehan. Maliwanag po yun, kaya't aabangan natin yung hatol ng ating Korte Suprema. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much for that. And we'd like to go back to the SOJ. There's still a high level of confusion. Ano nga ba talaga ang sinasabi ng DOJ, RA 9851, sabi ng Pangulo, commitments to Interpol. Alin na nga ba talaga?
Ano yung pangalawa?
Sorry? Ang sinabi ng Pangulo, ang nangyari, dahil may commitment o obligasyon tayo sa Interpol. Ang sabi naman po ninyo, RA 9851. Alin ba talaga ang pinagbasehan ng ating diskusyon?
Pareho po.
Pareho.
Opo. Yung ating pong pagiging miyembro ng Interpol ay mapakahalaga at yung 9851 po yung talagang batas na sumasaklaw sa ganitong sitwasyon.
Pero kung sinabi mo RA 9851, kahit walang diffusion order galing sa Interpol, ang gobyerno pwedeng arestuhin si PRRD, i-turn over sa ICC. Yung ba yung stand ninyo? Kasi nung nakaraang hearing, yun ang sinasabi po ninyo na 9851 to.
Opo, kasi meron pong diffusion order na kasama. Kasi
Hindi,
magkatali po sila, ma'am.
Hindi, kapag 9851, kahit walang diffusion order, pwede naman arestuhin, di ba?
Meron pong warrant of arrest. Pwede ho.
Let us assume that the surrender of PRRD to The Hague by the administration can be done without a warrant from a Philippine court. I-assume muna natin yan. Before the administration can surrender him to the ICC, they actually have to arrest him first. So, itatanong ko, sino nag-aresto talaga kay Presidente Duterte?
Ano po, ang authorities po natin ang umaresto in pursuant to the diffusion order and the warrant of arrest issued by the ICC.
So, balik na naman tayo
Thus given to the Interpol, the PCTC.
balik na naman tayo sa diffusion order. Wala na naman si RA 9851. Nakakalito po papalit-palit po tayo.
Ano ho yan magkatali po sila, hindi ho pwedeng paghiwalayin yung dalawa.
Hindi ko hinihiwalay. Tinatanong ko lang kung alin ba talaga. Kasi magulo yun. Ang dami-dami ninyong pinagbabasehan.
Kaya nga dito ho kasi hindi tayo matatapos sa pangungusap dito sapagkat ang talagang pwede hong magsabi sa atin ng tama ay ang Korte Suprema. At kaya nga
Hindi,
kahit
simple
na ayaw
lang-
po natin sabihin, pero ito po talaga ang pinag-uusapan dito po sa mga petisyon na final ng pamilya ni former President Duterte sa Korte Suprema.
Hindi, simple lang tanong ko yung proseso, no? So, siguro tanungin natin sa PCTC, who ordered the arrest and ordered the PNP to mobilize? Nung natanggap ninyo, hindi, gusto lang namin maintindihan step by step, hindi masyadong maliwanag sa amin
Madam Chair, ulitin ko po yung aking mga nasabi ng nakaraan. Ang diffusion po ay dumating ng alas 3 ng umaga. It arrived at 3 a.m. in the morning. So I disseminated the diffusion to our concerned law enforcement agencies. And so,
Sino doon? Sino doon ang
ating pong mga
sinabihan?
kasama sa law enforcement agencies ay ang
So, from
Philippine
the
National
PCTC,
Police.
saan po pumunta?
Philippine National Police po.
Sino sa PNP?
Ang binigyan ko po ng notice ay ang Chief of Philippine National Police.
Okay, si General Marbil.
Ang ating pong National Bureau of Investigation, ang
Yes.
NBI po. Ang ating pong Bureau of Immigration,
Okay.
si Commissioner
So,
Biado.
DOJ yan. Opo.
Ang ating pong Department of Justice, sinabihan ko rin po.
Okay.
So,
Sa
yun
lahat
po,
yan?
yun po ang trabaho ng National Central Bureau Manila. May dumating po tayong diffusion or red notice or red diffusion. Kaya kailangan pong i-pan out ko po sa ating mga law enforcement agencies. Mandate ko po yun. Trabaho ko po yun.
Tama. Maraming salamat, Executive Director. Tinatanong lang natin kasi yung arrest was effected without a warrant issued by a Philippine court, di ba? So, ang sinasabi ba natin yung aresto dahil sa administrative arrest? Kasi, yun nga, sa extradition, there's a warrant issued by a foreign court and there's still a need to go to the local court. So, surrender under 9851, does it authorize an administrative arrest? Ang narinig lang natin, babalik talaga sa korteng lokal. Paano ba yun? Ano ba ang nangyari?
Ano ho yan
Administrative arrest ba
Kasi
yan?
ito po kasi, it's a case of first impression. Ngayon lang po nasubukan o lumabas yung kahalagahan ng probisyon na Section 17 ng 9851. Wala ho tayong record dito na kung anong tama dati, anong tama ngayon, anong tama bukas. Ito po ay sumasandalang sa paningin po na nagpapatupad ng batas. At sa aming pong paningin, ay sinabi po sa batas, Section 17, pero maaari kong
Kanya-kanyang
basahin.
paningin, kanya-kanyang
Oho,
interpretasyon.
kasi iba ho ang
Pwede ba
interpretasyon
naman
ng...
yun?
Hindi, ang Senado po, ibang interpretasyon ng chairperson, ang DOJ po,
Hindi, si
ibang
Senator
interpretasyon.
Cayetano ang
Iba rin po ang interpretasyon ni Justice Ascuna. At kaya nga ho, matatapos lang ho ito pag nagsalita na po ang Korte Suprema. Hindi na ho talaga, wala ho mananalo sa atin dito sa argumento kasi Korte Suprema lang po
Hindi,
ang pwede
nagpapaliwanag lang
magsabi.
tayo. Inaalam
Opo.
ko lang. Kung
Kasi ano
talagang-
ito case of first impression ma'am, Madam Chair. This is a case of first impression.
Pero
Ah,
naiiba ang administrative arrest at saka yung tinatawag na judicial, di ba? With an ICC warrant, then sa extradition case, there's also a warrant issued by a foreign court, pero pinipilit pa rin na local court pa rin ang mag-e-enforce. Kaya hindi ko masyado naintindihan dahil pati yung Yusek Castro sabi, ang bayan daw, hindi daw tatanggapin si FPRRD kahit palayain ng ICC. So, why would the Philippines recognize an ICC warrant if it doesn't recognize ICC jurisdiction?
Ano ho
Alin ba
yan
talaga yan? Yung
warrant
administrative
over
o
the
hindi?
individual po yan, hindi naman sa estado natin Na isa warrant issued against an individual, not against our state, not against the Philippine government.
Wala naman nagsasabi na talagang against the state. Ang sinasabi ko lang, ang higpit din. Miski ng administrative arrest, alam natin yan. May bagong kaso, 2023, binanggit na Attorney Medina, Yuyenle, na kaso sa immigration. Ang liwaliwanag, 8 ang guidelines. So, mabigat-bigat yan. Hindi naman na isatupad kasi babalik nga sa korteng lokal. So, nagtataka ako kung ano nga bang klaseng aresto to?
Ang masasabi ko dito talaga, kasi nga, ito nga yung saklaw ng pinag-uusapan sa Korte Suprema. Kaya sa akin po, mas gugustuhin kong intayin ang magiging hatol ng Korte Suprema sa issue. Hindi ho natin, kahit magdamag po tayo rito, hindi ho magbabago ang paningin nyo at hindi ho magbabago ang paningin ko.
Andito rin yung...
Madam Chair, if I may.
yes, Senator Bato, please.
I just would like to remind the Secretary of Justice na we are not here to determine kung sinong tama, kayo ang tama, or kami ang tama. We are here para malaman yung katotohanan. Because somewhere along the way, alam namin may nagsisinungaling. Kaya gusto namin malaman kung anong tama. Ay, hindi po kami nagsasabi na tama kami. Tama si Justice Ascuna, tama po kayo. Yung katotohanan lang po ang ating kinukuha dito. So, Madam Chair, if I may, yung very clear man dito sa diffusion coming from ICC, sinabi dito, action to be taken, locate and arrest with a view to extradition. Assurances are given that extradition will be sought upon arrest of the person in conformity with national laws and or applicable bilateral and multilateral treaties. Kaya tanungin ko sana si SOJ or yung PNP, bakit sabi ni SOJ kanina na extradition daw cannot be initiated by us, it should be initiated by the requesting party, either ICC or Interpol. Am I correct, sir? Sila
Tama
dapat.
po. Dapat ho, ICC.
Sila. ICC.
ICC po dapat.
Okay. So bakit...
Yun po yung sa extradition. Pero
Yeah.
surrender po, sa atin po yun.
Kaya nga, bakit wala man sinabi dito surrender? Extradition lang. Kaya nga, bakit hindi natin hinintay? Yeah, with a view to extradition, bakit hindi natin hinintay yung ICC na mag-initiate ng extradition laban kay Pangulong Duterte? Bakit binyahin na kaagad natin doon sa Interpol? Wala man sinabi dito na kailangan natin i-surrender.
Ang extradition po na nasasabi po sa Section 17 ay meron pong treaty sa extradition, sa extraditing state. Kung ano ho, bawa, ang ICC tsaka ang Pilipinas, kung tayo po member ng ICC, kailangan po ng judicial proceedings. Hindi na po tayo member ng ICC eh. Kasi kung member po tayo ng ICC, nakakatulong sana kay President Duterte na hindi po siya ililipad. Siya po yung mismo nag-atras ng ating membership eh.
Kaya nga
Kasi yung po yung malinaw po na may treaty po na kinakailangan para ho magkaroon ng extradition. Wala pong treaty eh. Kasi nga, nag-withdraw na tayo sa ICC. Kasi di ba treaty yung dati, sapagkat ang Senado po nag-concur. Nag-concur po sila sa treaty. But unilaterally, it was withdrawn by the President. Kaya po,
Pero sir,
dyan,
pero sir, ito, very clear man ito, sir. Ako hindi ako abogado, ikaw abogado ka, ha? Pero ako, I just don't want to be emotional about everything. Gusto ko lang talagang, para malaman natin itong totoo dito. Ito, very clear na hindi naman na hinihingi ang surrender. Ang hinihingi lang nila is extradition. With a view to extradition.
yung nga ho,
So sana
extradition will fail, sir. Extradition will fail because wala ho kung ako tatanungin nyo ngayon, kasi nga wala nga tayong treaty.
So kung
Ayun,
will
kasi
fail,
masuman po
will
eh.
fail,
Na
bakit pa
illegal
natin sinurinder si Pangulong
Tsaka
Duterte?
yung extradition po nakalagay sa batas, state party po ang isa pong tinitingnan natin. Bansa po ang sinasabi sa Section 17. Kung yung
Sir,
mga koma nga,
Sir,
mga koma,
nanggagaling ito sa ICC, itong papel ito.
pero yung sa Section 17 nga, yung ating batas nga, sinasabi nga, dahil sa mga koma na yan, ay ang mahalaga, state party po ang mag-a-apply ng extradition. Eh wala ho tayong treaty sa state party o sa ICC kasi nga inatras po ng
So
President Duterte.
bakit pa natin sinurinder? Bakit pa natin
Kasi yun po yung
sinurinder
sinasabi
Duterte?
ng batas eh. May surrender.
May
Yun po yung
surrender.
sinasabi. Opo. Ayun, that's what the law says. The law may be harsh, but it is the law.
Ay, nako.
Very clear man ito, sir. Extradition lang ang
Yun lang
pinagawa.
naman, at,
Bakit tayo pinilit na surrender?
Hindi man lang naghintay for
hinihingi
request.
ng ICC.
Kung di ho tayo umatras sa ICC, kung di ho inatras ni President Duterte yung ating membership sa ICC, talagang extradition po
So kung
dyan.
umatras na tayo sa ICC, bakit pa kailangan
Nawala
pa
ho yung treaty natin.
Kailangan pa natin i-surrender.
Nawala ho
Bakit
yung agreement natin, sir.
sir, kaya nga sir, bakit pa natin sinurrender? Kasi wala naman tayo, to start with, wala na tayong room statute na
Yun po yung option.
pagbabasihan dahil wala na tayong, hindi na tayo membro. Bakit pa natin sinurrender?
Mr.
What's the
Senator,
purpose?
Mr. Senator, yun po yung option na binibigay ng batas sa authorities, sa amin po, sa amin pong departamento at sa ating pong executive department. Malinaw po yun. Ang surrender po ay isang option na pwedeng gawin.
Pero hindi yun ang hiningi ng Interpol. Maliwanag yun, hindi po ba?
Hindi kasi
Dahil
hindi
nandyan sa binabasa natin, doon sa diffusion order, with a view to extradition, di ba? At yun lang. Hindi pa nga dumating yung request, wala pa rin yung assurance that extradition will be sought.
Hindi nga ho
All
maaaring
that
ano eh.
Was indicated was with a view to extradition.
Hindi
So,
yung aandar ang extradition sapagkat hindi nga tayo,
Dinagdagan na ninyo
wala na
lahat
tayong
ng
treaty
mga-
with ICC eh. Nawala na nga yung ating membership. Kaya wala na hong extradition na route. Ang nangyari po, surrender route na lang po ang naiwan.
Madam Chair.
Kung di ho nag-withdraw si President Duterte, wala ho tayong naging problema.
Kung wala na tayong treaty, locate and arrest with a view to extradition. Hindi mo magawa ang extradition dahil wala na tayong treaty, di ba? So hanggang arrest lang tayo. Bakit mo biniyahe? Pwede mo namang isurrender dito sa local courts natin. Ipakulong mo dito sa Pasay.
So, ang maliwanag,
Bakit mo pa sinurrender?
Yun po yung ano eh, yun ang best judgment namin. Yun po ang tingin namin
ina-admit
na mabuti po
ay.
sa ating bansa. Yun po
Mabuti.
yung aming paningin ang pinakamabuting gawin under the circumstances for our country. Yun po ang aming tingin, ang tama naming ginawa.
para nakakabigla naman dahil sinasabi ninyo, wala na nga tayong ICC, di wala tayong obligasyon.
Hindi, pero yung ano,
Dinagdagan na lang ninyo.
ma'am, yung extradition kasi, pumapasok yan dahil membro tayo ng ICC. Dahil nawala tayo sa ICC, wala na tayong option sa extradition. Kasi tayo mismo nag-withdraw Nawala tayong treaty natin.
Kaya sumugal tayo sa surrender.
Kaya yun talaga yun ang naging best judgment namin.
ang sugal na yon, hindi nagsasaad na may obligasyon ng Pilipinas. Walang obligasyon talaga.
Hindi, ano ho ito eh. Ang obligasyon ito to the rest of humanity eh.
Wala na nga ang
Yun nga ho yun
extradition.
Kasi
Eh, di
yung
ano pa yung
sinusunod po
obligasyon?
natin, yung ating international humanitarian law na 9851. That is contained in Republic Act 9851, Section 17 pa rin po. Babalik ho tayo rin muli.
Okay, punta naman tayo ulit sa
Madam Chair,
PCTC kung papayag ang mga senador.
Yeah,
Senator,
just on that point.
Cayetano.
Yeah, let me start by agreeing with the Secretary of Justice na magdamag tayo dito,
Oo naman.
hindi mag-agree. But I want to make one point lang on that, and if we can agree on something. Wala po tayong duda that human rights are essential. Whether you think of from a spiritual point of view, we were made in God's image, DNA ng Panginoon, or whether you look at it from a humanistic point of view, na human rights is essential. Okay? Klaro yon. Having said that, klaro din na napopolitika at nawe-weaponize ang human rights. So when I was DFA Secretary, kaharap ko po mga ibang European Parliament, maganda usapan namin, pero pinipilit sa atin na abortion is a human right. Iba po yun sa ating konstitusyon, na from conception, we believe it's a human right, yung life ng bata. So my point, Secretary, ang urgency kasi dito, nagsasalita kasi yung ICC na may mga isusunod sila. So what's important for me is if they issue a warrant, we guarantee, I'm not sure if we'll agree here, but we guarantee the Filipinos that warrants will be issued against them, that they can go to court. Na hindi pagdating ng warrant, dadating
Surrender
ang
na naman.
and surrender them there. Kasi nga, if they're there na, moot and academic na, not in the sense that they can still get accountability, as the good justice said, kung may abuse of process, may mananagot dito. Pero na-deny na yung liberty nila doon. Di ba may kasabihan tayo sa law school na, di bale ng, actually, I forgot who quoted it from who, but di bale ng 100 na guilty makalaya, wag lang yung isang inosente ay maparusahan. So, have we thought about that? So, if the ICC issues, will we wait for the Supreme Court to rule, or will we allow them to be sent, to put on a plane and sent them to Hague already?
That was the option that we had to consider in the executive department. And we believe that we acted in their best judgment in surrendering him to the ICC.
Yeah, I meant, Secretary, after. So now that there's a pending before the Supreme Court, kung biglang mag-issue for 5 more Filipinos, sino man sila, will we allow those Filipinos to, if they're detained here in the Philippines, then go to the Supreme Court, or will we put them on a plane and send them to Hague? Considering that the Supreme Court is now looking into this legal issue.
Yun nga ho kasi nga kaya hindi ko lang ho kasi iniiwasan po namin sabihin yung sub judice. Kasi nga, napakahalaga po ng maging judgment ng Supreme Court. Kasi alam ko po dyan, pag sa ganitong sitwasyon, case of first impression, baka sakali magbigay sila ng guidelines kung ano po ang dapat gawin ng executive department. Pero ito po, it is in their best judgment that this is the best thing to do. Kaya ginawa po namin.
I'm talking about, Secretary, after President Duterte. I don't know if you can answer it by yourself or it's the cabinet as a whole, but I would honestly ask you to look at it. I mean, sincerely ask you to look at it, and kung pwede, kung mag-issue ulit yung ICC, allow them to go to court before we send them. So I'm talking about after Duterte. Kasi even in your statements naman before this, you have an option, di ba? So I'm just saying, safer option yung before Philippine courts kasi pag nandun na, wala nang rewind eh. Diba? So let's say you have 3 generals, ex-generals, etc. sent na there. Wala na silang remedy dito eh. So yun lang naman point ko, yung after President Duterte. Before, of course, if the Supreme Court decides on point, then may guidance na tayong lahat. But while it's pending, it might be safer, no, to allow the Filipinos to seek redress here.
Mahirap pong mag-commit. Ayoko hong magsinungaling. Mahirap pong
Yes,
mag-commit.
I understand.
Pero
Please
ang
consider
mahalaga
that.
po, sabi ko nga, kaya nga ayoko sana magsalita tungkol dito. Yung last hearing po, iniiwasan po namin na magsalita. Kasi napakahalaga po ng gagawin ng Supreme Court dito. Sana po igalang din natin yung kanilang estado ngayon na kailangan po nilang desisyonan itong kasong ito.
Ang dinidiin lang natin, tulad ng sinabi mo nung umpisa, na nangingibabaw sa lahat ng ating saligang batas. Kahit ano pang batas yan, kung ano man tratado yan, mangingibabaw lahat ng Bill of Rights, ang karapatang pantao, mangingibabaw sa lahat. Kaya nagugulanta lang kami na meron naman palang options bakit pinili yung labag sa batas? Yun ang pinagtatakahan namin. Babalik muna tayo sa PCTC at kung maaari, I'd like to be clarified on the role of the Special Envoy on Transnational Crime, currently occupied by Ambassador, apparently previously ASEC, tama ba yun? Marcos Lacanilao, is he present?
Yes, I'm present.
And what's your proper title?
Ambassador, ma'am.
ASEC?
No, ma'am. Before, I was ASEC of Office of Civil Defense. Pero na-transfer ho ako sa Special Envoy last year. So I hold the rank, ma'am, of Ambassador.
Ganun pala. So, dati nakita ko sa Facebook, nagpapasalamat ka kay Senator Bongo tungkol sa flood control. Tama ba yun? Dahil sa civil defense. So, Senator Bongo nandyan. Kilala po ninyo to? Si Senator Bongo may statement yata. Naririnig ba ninyo ako? Ayan, Bong.
Madam Chair.
Yes, please. Oo. Si Ambassador Lacanilao sa dating Office of Civil Defense, ASEC ka doon. At wala, nakita ko lang yung Facebook post tungkol sa flood control. So, inaasahan ko kilala po ninyo si Mr. Lacanilao.
I'm not so familiar about him. Anyway,
Okay.
nakikita ko po dyan.
Okay. Thanks. You wanted to make a statement, Senator
Nagtrabaho
Go?
po noon. Baka po nagtrabaho siya noon sa former administration ni Pangulong Duterte.
Okay,
Anyway,
Senator
good
Bong,
day,
you
Madam
wanted to
Chair.
make a statement? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Meron po akong opening statement. Good day, Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, and to the resource persons present in this hearing. Mabuti naman po at nakadalo ang iilang opisyal po ng gobyerno para mabigyang linaw ang mga kaganapan sa pag-aresto at pag-surrender kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Pero kulang pa rin po, marami pong wala. Madam Chair, marami po tayong katanungan noong nakarang hearing na hindi nasagot dahil wala po yung mga government officials na maaaring makasagot sana sa ating mga katanungan. There are several instances that the government has repeatedly stated that the International Criminal Court has no jurisdiction in our country. Kung hindi po kinikilala ng gobyerno ang ICC, bakit nila binigyan ng pansin ang arrest warrant mula sa ICC? Yun po ang mga katanungan natin. Ginamit lang bang palusot ang Interpol? May violation ba sa Rome Statute? But we have also found out, Madam Chair, that there was no red notice from the Interpol. Kaya nakapagtaka talaga kung bakit nagmamadali ang gobyerno na isuko si dating Pangulong Duterte sa ICC. Isn't this a glaring violation of due process? Sobrang minadali. Ano po ang naging batayan ng inyong pagkilos at bakit may pagmamadali sa pagpapatupad ng pag-aresto? Ibinigay ninyo po si Tatay Digong sa loob lamang po ng 14 oras. Mas mabilis pa sa alas 4. Madam Chair, isa rin sa gusto nating malaman ay kung ilan nga ba ang may diffusion notice, red notice at arrest warrant mula sa Interpol dito sa ating bansa at ilan na po ba ang naaresto ng mga otoridad. Based sa website ng Interpol, 11 Pilipino ang may red notice mula sa Interpol. Lahat ba ito nasa Pilipinas? Lahat na ba ito ay nahuhuli na o hindi pa? Kung ito ay may red notice mula sa Interpol, misto lang hindi pinansin ng mga otoridad, bakit ngayon mabilis pa sa alas 4 bigla kayong umaksyon? Sa totoo lamang po, marami pang may mga warrant, marami pang may arrest warrant na hindi ninyo na-aresto hanggang ngayon. Pero pagdating kay dating Pangulong Duterte, walang isang araw ang bilis ninyong inaresto. Ang tanong ngayon, may ibabalik pa ba si Tatay Digong o sadya ninyo talaga siyang inilayo dito sa ating bansa? Bakit po? Para sa akin, hindi natin kailangan maging abogado. Let's call a spade dahil obvious naman, gusto talaga nilang isurrender sa ICC si Tatay Digong. Kaya sabi ko dati, kahit mag-hearing tayo dito araw-araw, ang importante po ay mapauwi si Tatay Digong, bring him home. Dito sa sarili nating bansa, dapat harapin kung ano man ang inaakusa sa kanya. Unfortunately, Madam Chair, gusto ko talagang mag-participate araw-araw. Sama tayo dyan sa hearing. Pero hindi ko po kaya humarap sa ilang tao sa pagdinig na ito na hindi marunong rumispeto. Mga ilang taong tatakbuhan ka, hindi nagsasabi ng totoo, at hindi man lang kayang rumispeto sa isang kasamahan ninyo sa gobyerno. Mahirap na, baka mamaya talikuran at buhan na naman ako. Respeto po ang importante dito sa isa't isa. Respeto sa Pilipino. Sa mga pulis naman po, unahin nyo muna resolbahin ang problema sa kidnapping ngayon. Pero inuna nyo pang inaresto at inuna nyo pa ang pag-aresto o pag-kidnap kay Tatay Digong. Ako naman po, nung nakaraang March 11, gusto kong pumasok, pinababa tayo sa sasakyan, sa gate. At kahit si VP Sara hindi rin po pinapasok, isang abogado at anak pa ng dating Pangulo. Ngayon, maayos naman kayong tinanggap sa Senado. Sana marunong rin po kayong magbigay ng kortesiya. Lalo na gusto lang nating masiguro na ligtas at nasa maayos na kalagayan si Tatay Digong, lalong-lalo na po ang kanyang kalusugan. Nakakalungkot lamang po, matanda na si Tatay Digong Alam ko naman na matapang at matatag siya. Pero kitang-kita naman natin sa kanyang iniinda, harmless at fragile na po si Tatay Digong. Hindi na siya dapat ipinilit, ilayo at dinala sa ibang bansa. Hindi na po siya tatakbo sa inyo. Hirap na nga siya maglakad. Maski pagtali ng kanyang sintas at medyas, hirap na po siya. Lahat naman po tayo tumatanda. Lahat po tayo ay may minamahal na lolo't lola, tatay o kaibigang may edad na. Ang sakit po makita na yung taong binigay ang lahat para sa atin ngayon ay mag-isa na po sa isang kwarto sa banyagang bansa. It will do more harm po kung maiwan siya na nasa ibang lugar at kung sa hindi inaasahan, paano na lang po kung may mangyayaring masama sa kanya doon. Kung isang dating pangulo ng ating bansa ay maaaring tratuhin ng ganito, paano na lang po ang ordinaryong Pilipino? Nagpapasalamat po ako sa komite sa pagsasagawa ng hearing na ito at sana makabalik na dito si Tatay Digong. Kung ano man ang kanyang pananagutan, alam ko po buong tapang niya itong harapin dito sa ating sariling bayan. We have our own judicial system. After all, it is for the Filipinos to judge if he has done his job effectively as president of this country. Pilipino po ang dapat humusga kay Tatay Digong. Kung nakakalakad ba ang ating mga anak sa gabi na hindi nasasaktan, di nababastos, at hindi nakikidnap. Siguraduhin natin na hindi maulit sa kahit sino man ang pag-iisang tabi ng legal na proseso. This issue is greater than any of us or any personality. What is at stake here is our sovereignty and judicial independence as a sovereign nation and the dignity of every Filipino. Ang importante dito, ano ba ang nalabag na batas at ang pinaka-importante, maibabalik pa ba si Tatay Digong? Please, bring him home. Salamat, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat at laban lang. Alamin natin ang katotohanan. Bumalik tayo sa PCTC. Nabanggit po ninyo, Executive Director, na sangkatutak ang pinadalan mo ng kopya nitong diffusion order. Nitong CPNP, PNP natin, NBI, BI, DOJ. Pinadalhan rin ba ninyo yung Special Envoy on Transnational Crime?
Hindi po siya nasama sa pinadalang ko.
Si Ambassador Lacanilaw, hindi niya
wala po siyang
natanggap to. Ano ba ang papel ng Special Envoy sa transnational crime? Very familiar po kami sa PCTC kasi yung batas niyan na kami ang nag-akda. Ang tanong ko lamang, ano ba ang papel ng Special Envoy? Kasi
Special
dati kayo
Envoy po
din ay
natin,
Special Envoy.
the good ambassador is a representative of our country in several international fora representing the interest of the Philippines. He has, to a certain extent, diplomatic stature and can
ambassador nga ang titulo po ninyo.
Totoo po yun.
Ambassador ka rin nung Special Envoy kayo?
Nung araw po, nung araw.
General Alcantara.
Opo.
Ambassador rin po
Opo. Nung araw po ay ako'y ambassador din at concurrent in charge of PCTC.
Kasi ang pagkaintindi ko, hiwalay yung Special Envoy.
Magkahiwalay.
Hindi siya directly under PCTC, tama po ba?
Ang Special Envoy po ay nakakatulong sa akin dahil nababawasan po yung trabaho ko to represent our country.
Para hindi ka biyahe ng biyahe.
Medyo totoo po yun,
Okay, so Ambassador, hindi kasi namin masyadong kabisado yung posisyon ninyo. Saan ang opisina ninyo?
Madam Chair, ang office ho namin, the same with the PCTC, same building ho kami. Paliwanag ko lang ho ng short yung opisina din ho namin. Ang Special Envoy ho for Transnational Crime, ang Philippine Center of Transnational Crime, which is the Interpol NCV Manila, sila po yung aming secretariat at yung operational partner.
So may opisina po kayo? Wala?
Meron po, nasa taas po
Ilan
kami.
ang tauhan nyo?
If I'm not mistaken, around 15.
And then kasama ninyo sa pag-representar sa Pilipinas sa iba't ibang lugar?
Opo.
So kung hindi sa ilalim ng PCTC ang special envoy, aling department kayo?
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Hindi naman kayo PCTC. So aling department kayo? DFA?
Hindi po. Ang
Ambassador kasi eh.
ang amin pong opisina, OSETC and PCTC are all under the Office of the President.
Pero hiwalay kasi hindi naman kayo under the PCTC, ano?
Hindi po. Ang PCTC po ang aming secretariat. Sila po yung operational arm namin.
What are the functions? Like you said earlier, you represent the Philippines in different fora. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I see. What is the role that you actually played in the arrest of PRRD and his transport to The Hague? Anong papel po ninyo doon? Kasi lumalabas yung pangalan ninyo sa resibo at yung pag-turnover.
Opo,
Staff, ipakita lamang. Ito, yung transfer of custody, surrender and transfer. Andyan po. At kayo po ang nakapirma. At alam ito ni Secretary Senator Cayetano. Bakit kayo ang nakapirma?
Opo.
Ano po yung papel ninyo ron?
Ganito po yan. Ma'am, I was there to oversee the smooth arrest of the former president. Now,
So, nandun kayo sa Villamor?
po, makikita nyo naman po dun sa mga videos na lumabas.
Hindi ko po maalala kasi hindi ko kilala yung mga taong
Opo.
doon.
Ngayon, doon naman ho
Madam
sa...
Chair, excuse me, Madam Chair.
Senator Bato, please.
Since when naging function ng special envoy yung pag-oversee ng operations, ng pag-aresto?
Kasi,
I'm sure, special envoy ka, trabaho mo is outside. Envoy ka doon para mag-represent. Pero when
Hindi
it
po,
comes to operational matters, kailan naging
Hindi po
trabaho
sa-
mo
hindi-
yung pag-oversee ng operations?
hindi po ako nag-oversee ng operations. Yun lang kung sitwasyon dahil ang PCTC ay ang aming secretariat and operational arm.
Not even the PCTC, I suppose. Because PCTC is, sila lang nagkukontrol ng NCB.
Yes,
Diba?
opo.
O sila nagkukontrol ng secretariat.
Opo.
Pero
Sila po yung secretariat namin.
Pagdating sa Interpol, halimbawa, ganito, meron tayong General Assembly ng Interpol. Sino nag-head of delegation?
PCTC.
PCTC?
PCTC.
Ikaw, General Marbil, hindi ka pa ba nag-attend ng national, yung General Assembly ng Interpol?
Sir, umattend po last year po.
Last year.
Opo.
So, sinong head of delegation?
Ang nandun po si General Alcantara po ang kasama po namin.
Because when I was the chief PNP, lahat ng ang head of delegation, yung chief PNP. Tapos, head of delegation na ibang bansa, yung uniform talaga na police agency ng kanilang lugar. Kaya yun yung alam ko, ha. Kasi yung PCTC naman is NCB lang ito. Sila yung NCB. Pero when you say police agency, chief PNP talaga ang head niya, di ba? At nagkakaroon ng General Assembly, kayo ang nandoon, di ba?
Actually, sir, dun sa ibang country, sir, ang police lang, ang isa lang po ang law enforcement nila. So, usually, the head is the chief ng national police nila. But
Correct.
in our country, we have so many law enforcement agencies coming from the NBI, the Philippine National Police, of course, ang kasama po namin ni
Kaya nga
Kasi makita mo, di ba? Pag Interpol General Assembly, hawak kamayan lahat ng mga chief ng puro uniformado yan eh. Puro mga chief ng police agency nila, di ba?
Kaya nakakagulat sa dinami-dami ng police agency na sinabihan ni General Alcantara sa NBI, si Chief PNP, sabi rin ni General Torre, bakit biglang sibilyan at hindi kasali sa law enforcement ang nag-oversee? Ano po ba ang ibig sabihin ng oversee?
Ma'am, kasi nga ang PCTC is our partner, our secretariat. I was there to oversee lang the PCTC, which is
Oversee them?
which is the Interpol NCB Manila.
Madam Chair.
Hindi. Teka muna. Nalilito ako, di ba, nandun ka. Bakit? Alam mo nang itatangay sa ibang bansa?
Hindi po, hindi po, hindi po.
Anong ginagawa mo doon? Na-serve na, nabigay na yung kopya sa lahat. Anong ginagawa mo doon? Anong ginabangan mo?
I was there to assist the executive director, ma'am.
Was the executive director in Villamor?
Naroon po ako. I was in the plane and I was in the 250 in Villamor.
Even without a red notice, nandun na kayo, nag-aabang na.
I had a red diffusion po.
Yes, but
I had
the
a
diffusion, we
copy.
have already said ad infinitum that this is not an arrest warrant, di ba?
Yes,
Maliwanag na yun.
tama
Ikaw
po yun,
nagpaliwanag
tama po.
eh. O di,
We had the red diffusion. I had to carry it.
request for information lang, di ba?
Hindi po. Ang red diffusion po is a request, is an international request for international cooperation or an alert. Ang red notice po ay ganon, ang diffusion po ay ganon din, pareho lang po.
Eh, ganun nga. Kaya nga, ang,
Yung diffusion po is resorted to if there is urgency, importance, element of time, kaya po nagiging diffusion.
hindi, ang liwanag naman, action
Opo.
to be taken, locate lang eh. Locate lang. And possibly arrest with a view to extradition. So, mahaba pang proseso.
Ma'am, can I
pero,
clarify?
Yes, yes, si Senator.
Pa-clarify lang, factual lang, Ambassador Lacanlao. So, you were there to oversee.
Yes,
You
Mr.
were, when you say there, you were in Villamor.
The airport,
Okay.
the airport.
Then, did you accompany them on the plane?
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. Senator.
And then, did you stay in the Netherlands?
Yes, I stayed there for 2 days.
Okay, and hindi mo alam na dadalhin siya doon?
Hindi po, can you make a clarification? That time, nung...
Pwede ko lang itanong, isang hirit lang. Wala ka sa listahan na binigay ni General Alcantara, yung mga nabigyan ng diffusion notice, ano? Wala ka doon sa listahan ng NBI, Chief PNP, wala ka doon sa listahan. Paano man nalaman?
I was informed informally by Executive Director Alcantara.
Informally.
Apo.
So you were also there informally. You had no formal function at the Villamor or the airport sites?
I was there to oversee, ma'am, lang the PCTC. Hanggang PCTC lang po ako. Yun lang po yung aking...
Can I clarify that? So,
Yes.
sabi mo kanina, you were there to oversee. I'll clarify what oversee means. But sabi mo, hindi mo alam na dadalhin siya sa Hague. Pero yet, sumakay ka ng aeroplano, sumama ka, you stayed in the Hague 2 days.
Yes.
And sabi mo, hindi ka alis, nandun ka lang.
Okay, can I
Yes,
explain,
yes.
Mr. Senator? That time ho kasi, the members or the staff of the Interpol NCV Manila, wala hong available na mga kasamahan natin doon na may passport na ready. So, I volunteered, Mr. Senator. I just want to make clear.
Magsiserve
So,
lang
if you-
kayo ng diffusion? May dala ka pang passport?
Hindi po. Hindi
So,
po.
Kasasabi mo lang eh, yung iba walang passport, ikaw lang yung may passport, may visa,
Opo.
kaya alam mo na itatangay sa ibang bansa.
Hindi po. Yung passport po, nasa sasakyan ko lang parati eh. So, kagagaling ko lang po kasi ng Geneva. Kakauwi ko lang ho ng Geneva that time. So, kaya ho yung passport ko, nasa sasakyan ko lang. Hindi pa ho ako nakakapag-unload.
Okay. I was gonna ask that na kung hindi mo alam na dadalhin doon, pero sumama kayo sa 2 days, tapos may passport ka, but nasa kotse mo passport, okay. But you volunteered to accompany, why?
To accompany the former president.
Because kailangan, what was the reason? Sabi mo, yung mga kasamahan mo, walang passport.
Hindi po. Wala po akong sinabing kasamahan ko walang passport.
Sorry.
Wala pong passport that time yung mga PCTC
Okay.
members, ma'am, na
Okay.
supposed to be sasama din that time. Wala hong silang available noon.
So were you appointed representative of the PCTC?
Yes.
Were you appointed representative of the Interpol in the Philippines?
That time I was appointed, yes.
Who appointed you?
The PCTC, Your
So
Honor.
can on that day,
Yes, sir.
so buuin natin ha, kayo lang mga militar at polis nakakaintindi ng 3-4 na letra eh. Yung Philippine Center for Transnational Crime. Sir, can you appoint the representative ng Interpol on the spot? kasama sa powers yon if I check with Interpol. So kung today, pwedeng ako representative ng Interpol?
Para pong hindi yata kasama sa function ko yun.
Well, kakasabi lang ho ni Ambassador, kayo daw nag-appoint sa kanya.
Yun po yung sabi niya eh.
So, but you're saying it's not.
Ito nga maintindihan.
So hindi nyo po
Tanggapin ko na rin
no.
po kasi he
Yeah.
is a competent authority.
Yeah, no, let's
Tama
you're
po yun.
under oath, sir.
Oo.
You're under
Did you
oath.
or did you not appoint him as
The good ambassador
representative?
is a competent authority to represent us.
But you
Yes.
did not appoint him.
Hindi question if he's a
Po, appointing
competent.
authority.
Hindi
You're
ka
not
appointing
appointing,
authority.
okay.
Klaro po yun. Executive Order 265, saan sa buong executive order na nagtatakda na magkaroon ng special envoy, sinasabi na meron kang papel para mag-oversee. Wala kasi akong mabasa
Hindi po.
katulad ni Senator Cayetano eh.
Madam Chair, yun nga po yung relasyon ho namin ng OSETC and PCTC, sila yung aming Secretariat and
Eh,
Operational.
sekretarya lang ninyo, siya pa ang appointing ninyo.
Hindi
Parang
po,
ang gulo.
hindi po.
Boss ba ninyo yan or utusan?
Hindi po, clear ko lang ho. Kasi that time, wala hong available na members ng PCTC anang may passport noon. So, kaya ho sinabi ko kanina, I volunteered para ho i-accompany ang former president in behalf of the PCTC.
Okay, ma'am, can I clarify? I'm not going into the supervision, your appointment as special envoy because depende sa presidente, pwedeng iba, di ba? Kahit presidential advisor, if the president has special advisor on justice, then it's between the president, Secretary Remulla, etc. Ang focus ko doon sa ikaw ang representative ng Interpol. Kasi sabi mo, yes, ang sabi po ni Secretary Alcantara, hindi kanya in-appoint. So, sino nag-appoint sa iyo bilang representative ng Interpol?
Nirepresent ko po ang PCTC.
May I clarify?
Yeah, go ahead,
Mr.
sir.
Senator. Kasi traditionally, ang executive director is also the envoy. Ngayon, pinaghiwalay po yung posisyon. Yung ginawa po ng Malacanang, hiniwalay po yung posisyon ng special envoy at ng executive director. Pero dati ho, isa lang yan.
Yeah. But lihis doon, Sec, sabi kasi ni Ambassador, siya daw ang representative ng Interpol that day ng Pilipinas.
Yung paalis mo pagpunta ho ng The Hague, siya po yung representative talaga ng Interpol.
Yeah.
Kasi siya lang ho yung may connection sa PCTC.
But I was asking, who appointed him representative of Interpol?
Ano ho yan? Kasama ho yan sa kanyang appointment.
But he said before that day, hindi siya ang representative ng Interpol.
Pero ano ho ito kasi yung overseeing function niya, oversight function, kasi parang may oversight po siya sa PCTC. I think that they took it from there na siya rin po yung responsible for the PCTC.
Okay.
Wala rin sa executive order.
Kasi nga ano ho
yung
yan Sabi ko nga, magkasama ho dati ang posisyon ng executive director tsaka envoy. Si General Alcantara used to be the special envoy and executive director.
And then the representative ng Interpol.
Interpol.
And exercising oversight powers. Bago lang yun.
Hindi, dati ho isang tao lang nga
Wala eh.
Ginawa
Wala
na
sa
ho, dalawa.
Executive Order 265. Parang above and beyond na sa...
Hindi, special ho yan.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Ma'am, just to point.
the executive has the power
when
to
he
do that.
when you signed dito sa ICC, you were signing as what?
As the Interpol NCB Manila representative. Your
Ang nakalagay po dito, you're signing as in behalf of the Republic of the Philippines, not as Interpol.
Kasi po nung that time, yung representative ng ICC na kausap ko, naka-print na po yung
so,
government. So,
Sir,
but it
are you a
was-
college graduate?
Yes, sir.
No. Any college graduate, pag pinapirma ka tapos mali, kahit printed, you'd cross it out. Then you would put, so pag nakalagay doon, Alang Cayetano, congressman, pipirma ko o i-cross out ko yung congressman, lalagay ko senator. Kung nakalagay doon, Alang Cayetano, single, may asawa na ako, hindi ako papagalitan ng asawa ko, kung hindi ko i-cross out, lalagay ko doon na Di ba? So wag tayo magpilosopohan dito. So why did you sign in behalf of the Philippine government if you weren't representing the government and you were representing Interpol?
Medyo mataas na ho kasi yung noon pagod na din kami. Tapos ang request ng ICC staff that time nagre-request sila na kunin na ng medical team. Hindi ho kasi ma-perform yung medical assistance to the former president. Yun ho yung dahilan yan.
Ang dahilan, pagod kayo?
Hindi po, nagkakagulo na din ho nun. Mataas na din po yung sitwasyon.
Pakisabi ng totoo.
Opo,
We are
ma'am.
all under oath.
Yes, ma'am. Ang mataas na rin.
Paliwanag mong maigi. Representative ka ba ng Pilipinas or representative ng Interpol? Pipili ka lang.
Nirepresent ko po ang Interpol NCB Manila.
So mali itong papel na to. Sabihin mo sa akin.
Yun hong...
Kasi nag-iiba. Isa sinungaling,
po,
isa totoo.
Yun hong clear ho sa
ma'am,
ICC.
Pwede kong linawin lang.
Hindi, siguro hayaan muna natin. Hayaan natin na ipaliwanag. Alam naman niya eh.
Alam ho kasi ng malinaw ho sa pag-uusap namin ng ICC staff na I represent the Interpol NCB Manila.
Pero hindi maliwanag dito sa nakasulat. Government of the Republic of the Philippines.
It's part of the government, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Hindi, Interpol eh. Sabi niya, nandun siya bilang Interpol eh.
Ma'am, Madam Chair, yung Interpol po kasi, the Interpol NCB Manila, it's under the Philippine government.
Sorry, Mama. Kasi if that's your interpretation, then the government cooperated with ICC.
In the surrender.
Diba? No, I'm not trying to trap you. I'm trying to understand. Kasi nga, when you do something, you can do it in different capacities. So, international organization, yon. So, for example, Sarah here was the regional director for the International Organization on Migration, but she's a Filipino. Now, if she was special envoy noon, she has to say which one. Kasi one is a UN body, or at least a UN-recognized organization. The other one is Philippine government. So, di ba, hindi pwedeng you're signing. Ang problema kasi yung sabi mo, malinaw sa ICC at malinaw sa akin, Interpol. Pero ang pirma mo, in behalf of the government. Kasi ang masusunod yung dokumentong pinirma mo, hindi yung intention nyo eh. Di ba? So kung ang sabi natin, listo, naintindihan ko, pinirmahan natin sale. O pagdating sa korte, ano unang impression mo? It's a sale.
Opo.
Because yun ang pinirmahan nyo. Di ba? So kaya nga pagdating dito, there are many other questions like yung sinabi ko sa inyong number 8, which is, was he brought, did the person receive legal assistance during national proceeding? Ikaw nagsabing he received legal assistance during national proceeding. What was that proceeding?
No, Your Honor, Mr.
Ambassador,
Senator.
ang dami-dami mong pinirmahan dito tungkol sa doktor, tungkol sa immediate family, tungkol sa legal counsel. Lahat to sinang-ayunan mo. Lahat ito hindi totoo?
Hindi po.
Kasi
Ganito.
pagod na po kayo?
Hindi po. Kung maaari ho, ma-explain ko. Una, yung tinatanong nyo regarding ho dun sa... Kasi that time, I was waiting for the official certification from the Department of Justice. So, medyo wala hong internet that time. So, yung yan ho yung sinulat nila. Yun naman ang sinagot ko. So nung after few minutes, nag-request ako ng internet na print, binigay ko sa ICC yung certification from the Department of Justice.
Sino
Kayo
nagsulat
sino
niyan?
nagsulat?
Kaninong handwriting yan? Kasi parang naiba sa sulat mo.
Ma'am, sa ICC, ma'am.
Tapos pinirmahan mo na lang yung sinulat ng ICC.
Pinakikita naman yan, nung nagpapalitan kami ng...
So sang-ayon kayo sa lahat ng sinulat?
Opo, ma'am.
Ganon. So yun yung papel mo doon? Ano pa yung ginampanan mong papel? Kasi sabi mo, sinamahan mo si Presidente Duterte sa eroplano. Pagkatapos, nung sinorender mo na at yan ang pinirmahan mo bilang kinatawan ng ating pamahalaan, ano pa yung iba pang papel mo? Ano pang ginampanan mong papel?
Wala na po, ma'am.
Pero nagdalawang araw ka pa ron eh.
Hindi po, ma'am. Nag-aantay kasi doon din kami sumakay sa same plane pabalik po ng Pilipinas.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Senator Bato, nagugulat lang ako, na-speechless ako. Dineliver ninyo sa ICC pero hindi ninyo alam? Paano hindi ninyo
Hindi
alam?
po, alam po namin, ma'am, regarding dun sa ICC. Ang hindi ko po, balikan ko ho yung unang pag-uusap, kaya hindi alam. Nung unang pagdating sa airport, totally wala po kaming wala po akong alam nung pagdating ko sa airport. Naiya.
Sa NAIA.
Opo, opo.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sa Senator Bato.
Pwede mo laman, Ambassador, kung kailan ka appoint as special envoy
Ah,
against national crime?
July 2024, Mr. Senator.
Alam ninyo, gusto ko lang tignan yung pinirmahan mo kasi maraming kabulastugan dito. Hindi ko maintindihan. Yung number 8, kung maipakita sa screen. The date, time, and location of the appearance of the arrested person before the competent judicial authority. Ang sinagot mo, do not know. Paano hindi mo alam, samantalang nandun ka sa airport na hanggang sa Villamor, hanggang sinakay sa eroplano? Bakit hindi mo alam?
Hindi po. Yung number 8 po, that time, kagaya ho ng sinabi ko kanina, I'm just waiting for the certification from Department of Justice.
Yung certification dumating pa ng March 12 eh.
Hindi po. Na dumating po on the same day, mga siguro 10 minutes.
Pwede ninyong pakita sa amin kasi yung certification na binigay ng DOJ sa amin March 12 ang nakasulat.
Yun po yung certification na binigay ko po. Yung date lang po, siguro kasi that was March 11. Pero yung...
Hindi, date, time, and location.
Opo. Yung certification ho na yon, na-send ho sa akin nung nandun kami mismo, nasa eroplano pa, ng paglapag ho namin sa Hague.
At sinabi dito, before the competent National Judicial Authority. So, ibig sabihin, Pilipino. Husgadong Pilipino, tama ba? Judicial Authority. Hindi mo rin alam? Kasi sabi dito, do not know eh.
Ayun po yung sinagot ko kasi I was waiting that time.
Paano hindi mo alam eh? Alam mo, mula nung dumating na talaga naman hindi pinayagan makita yung abogado, hindi pinayagan pumunta sa Pilipinong husgado, hindi pinayagan lumabas. Bakit mo sinasabing do not know? Nandun ka, nakababad ka, hanggang sa Hague, nandun ka eh.
Ma'am, that time, nandun po yung mga abogado niya. In fact, 3 po yung abogado.
Hindi, walang abogadong sinasabi. Sa number 8 na pinirmahan mo, before the competent National Judicial Authority. Ang sinabi mo, hindi mo alam.
So, yun ho kasing certification, yung details, nandun doon po sa DOJ certification. Yun ho yung inaantay ko that time. Medyo nagkaroon lang ho ng delay nung sa pagpasok kasi sa problema ho sa internet.
Ano? Kailan dumating yung DOJ certification?
On the same day po, nung nasa aeroplano
before?
kami. Yan po, after po ng sign, kasi hindi ho makapasok.
December 12 ha, ang nakadate. Parang nagugulat ako. March.
Opo.
Natataranta ako, nagugulat.
Hindi po ma'am, Madam Chair. Pumasok po yung certification on the same day. Medyo nagkaroon lang...
Hindi, March 12 ang nakasabi. Paano mo natanggap? Excuse me, yung nagko-coach, nahihirapan po kami.
Ma'am, I think the best person to answer that would be
Abogado po
the
kayo?
person who issued the certification is here.
Yes, I think Prosecutor Fadulion, we're referring to the same certification of March 12. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
And it was sent to Ambassador Lacanilao when and where?
If I may just be allowed to explain, ma'am, the certification that is in the possession of the committee chair is a certification which indicated that the arrest was made on March 12, 2025. That's correct. This certification was issued the day after the arrest. This would be March 12 also, 2025.
So are you saying may mas maaga pang certification
There
na siya lang ang nakakaalam?
No, ma'am. This certification was the one which was prepared as per instructions to me by the OIC Secretary of Justice because it was needed by Ambassador Lacanilao the moment that he reaches The Hague. So this was prepared on that day, and if I may point...
That day being...
March 12.
March 12.
March 12.
So hindi pa rin tumutugma yung oras?
Yes, ma'am, may konti hong inadvertence dito kasi the date March 12 here refers to the time of the arrest when in fact the arrest was actually March 11, 2025 at approximately
So hinabol lang
11:44.
ninyo yung certification after the fact?
No, ma'am. This was the first certification that was issued because this was the one that was needed by Ambassador Lacanilao. We
So you-
corrected this after you pointed it out that when we reviewed it again and we saw that the date indicated for the arrest was March 12 instead of March 11.
And Ambassador Lacanilao received it on March 12, March 11, in Villamor, in Dubai, in The Hague. Saan po?
As far as I know, Madam Chair, the certification that I prepared on March 12 was forwarded to the Office of Undersecretary T, our OIC Secretary of Justice. It was he who made the arrangements for the transmittal to Ambassador Lacanilao.
Thank you, Prosecutor. When did you send it to him and what did it say?
we
Because
sent-
we have no copies.
We sent it, this certification was prepared in the afternoon of March 12, 2025, and it was sent to...
March 12.
Yes, ma'am.
Pero sinuko na si Pangulong Duterte ng mas maaga?
He was actually transported around midnight, if I'm not mistaken, of March 11, ma'am. And I think they were in transit at this time. I'm not so sure. They were in transit at the time when this certification was sent to them.
Pwedeng isulat yan at bigyan kami ng kopya nung sinasabi mo o
We
ito
can
pa rin?
Yes, I can furnish you a copy.
Ito pa rin, yung March 12 pa rin?
Yes, ma'am.
Siya pa rin?
Sinong siya pa
Yung
rin?
sinasabi na yung aresto is March 12, not March 11?
Yes, ma'am.
Yan pa rin, yung mali-mali na yan?
Yeah, ito pong pagkakamali nito which was eventually corrected po.
Opo. Okay, we'll go back to that later. But Ambassador, when did you receive this?
Yung time ho na pagdating namin ng Hague, dumating yung ICC representative, hindi ho kasi pumapasok mabuti yung messages namin with USEC-T dahil mahina ho yung net namin doon. But after 10 minutes na ma-sign po ma-answer yung number 8 question, nakuha ko na. So I immediately sent the copy to the ICC representative.
Yung mali na March 12. Tama? Mali eh.
Yung kopya pong galing sa Department of Justice that time.
Pero walang nakasabi doon sa certification. Kahit tanggapin ko na nagkamali, nagtypo sa date. Ang problema, wala namang sinasabi that he was delivered to a competent judicial authority to which you signed. Sabi mo, talagang na-deliver to a national competent judicial authority. Pinirmahan mo competent national judicial authority.
Ma'am, may I?
Yes po.
Kasi kagaya ho na sinabi ni Justice Ascuna kanina,
Oo.
sa sistema kasi ng ICC, ang prosecution po ay kasama sa korte. It's part of the court. Kaya yun po yung lumalabas kasi nga, like the Prosecutor General is competent judicial authority in the understanding of the ICC.
Secretary Remulla, it's very, very clear. Competent national judicial authority. There's nothing mysterious or equivocal about the sentence.
Yung nga ho yun eh.
National po.
Yun yung
National,
equivalent
ibig sabihin
kasi.
Pilipino po.
Yung equivalency po. Ang sinabi siguro ng ICC sa kanya, prosecutor. Prosecutor certification. I don't really know their conversation. But yun lumalabas. Kasi nga, hindi na matatanggapin ng ICC yan kung hindi na-issue ng prosecutor yan eh. Kasi under their system, ang prosecutor is part of the court.
Parang nakakatuwa naman yung sagot na yan. Pero sige na lang. Ambassador Lacanilao, number 10, did the arrested person receive legal assistance during national proceedings? Pinirmahan rin ninyo yan. He received legal assistance during national proceedings. Anong national proceedings ang tinutukoy ninyo? Eh, hindi nga dinala sa husgado. Doon lang kayo sa airport, sabi ninyo.
Ma'am, kaya ko yung sagot ko dyan ay I do not know. Kaya
Hindi, walang do not know sa number 10. Sa number 10, sinabi mo, yes, he received legal assistance
Okay.
during national
okay,
proceedings.
legal assistance
Baka naman kabulastugan lahat
hindi, ma'am.
ito.
Legal assistance kasi po that time ang pagkakaintindi ko kasi nandoon yung tatlong lawyers niya.
Sinong tatlo?
Former ES Mijaldea, his wife, and Attorney Delgra.
Madam Chair, I think
Legal assistance during national proceeding. May national proceedings ba doon sa Villamor na sinasakop yung tatlong abogadong sinasabi mo?
Legal assistance and serving of
No.
warrant.
Ang nakasabi dito, did the arrested person receive legal assistance? Basahin po ninyo, nandyan. During national proceedings. He received legal assistance during national proceedings. Ang sabi po ninyo.
Service of warrant, ma'am.
National proceedings.
Yes, ma'am.
Yan
Service
ang
of warrant, ma'am.
pagkaintindi mo. Yes, Senator Bato, please.
ibig mong sabihin, you want to impress upon us that yung service of warrant is a national proceedings? Yan yung gusto kong
Ma'am, that's an extradition form kasi. Sir,
Yes,
it's
sir.
an extradition form. Ang lumalabas ho kasi rito, case of first impression din po sa ICC na may nag-surrender po sa kanila ng tao. Hindi pa ho nangyayari to eh. I think it's something that even the ICC
Yes, sir. Yeah, tama ka, sir. Tama ka. Ha?
didn't
Pero
know how to react to it.
balikan ko lang yung nakasulat. Natanggal, nawala. Ibalik mo nga. Ibalik mo. O very clear man ito, Ambassador. Did the arrested person receive legal assistance during national proceeding? Ang sagot mo, he received legal assistance during national proceedings. So ibig mo sabihin, yung national proceedings na sasabi mo dito, yung pag-serve ng warrant.
Serve ng warrant and also legal assistance kasi kasama ho niya yung tatlong abogado niya.
Ay,
Wow.
ganon. Pati yung
National-
competent national judicial authority, si General Torre na lang yon.
Wala
Kasi
ho kasing
sino
form
ba
ang
yun? And then
may
liwanag competent national judicial authority. Sino naman yun? Wala naman doon kundi pulis.
Madam Chair, may I? Ano ho kasi, yung lumalabas ho kasi rito, talagang even the ICC, the form they use is for extradition purposes. Makikita po naman judicial authority, kasi yun ho talaga experience nating lahat. This is the first time na may nag-surrender po sa kanila. Then they don't even know our domestic law. Kaya po, this is a way to push things up. Kaya nga nung nag-require ng certification, umubra po yung certification ng Department of Justice, ng Prosecutor General, kasi yun po yung understanding nila ng situation. Pero this is an extradition form, kaya ang mga tanong po dyan is for extradition, not for surrender.
Pero kung extradition yung form mismo ng ICC, dapat nasundan yung extradition na process. May competent national judicial authority. Mismo yung ICC, inaalma pala na hindi ito extradition.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Yeah.
Senator
Just
Cayetano.
some points. I understand, SOJ, where you're going, but ang problem ko kasi yung pumirma yung representative supposedly ng bansa. Kasi from the start, information on the surrender and transfer yung title nung form. But as you said, kasi extradition is a form of surrendering, di ba? Pero hindi yun ang sinunod natin. So ang understanding ko kasi, very strict din yung ICC sa human rights. Kasi precisely nga, it's a court that based everything on human rights. So they want to make sure with the form that we followed human rights. Okay. So dun sa number 10, personally, I'm not committing the committee. Personally, I can understand that the service of the warrant is part of the national proceeding. But when you signed, kasi when the ambassador signed his name and ang nakalagay, he received legal assistance during national proceeding, it gives the impression that there was more than just the service of the warrant. If you relate that with number 8, kasi sa number 8, competent national judicial authority. So for example, kung sa kanila kasama ng judiciary yung fiscal, sa atin ang competent na judiciary is just the judiciary.
Mr. Senator, kasi nga, yung questions in the form refer to a case of extradition.
Yes.
Case of first impression nga to.
Yes.
Even to the ICC, even to the Philippine government, to the Executive Department, to the Senate, to the Supreme Court, this is a case of first
Yes.
impression.
And
kahit
assuming
na, lalo na kung first impression, di ba dapat linagay na lang, I do not know. Doon sa ibang question,
Madam-
sinagot niya, no, I do not know. Bakit dito buong ningning siya sumagot?
Yeah. Can I pursue that? So assuming, Mr. Secretary, that I will hook, line, and sinker agree with you, yun ang point ko, di ba? That a representative of the Philippine government should not just sign. He should have noted there, surrender to, not applicable, etc. Because nga, ang titignan naman yung dokumento, hindi yung paliwanag. But I have one more question, and ma'am, payagan nyo itulay ko rin to kay General Torre. Sir, pakinggan nyo yung question ko kay Ambassador kasi baka may link to sa isang tanong ko sa inyo. Ambassador, if you go one by one sa questions, it seems to me the ICC wants to make sure na nasunod yung due process at saka human rights ng akusado at ng inaresto. In your view, meron po bang violation ng batas sa pag-arrest or pag-detain ni former President Duterte?
Wala po.
So wala.
Opo.
So wala. And you know our law, so walang violation.
Opo.
Okay. How about you, General Torre? May violation ho ba sa arrest or detention ni former President Duterte?
No, sir.
No, wala. Categorical wala tayong violate na law.
No, sir.
Okay. Can I read to you Republic Act 7438, an act defining certain rights of person arrested and detained under custodial investigation, as well as the duties of the arresting, detaining, and investigating officer and providing penalties for violation thereof. Section F, any person arrested or detained, arrested, detained, or under custodial investigation shall be allowed visits by or conference with any member of his immediate family or any medical doctor or priest, minister, chosen by him, or by any member of his immediate family or by his counsel. I saw the video, sir. President Duterte was asking for his own doctors. Ang sabi nyo, hindi, may dala kayong doctor na colonel. Tama po ba?
That's one part, sir.
Yes, so
Pero-
you did not allow him to bring in his own doctor.
There's another video that will show that he has his doctors from the Cardinal Santos.
Yes, and he was saying kulang yon kasi ano pa sila, di ba? Yung iba pang doctors, pero hindi na pinayagan. There's videos from outside, yung ibang gamit, etc. Correct, sir? So, you can answer. Hindi to yes or no. So, to your point, did you allow all of his doctors in or no?
Sir, we have substantial doctor. I think we have complied with 7438, sir.
Okay, it doesn't say here substantial.
We
It
have
says
complied with
here...
7438, sir.
No, sir. Ang sabi kasi dito, his choice. Hindi nyo choice. Hindi nyo choice i-limit yung doctors niya. Ang sabi nyo, substantial. So, I will clarify. Were there doctors that he requested you did not allow in? Yes
I was
or
not
no?
aware of that, sir.
Okay. You're not aware kung meron pinapasok o wala.
Kung meron siyang ibang
Okay.
additional doctors,
But
sir.
I saw the video wherein you're saying 2-star, ako na nagdedesisyon, I will not allow VP Sara in. Tama?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hindi ba siya anak? Ang nakalagay dito, the person's immediate family shall include his or her spouse, fiancé, parent or child, brother, sister, grandparent, grandchild, uncle, aunt, nephew, niece, etc. Ang penalty nito ay 4 na taon ata na kulong. Penalty clause. Any arresting public officer, employee, or any investigator who fails to inform any person arrested, detained, or under custodial investigation of his right to remain silent and to have competent penalty of not less than 8 years. Ito, sa letter B, any person who obstructs or prevents any of his lawyers, any member of his family, or person arrested, detained, medical doctor or priest of his choice 4 years. So, sir, you prevented VP Sara from entering.
At the outset, sir, maraming salamat sa pagbigay sa akin ng pagkakataon na ito para maklarify yan, sir. Dahil nung first hearing natin, sir, ay palagay ko na-explain na lahat yan, sir. At nagkaroon ng napakaraming mga...
Nung first hearing, sir, ang pinag-usapan kasi doon na lawyer, ako, upon looking at the Constitution, kaming mga senador, we cannot appear before the court, but we can practice. Pero ang presidente, vice president cannot practice. So, kasama na ako doon at yung ibang nagsabing abogada. Pero nung nakita ko tong batas na to, nakalagay, pag anak, you cannot stop them from visiting. And nakita ko yung video, but sabi nyo nga, may kompleto kayong video, that's why I'm asking you, baka naman pinapasok nyo nang hindi ko alam. Sabi mo, 2-star, sir, ako na. Ako nagdesisyon nito, sir. I don't know if you use the word, ako mananagot. So, simple lang question ko, did you prevent VP Sara from seeing her father? Yes or no?
Can I expound on this, sir, before I answer the yes,
Yes,
or
go
no,
ahead.
sir? Thank you, sir. Kaya ako nagpapasalamat, sir, na ma-expound yan, sir. Dahil after the first hearing,
medyo marami-rami ang lumabas, sir, ng mga misinformation regarding that matter, sir. Yes, sir, I did I did deny the request of President Duterte for him to allow VP Sara to enter, sir. Kasi nga naman, sir, mag-alas 10 na yun, sir. And that is already around 12 hours after we first got him into custody. The VP has all the chances to be with the President earlier that day. We are expecting her. Actually, sir, mga alas 3 pa lang, may information na darating siya. And kung gusto talaga nilang pumasok, sir, pwede naman, sir, eh. Kasi
Hinadlangan mo nga eh, di
Ma'am,
ba?
sinundo,
Parang
ma'am, sa loob ng
Sinabi
Villamor.
nga ninyo na hinarang, di ba?
Yes,
Sabi
ma'am.
nyo,
Ito,
kasi
mama,
gabi na,
I
matagal na.
I did, ma'am, I did really prevent that from the VP. I told the President that she can visit her on the detention cell in Hague. Sabi ko kung gusto niya talaga. Pero
Sabi
kasi
mo
nga
makapasok,
naman,
pero
ma'am,
sa kabilang
sandali,
dako
ma'am.
sinabi mo you prevented her. Alin ba talaga?
Let me clarify, ma'am. Hindi pa ako tapos, ma'am, eh.
Hindi, iba-iba lang yung sinasabi mo eh.
Ma'am, patapusin niyo ako kung pwede. Kung pwede, ma'am. Okay lang. Kasi, ma'am,
Madam Chair,
meron tayong...
I think the resource person is,
If you will allow me.
ah?
Sir, if you will allow me. Sir,
Yaw.
Okay, sir.
Kaya nga, but please.
eto,
please.
sir, ah. After all was being said and done, yung sasakyan ni Hanilet, sir, and 5 other vehicles, nakapasok at sinundo sila, sir. Ang eroplano nasa bukas pang pintuan, sir. So, yan, sir, ang isang tumayong balahibo ko nun, sir, noong panahon na nakita ko, naku, andyan yata si VP Sara, andyan si Bongo nakapasok na. Kasi sinusundo na, sir, si Hanilet at saka si Kitty, sir, ng kanilang mga sasakyan, together with the other entourage. Bakit nila sumabay dun, sir, sa tarmac? Bukas pa naman, sir, ang pintuan.
Alam mo, Madam Chair,
Sir,
Nick,
Sir. That's a new
ibig mong
information,
sabihin
sir.
kung pwede pumasok yung si Ma'am Hanilit at saka si Kitty, gusto mo ring sabay-sabay na sila.
Sir, ganito. Hindi ko dinideny na pinrevent ko si VP Sara na pumasok based on the request of the former president.
Okay,
The reason for that,
You prevented VP Sara from entering.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Because the reason for that is that 12 hours na ang nakalipas at tapos na ang lahat ng mga delaying tactics.
Nick,
I cannot allow that. And otherwise,
Nick,
magiging magulo pa ang situation,
Nag-expire
sir.
pala yung karapatan ng akusado.
may expiration date pala yung karapatan ng anak na bumisita sa kanyang tatay.
Sir, we do believe, ako, sir, personally, that's my call at that time because I'm operating on the premise na
So
ang
it's your
aking
call.
mission.
So it's your call to
Yes,
violate
sir.
the law.
Yes,
It's your call to violate the law. Dahil nakalagay sa batas, binasa ni Senator Alan Cayetano na bawal na pigilan yung anak na bumisita. So it's your call to violate the law.
hindi sa ganong context, sir.
Oo.
Anong konteksto?
Anong
Kasi
konteksto
sabi
mo?
mo lang, talagang hinadlangan mo yung pagpasok eh.
Mr. President, I won't belabor the point kasi sinagot nyo naman, sir, yung tanong ko. Kasi nga, going back to Ambassador Lacanilao, that's a violation of the law. If you look at the law, it says arrested, detained, and custodial investigation. Kung arrested lang to, baka may lusot, 12 hours, 6 hours, matagal na. Pero ang nakalagay sa law kasi, you cannot deny pag arrested, detained, and custodial investigation. No if, no buts tong batas na to because nga, in the past, lalo pagka, wala pa namang internet masyado nito eh. 1992, no? Wala pa masyado yung mga, bago pa lang yung mga, cellphone na ba nito or ano? But ang point, sir, there's no exceptions here. So that's a matter of defense kay General Torre. But just to pursue this, yung doctors ho ba ni President Duterte certified him fit to travel? Di ba sabi niyo, sir, eventually pinapasok niyo rin doktor niya. So nung una, sa video nakita ko, ay hindi pa kasi niyo nasasubmit yung buong video, kaya hindi pa namin nare-review. No? That's why I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Kasi I'm not an eyewitness. I didn't see And even if I'm not an eyewitness, I didn't view the video, no? So dun sa nakita ko kasi, you were denying, the President was saying, you have to make sure I'm fit to travel. And then sabi niya, doktor ko, ang sabi niyo, may doktor na dito, it was a police or military colonel. So eventually you let in some of his doctors, correct, sir? Yeah. Did they certify that he was fit to travel?
I believe, sir, on that argument, we can already
No,
take...
it's not an argument. I was just
Sir,
asking.
okay, sir.
Did
Sir-
they certify that he was fit to travel or hindi sila tinanong were they fit to travel?
It's not part of the procedure for his private doctors for that to do that, sir. It will be the government doctors who will be
No,
taking
that's not
that, sir.
true, sir. Ang nakalagay ho dito sa batas, it can be his doctors. Magiging inutil yung batas if you invite your doctors and then they cannot certify. So, ang mangyayari nun, if they certify hindi pwede, sinertify ng government doctor pwede, korte ang magsasabi at kakasuhan yung doktor na nagkakamali. Hindi mo pwede basta't i-replace ng government doctor yung, so like now, no? If anyone here biglang nag-faint at sinabing hindi na siya pwedeng mag-appear dito, we have a Senate doctor. But if it's the doctor of the witness who tells us, we cannot immediately judge on the two. Kasi even dito po sa surrender, may mga tanong about being fit to travel eh. Na ang nakalagay nga and even yung baka mapahamak yung kapitan. Kasi kung titignan niyo po yung yung
Yes.
pinirmahan ng kapitan, sa pinirmahan niya po may nakalagay doon Saan yun?
Yes, Senator Cayetano, kung pwede lang
Yeah,
i-clarify,
anyway,
ang nangyari, si Kitty, sinabi talaga na hindi pinapasok yung doktor. At sinabi ni Dr. Rosa Alensi na ang dating Pangulo, napakataas na ng kanyang diabetes, umabot ng 328, he needs to be admitted directly to a hospital. Nagkaroon ng diskusyon doon sa Villamor, pinatawag yata, nung isang Colonel Dr. Donald Palma, cardiologist, na hindi siya nasa kalagayan na magbiyahe ng mahaba, pero pinirmahan ni Dr. Colonel Jonathan Rico, isa na namang Armed Forces Doctor, Commanding Officer ng Air Force, na pwede siyang bumiyahe. So, ibig sabihin, maliwanag na ang pumirma ng certification na fit to travel ay hindi kanyang doktor na hindi pinapasok, kundi doktor ng AFP.
Correct ba ho ang pagkakwento ni
Madam Chair.
Chairperson? No, Senator Go, just before ito yung dahilan kung ba't ko tinatanong Sabi nga ni SOJ, sub judice, meron na request, may petition for writ of habeas corpus. Ang aking concern ngayon, kasi ang bata, ang ginagaya, hindi yung salita natin, yung gawa. And I think ganun din sa batang pulis, batang militar, batang tanod, batang NBI. They're watching now. So what if someone was arrested in Tawi-Tawi? Can he be visited by his family anytime? And can his doctor, they say, hindi mo pwede ilipad ng Manila yan? That's why I'm asking all of this because according to Ambassador Marcos, Alacanilaw, walang violation. Sabi niyo, walang violation, pero apparent dito. No? So I just want to put that on record. Sana malinaw natin yan. Kasi may police, meron din po kayong, di ba, revised PNP operation procedure. Pati doon, pareho nung batas pero parang hindi nasunod. So I submit to you and to Senator Bongo. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Ambassador Lacanlilaw, babalikan ko lang yung pinirmahan ninyo. Andito na sinabi ninyo, kahit nagkakadiskusyon na tungkol sa diabetes ni Presidente Duterte at yung kanyang kalagayan, pinirmahan ninyo that you don't know if he's fit to travel or not. Bakit pinagbiyahe yan kung hindi ka sigurado?
Ma'am, first of all, kasi hindi po ako nasa medical field, hindi ako ang doktor. Kaya
Pero
hindi
pinirmahan mo rin na hiniling niya na dalhin siya sa ospital kaagad kasi masama na ang pakiramdam.
Ma'am, kasi hindi po niya, that time, nag-request ho si former ES Medialdea na i-inform ko, paglapag namin sa Hague, ang ICC na mabigyan si former president ng medical assistance. Sabi niya, baka hindi ka pakinggan. Sabi ko, kakausapin ko po. Kaya ho, nag-request ho ako that time, paglapag namin, kinausap ko po
So
kaagad.
hindi totoo na hindi mo alam.
Alin
Alam
po?
mo na may problema.
Hindi po. Kasi po, yun po yung request. Wala po ko alam kung yung, kasi hindi naman po ko yung doktor.
Hindi ko naman sinasabi na doktor ka, ambassador ka, sinabi mo kanina. Pero ang pinirmahan mo rito, you do not know. Paano you don't know? Nagkakagulo na tungkol sa doktor.
Hindi po. Yun nga po. Nag-request lang po si former ES Medialdea na Ambassador, mag-request tayo sa ICC para mabigyan ng medical assistance si former president. Pero hindi po namin pinag-usapan kung ano po yung kalagayan na mataas po ang kanyang sugar o mataas ang kanyang...
Hindi, humihingi na nga na direktang dalhin sa ospital. Tanungin natin si Senator Bongo. Kanina pa nagtataas ng kamay, sorry.
Ako po magtatanong. To Ambassador Marcos Lacanilaw, totoo ba na pagdating doon sa The Hague, sinakay siya sa stretcher, siya na lang mag-isa? Yes or no?
Opo.
Hindi niyo na sinamahan?
Hindi po kami inalaw ho ng ICC.
Paano yung mga medisina niya?
Yun pong kanyang personal nurse together with the PNP doctor, nakipag-coordinate sa doktor ng
Hindi sila
ICC and
pinababa?
binigay ho yung...
Yes or no?
Ano po yun?
Hindi sila pinababa?
Hindi po.
Wala siyang kasama binaba?
Wala po, siya lang po.
Siya lang mag-isa?
Opo.
Alam nyo ba, marami siyang medisina, 27 yan, araw-araw. Kung ano yung pinainom sa kanya, hanggang ngayon po, hindi pa rin pinapainom sa kanya, kahit pinagdalawang beses na pinadalahan siya mula sa Pilipinas, hindi pinapapasok. Dahil gusto nila sila ang maggamot. Paano na lang po kung hindi hiyang o hindi naayon sa kanyang karamdaman? Nung nasa Villamor pa lang po, si dating Pangulong Duterte, mataas yung blood sugar niya. And he is due for check-up po, March 12. Andiyan dyan po yung nurse niya. Monthly po yan. December, January, February, March. Buwan-buwan po yung kanyang medical procedure. 80 years old na po yan. Buwan-buwan, ako mismo sinasamahan ko. At yung gamot niya, buwan-buwan, ako rin po nagpapadala. May karamdaman na po si Tatay Digong. Alam niyo po, ganitong totoong kwento. Para alam niyo lang po yung totoo. Nung dumating si dating Pangulong Duterte, andyan dyan po yung doktor niya. Harap ko po si Chief PNP Marbil. Tinanong ko po, Sir, saan niyo ba dadalhin? Kasi dito yung mga doktor. Sabi niyo, dadalhin po sa kampo sa 250. Kaya tinanong ko po yung spokesperson na hindi nagsasabi ng totoo. Tinanong ko saan dadalhin. Hindi niya ako sinagot, tinilikuran niya ako. Sumunod po kami. Nung sumunod kami, hindi na po ako pinapasok. That was 10 o'clock. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Meron pong sumundo sa amin. Sumakay ako sa sasakyan ni Ma'am Hanilet. Pagbaba sa gate, binababa po ako. That was 3 o'clock pa lang po. Binababa po ako. Hindi po ako pinapasok. Respeto lang naman ang hinihingi ko. Just for the record. Sino bang pumigil nito? Bakit kaya hindi kami pinapasok? Kaya hindi po ako nagtataka kung hindi po pinapasok si VP Sara nung gabi. Paano papasok? Sarado na yung gate. As in, sarado. Lahat po ng gate sa kampo, sarado na po. Nung sinubukan ko pong pumasok, nagpaalam po kami. Pinababa po ako. Kahit nakasakay na po ako sa sasakyan. Nakiusap na lang po ako papasukin yung mga doktor. Yung 3 doktor po. It took you about 3 hours, 4 hours pa po. After his arrival, bago pinapasok yung doktor. Yung oxygen niya nandoon, yung ambulansya po nandoon. Inantay muna about 3 to 4 hours. Or even 5 hours bago pinapasok po yung ambulansya. Pati yung doktor niya. Doon pa po nalaman na mataas 300 plus po ang kanyang blood sugar. With that findings, kung talagang chinek up ng doktor ninyo ng maayos, he is not fit to fly. He is not fit to fly. Due for check-up na po siya and admission po, March 12. You may check with his hospital sa Cardinal Santos. Naka-reserve na po yun. A week before pa po. Hindi naman magsisinungaling yung hospital. Yun na po. Yung gusto lang natin malaman dito, yung katotohanan lamang po. The truth. The truth.
General?
Kung ano lang po yung totoo. Salamat po.
General, tama ba yung sinasabi ni Senator Bongo na 3 oras nang nag-iintay yung sariling doktor ni dating Pangulo at hindi pinapapasok ng pagkahaba-habang panahon samantalang may sakit yung kanyang pasyente?
There was a doctor from Cardinal Santos, ma'am, babae. At nag-request pa nga yun nung...
3 oras bang nag-intay?
Nag-request pa ng...
Diyan na ba si Day?
na magpapasok ng ECG, ma'am.
Pero 3 oras nag-intay?
3 to 4 hours po bago pinapasok ang doktor at yung ambulansya. Ginawa nga pong installment yung pagpapasok ninyo. Una, papasukin muna yung isang doktor. Pinapasok na naman yung isang doktor. Finally po, kailangan pumasok yung ambulansya, yung ECG mismo, pati yung oxygen. Anuhin mo naman yung doktor, wala yung ambulansya, wala yung ECG, wala yung oxygen. Tingnan niyo po yung records niyo, ano oras nakapasok. 10 a.m. yung arrival, kapasok yung doktor, mga alas 2 na po, siguro alas 3. It took 4 hours. Pakiusap ko lang po yung katotohanan lamang po. Huwag na tayong magpaligoy-ligoy dito, huwag na natin iikot pa. The truth lang po.
Maraming salamat, Senator Go. At nakita ko yung mga retrato ni Presidente Duterte, nakahiga, natutulog sa isang maliit na upuan, may oxygen cannula. Talagang sintomas yun pag nahihilo na sa diabetes. Hindi ba kayo natauhan doon sa sitwasyon niya, sa kalagayan niya? Di pa kayo nag-alala na yung inaaresto ninyo talagang masama ang kalagayan, malubha ang karamdaman? Yes, General Torre. Nakita mo naman siguro, nakita ko lang sa picture, di mas lalo mong nakita.
Regarding the medical condition of the former president, sa tingin ko naman, ma'am, supisyente ang mga doktor na nandun, and I defer to their expertise.
Pero hindi niya doktor. Ayon sa batas,
andun,
siya
ma'am,
ang
may picture.
pipili ng doktor.
Ma'am, may picture tayo rito na may doktor siyang sarili galing sa sa Cardinal Santos. Babae po yun, nakaputing t-shirt. At siya po ay doktor ni FPRRD. Ang sa akin lang dito, ma'am, is that I take comfort on the fact that we have a benefit of 2020 hindsight, ma'am. Bago maglanding aeroplano ni President Duterte, he himself was the one who made a video, pinadala niya sa anak niya, pinost ni Kitty, sinasabi niyang okay siya. So I think all the discussions now about his medical condition, parang siya na mismo nagsabi mo na okay siya bago maglanding sa Hague. At ibigay niya kay Kitty yon, pinost sa internet yon, and everyone saw it. Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I understand what you're saying, General Torre. Ang problema nga, kung ako ay pulis sa Batanes, sa kahit saan, sa sulok ng Taguig, sa sulok ng Pangasinan, sa sulok ng ang laki-laki ng Davao, Cebu City, tapos sinabing kailangan ko doktor ko. And then sabihin isa lang sufficiente or sa militar sufficiente. Paano kung may nangyari sa kanila? That's why the law is clear. The law is clear. Doctors, priest, choice nung inaaresto or dinidetain, and then ganun din pag family members. No ifs, no buts. Diba? So, I have seen Supreme Court cases where they said that this is not to be a precedent, that this is a special case. Diba? We've seen Supreme Court cases. So, if you say this is a special case, given the circumstance, I will not say you're right, but I will not argue with you. But if you tell me, sir, okay naman siya, o tignan mo. So paano nga kung, kasi, the law is clear Hindi naman ikaw magsasabing sufficiente, hindi. But you're supposed to allow all of his doctors in right away, and you're supposed to allow his family members there and not deny them. So yun lang yung point that I want to make. Especially kung si Ambassador Lacanilao
also is certifying to the ICC. I'm not sure, but tingin ko, kaya hindi kinuha kagad si President Duterte na hindi mo pa napirmahan lahat. Because ayaw nilang kunin tapos hindi fit to travel. Pag na-stroke yun o may nangyari sa kanya, human rights institution yun, sila pagbibintangan. Kaya ka pinapirma muna na at hindi kukunin hanggang hindi ka pumirma para yung responsibility na sa atin. Diba? So that's what I'm saying, General Torre, that what I'm discussing with you now is beyond what happened here. It's the revised rules of PNP operational procedure vis-a-vis the Republic Act 7438. Sa 7438, there's no exception eh. Hindi sinabi dito na pag ganitong oras, hindi na pwede yung anak. Pagka ganito, yung doktor, pipila ka sa labas, hindi ganitong oras. Diba? So anyway, I think we've both made our points naman unless you want to add on that. No?
Yes, if it's all right, I think Attorney Martin Delgra is now online. Committee Secretary, if you'll administer the oath, please. Nasaan si Attorney Delgra?
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Yes, where are you
I'm
physically
present,
located?
Via Zoom.
Nasa
I'm
Hague
actually
pa
at
po
the
kayo?
Hague, the Netherlands.
Mukhang malamig ang damit nyo eh.
Opo, medyo, I'm not used to this kind of weather po.
Sige, yes, Secretary,
Malamig.
please.
Attorney Delgra, kindly raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in the Senate investigation?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you very much, Attorney Delgra. You said you had some questions for Ambassador Lacanilao. Please proceed.
If I may, Madam Chair, just a very short opening statement, because I have been listening to the proceedings earlier, especially on what Ambassador Lacanilao said, as well as General Torres' statement made earlier. But before that, if I may make a very short opening statement, if I may be allowed.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I thank the Senate Committee for inviting me in today's hearing. At the outset, it is our humble submission that the Senate Committee and eventually Congress to craft meaningful legislation, among others, on making persons liable who bring, cause to bring, or forced to bring Filipinos out of the country without legal or proper travel documents. We understand that under current legislation, I may not be properly informed, but it is only the person who travel or attempt to travel illegally abroad who is personally liable. In the case of the former President Rodrigo Rogo Duterte, he has vehemently objected his transport to The Hague, the Netherlands. When General Torre and his PNP personnel were finally able to surround and secure the person of the former president and eventually into the plane and to The Hague, he loudly objected, and I quote, "You have to kill me to bring me to The Hague." He said that at least twice. That said, the former president, he has consistently said that he will face any case that may be filed against him in the Philippines in relation to his administration campaign against illegal drugs. Another point that I would like to state here for the record for the Senate Committee to consider is to review the consistent government policy to assist any Filipino harassed, arrested, detained, or even convicted abroad for whatever cases filed against them, extending in any legal assistance, including the repatriation of its citizen to the Philippines. Very recently, three Filipinos were detained in China, but were assisted by the Philippine government through this administration. And I think 2 or 3 days ago, 15 Filipinos whose cases were dismissed in Qatar, crediting this administration's assistance to our kababayan. What is upsetting and mind-boggling to me is that we have an elderly Filipino citizen, an 80-year-old Filipino, who was arrested and detained in the Philippines, allegedly by virtue of a foreign, not a local warrant, and forcibly brought out of the country to be brought to trial in a foreign court. And that is my opening statement, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And that's
You had a
precisely
question?
why what the government, Ambassador Lacanilao is saying is utterly untrue, as well as what General Torre have said earlier about the doctor.
Ano po ang nangyari sa pakiwari ninyo? Kasi sinasabi ninyo hindi totoo yung sinabi ni Ambassador Lacanilao at ni General Torre. Ano ba talaga nangyari?
Just to give context, Madam Chair, in the same way that Senator Bongo was not allowed entry when we arrived at the NAIA 3 terminal and to talk to the former president, but he was eventually brought to Villamor, we were able to follow the former president to Villamor. Apparently, the guards at Villamor were not able to see who else were in the convoy, so we were able to get in. Unfortunately for Senator Bongo and the rest, including some lawyers, they were not able to get in, despite their request that they be able to see the president. That said, I was there all throughout the day until the time he left in the evening. And Ambassador Lacanilao was there as well inside the Villamor Air Base. So as to the question number 8 of that information on the surrender and transfer of the detained person referring to the former president, hindi naman po masabi. Let's take away the certification mentioned by the DOJ because he has personal knowledge of the fact that the former president was never transferred or brought to a national competent judicial authority in the Philippines. So he knows it for a fact. He does not have to wait for a DOJ certification to answer the question asked of him by an ICC representative.
Tama naman.
It's a matter
Ambassador Lacanilao, gusto niyong sagutin? Kasi nandun ka mula pa sa eroplano hanggang sa The Hague, 2 days after pa. Pwede niyong sagutin yung tinatanong ni Ambassador Delgra. Alam mo naman hindi mo kailangan ng certification, di ka naman kinakailangan mag-antay pa
Nung tinurn over ko po, yung certification, may communication na po kami. Yung certification, yun nga lang ho, nagkakaroon ho ng delay na ma-receive ko.
Certification ang pinag-uusapan mo. Yung pinirmahan mo, Competent National Judicial Authority. Hindi nga dinala sa husgadong Pilipino Alam mo naman yun Kasama ka all along Oversee nga ang ginagawa mo. Di alam mo lahat.
Madam Chair, may
Yes,
I follow up with that?
Senator Bato.
Follow up on that question. Ito, very clear yung sagot mo dito Do not know. Hindi mo alam na hindi siya dinala sa judicial authority.
Yun hong certification ho ng DOJ ang ano ho dyan.
Sige ka-insist nung certification ng DOJ. Ang tinatanong dito, competent judicial authority. Korte. Korte ang ibig sabihin nito. So alam mo ba na dinala sa korte o hindi? Artisia Pasay or Artisia Paranaque?
Hindi ko po alam.
Hindi mo alam? Hindi mo alam?
Kasi yung tinatanong...
Hindi, nandun ka, di ba? Sabi mo, ikaw nag-converse
ang ano ko nga po dyan yung certification niya. Ngayon, yung
Wala naman to kinalaman sa certification. Dinala ba sa husgado o hindi?
Hindi
yes
ko po
or
alam.
No? Hindi mo alam? Kasama ka the whole time hanggang sa Hague.
Nandun ka sa...
Oy, magsabi ka ng totoo. We're all under oath here.
Yes, madam.
So alam mo kung dinala siya o hindi?
Hindi mo alam.
Hindi ko po alam. Kasi hindi
Paano
naman ho
hindi
ako...
mo alam? Binantayan mo mula nung dumating mula sa Hong Kong, sa airport, dinala sa Villamor, dinala sa The Hague, kasama ko all throughout.
Opo.
Pag sinabi mong di mo alam, you are lying. You are lying. And nandun ka all the time Hindi mo alam na dinala siya sa korte? Hindi mo alam?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Senator.
May I clarify?
I think we should ask Attorney Delgra, what do you think of the answer given that he was not aware of any information regarding the competent National Judicial Authority that he signed on to? Pwede bang mangyari yon, Attorney Delgra?
I join the observation of Senator Bato that the Ambassador Lacanelo is lying. Kasi all he needs to know is whether the former president was brought out of Villamor and brought to a local court. We don't have to skirt and hide behind a DOJ certification to attest to the fact as to whether he was brought to a local court or not. He was there all throughout, as he has in fact admitted. So all he has to do is, hindi po inilabas yung former president to be brought to a local court. I think that would have been sufficient for him to say. But he keeps on saying that he does not know.
Kasi ang
That's the
tamang
problem.
sagot, no. Hindi po ba? Ang tamang sagot, no. At alam niyang no. Kailanman hindi dinala sa husgado. Tama po ba?
I agree with that, Madam Chair, that the proper answer to this question would have been no.
Thank you, Attorney Delgra. Ambassador Lacanilao?
Yes, ma'am. Still, ma'am, yung nasabi ko po.
You still didn't know, in spite of overseeing the entire operation for both the Interpol and the entire government of the Philippine Republic. Tama?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Hindi mo pa rin alam.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, last chance mo, Ambassador Lacanelo. We are giving you the chance to say the truth.
Opo. Nagsasabi
hindi mo
po
alam?
ako ng totoo. Hindi, opo.
Hindi mo alam na hindi siya dinala.
Opo.
Ikaw
Nasaan ka
nag-oversee
sa
doon?
airport? Saan ka doon sa airport? Nandun ka sa picture?
Dun ho sa tube.
Oh.
Tapos
Oh,
dun
so sa tube
lounge.
ka pa?
Sa tube.
Sumalubong
Mula
ka
sa
doon sa
tube.
aeroplano, sa tube. Hanggang dinala siya sa Villamor, kasama ka.
Sa 250?
Oh,
Sa 250, umalis ho ako eh.
saan ka pumunta?
Dun ho sa likod. Kasi meron hong waiting area dun
Sa
sa
likod
likod.
lang.
Sa likod
pero
lang,
hindi ka
pero-
umalis.
So
Tapos-
hindi na ho ako nag-intervene after nun eh.
Hindi mo alam na hindi siya dinala.
Hindi po.
Madam Chair, I think this resource person is lying.
Yes, that seems clear. Secretary Remulla, you wanted to add to the false
Ma'am,
testimony
again,
here?
the form that was made that he was made to answer is an extradition form. That's why the requirements that it's asking for are questions about extradition. But this is a surrender. It's a very
Yes.
different process that happened.
Yes, we've heard that argument before. Thank you, Secretary.
Aside from that form, kinonfirm niya ngayon, ilang beses siya sinasabi na hindi daw talaga niya alam na dinala sa korte o hindi.
And
Madam Chair.
I don't think they would have accepted him in the ICC if there was no certification from the DOJ at that time, because the certification was acceptable to the ICC because the DOJ is deemed a competent judicial authority by the ICC. We're not claiming to be,
Since
but
when
under
did
the system,
the DOJ become a judicial
No,
authority?
under the system of the ICC.
Justice Ascuna, I
As
think
Justice
I'll need
Ascuna
your
said,
help here.
the
Mukha namang,
Prosecutor General-
inaakuna ng executive ang judicial power. Parang malabo na to.
Ma'am, the prosecutor in the ICC setup is part of the court. And that's why they're considered competent judicial authority, if I can understand it
Pero kung
properly.
maaalala
I think
natin,
we can ask Justice Ascuna.
ang saligang batas na sinumpaan natin, wala namang ganun.
Yes,
Ang
ma'am.
court, maliwanag yung
It's the
Supreme
understanding of
Court.
the ICC I'm explaining, ma'am.
Ay, nakakatuwa naman to. Saan tayo mauuwi ng ganito? Ngayon, ang DOJ na ang korte. Ganon.
No, ma'am, no. It's just the understanding of the ICC. that
Please
the
make
prosec-
up your mind. Sabi mo, you have judicial power.
No, we
And
don't have
you're the
judicial power.
competent
Don't put
national judicial
here we don't
authority.
put words into action that were not really said. What we're saying is that
I
is the
think the
understanding
same
of the ICC.
statement was made by your ASEC or USEC Clavano.
Yes, that is the understanding that the ICC has of the function of a prosecutor, because under their system, a prosecutor is part of the court and thus competent judicial authority. That is the ICC's way
And the same
of treating
prosecutor was in
a
fact
prosecutor.
Filipino?
Well,
Sabi
to their
national.
understanding, It's competent judicial
yung
authority
ICC
under the ICC.
prosecutor na Pakistani English naging Pinoy? Sure
Well,
ka?
ma'am, they have a different way of looking at judicial authority in the ICC. That's why
Looking,
the form,
isang tingin lang makikita mo, hindi naman Pilipino yung prosecutor nila, pambira naman.
Madam Chair, I just would like to advise Ambassador Lacanilao that, alam mo, kami dito, hindi kami nagsasite in contempt porque ayaw namin yung sagot mo. Hindi po namin ugali yan dito. Kaya huwag kang maglala, hindi kita cite in contempt. Hindi ako magmumosyon. Hindi ako magmumosyon na cite in contempt ka. Fair kami dito lumaban. Fair ang labanan dito. At hindi po kami mag-abuso sa aming power. Huwag kang maglala. Gusto ko lang. Kaya pinaulit-ulit ko. Kasi gusto ko lang talaga na magsabi ka ng totoo. Pero kung yun ang totoo as far as you are concerned, then okay lang sa akin yun. Sige lang. But hindi po kami abusado dito ha, na ikakontempt ka kahit porque hindi ko gusto yung sagot mo. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat, nagtitiisan tayo. Si Asek Miko Clavano, sinabi nung March 13, ang naging role namin ay National Competent Judicial Authority to attest na lahat ng proper processes ay ginawa. Paano naman nangyari yun?
that's a certification that we made, which was acceptable to the ICC, because under their system, the prosecutor general is part of the court. Or the main
Part of the
prosecutor
ICC, but
of the
it's
ICC
hardly
court.
a Filipino court. It's hardly a national court, Secretary.
It's an equivalent to them. For them, it's equivalent. That's why they accepted. If they accepted the turnover
Equivalent
of the
is not
president,
the same po.
it's not the same. But it was acceptable to them because that's how their system works.
Okay. Let's now delve deeper into the circumstances surrounding the arrest. I give up it's falsehood upon falsehood. General Torre, when were you assigned as the head of the CIDG? Dahil naalala ko, inaresto po ninyo si Pastor Kibuloy, August 24, tapos na-promote kayo. Pero by the way, congratulations, na-promote pala kayo. Wala pang isang buwan, na-promote kayo ulit. At napunta kayo sa CIDG 2024, di po ba? Isang buwan after the Kibuloy arrest. Tama po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were assigned to the CIDG specifically. What would you say are the main mandates of the CIDG? Anong mission nito?
We're the lead investigating unit of the PNP on matters delving on major crimes and those involving economic sabotage and other sensational cases that may be assigned by the Chief of the Philippine National Police.
So to reiterate, it's monitoring, investigation, and prosecution of all crimes related to economic sabotage and other crimes of such magnitude to the extent that they're commissioned by highly placed or professional criminal syndicates are involved. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, ma'am.
That is your mission. in
That's the
fact.
general mission, ma'am.
Yes. And part of the CID mission as well is to investigate major violations of the revised penal code, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the CIDG is largely the elite investigation arm of the PNP, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Criminal Investigation and Detection Group, tama?
Yes, ma'am.
Kung ganon, yung pag-aaresto ng high-profile persons katulad ni PRRD, kasama sa core function ninyo, investigasyon pa rin ba yun?
Implementation of warrants is part of the CIDG's mandate, ma'am.
Yes, but it's the after effect. It's not the core function. Bakit kayo naging lead? Kitang-kita naman, nung March 11, not only was the CIDG involved in the arrest, kayo pa rin yung lead sa operation.
Yes,
We can clearly see na kayo ang pinakamataas. You were the highest ranking member of the PNP in many of the videos.
I was directed by the Chief of the Philippine National Police, ma'am.
Yes, perhaps our Chief PNP can explain. Bakit yung CIDG ang naging lead? Samantalang investigasyon ang dapat mission nila.
Ma'am, I just want to, yun sa background po natin, yun sa PNP po, ang Interpol PCTC have to, ang dalawa lang po yung pinapadala niya, no? Pagka dun sa PNP po, ang main task po namin, pagka PCTC, CIDG, ang sa NBI naman, NBI Interpol. So usually, pagka may request po ang PCTC, ang pinakadiretso po namin is CIDG, not any other unit when it comes to arrest po.
Pero you had the choice, ano?
Madam Chair.
Hindi naman lagi si IDG nag-aaresto nitong mga high-profile personalities. Wala naman akong nakikitang si IDG sa TV pag nakikita yung iba't ibang krimen. Hindi naman lagi sila eh.
Ma'am, when it comes to the request of the PCTC, ang tasking po is always sa CIDG po. Yun po yung ano natin sa
Ang
PCTC.
binanggit ni Executive Director ay yung NBI. Wala siyang binanggit na CIDG.
Ma'am, when it comes to the PNP, ang PNP po, ang automatic po namin, it's from me, I always task the CIDG po when it comes to Interpol matters po.
So it's in fact your choice. General Torre is a trusted and competent general, and that's the reason you chose him.
No, ma'am, that's for me, it's always the CIDG when it comes to yung mga national po ng, ano po, ng huli po.
Yes, Senator Bato, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. General Marbel, kung si General Torre ang pinapa-operate mo doon, ibig bang sabihin na lahat ng actions niya, lahat ng ginawa niya ay sanction mo?
Opo, it's under po ng Philippine National Police po yan.
So lahat ng ginawa niya, sagot mo?
Yes, sir, opo.
Thank you. That's the PNP that I would like to believe. Whatever your people does or fail to do, sagot mo. Diba?
Just want to clarify, no? Ang sinasabi po natin, all legal po. Ang sinasabi lang, we're just assisting po yung PCTC. That's reasonable po na ang request po is coming from PCTC
I'm not
po.
referring to PCTC anymore. Yung sa kabuuhan ng operation.
Dito po sa Philippine National Police, lahat po ng action ng Philippine National under po sa atin, it's all legal po. When it comes to illegal, meron naman po kami mga ginagawa po dyan.
Hindi ko na sinabi illegal. Akin lang, basta yung ginawa ng tao mo, sagot mo. Dahil ikaw si PNP, di ba? Dapat ganun. Yan man talagang kuwan natin, trabaho natin. Sagot ko kayo lahat dahil you are carrying out my orders.
Yes, sir. Tama po yan. Kasi ang mandate po ng CID is really to effect po yung mga warrants of arrest po.
Okay, yeah, just for the record. Just for the record, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes, maraming salamat. Palibhasa inassign nga ni Chief PNP si General Torre bilang lead ng pag-aaresto kay former President. Masasabi ba natin na yung aresto ni PRRD ay CIDG operation?
It's a PCTC operation, ma'am, requested to the Philippine National Police.
Pero kayo ang lead. So ikaw ang masasabi natin. Kitang-kita naman doon sa video, kayo nagmamando, sangkatutak yung pulis, pero kayo yung pinakamataasang rango. Pagkatapos, talagang CIDG operation ng labas. Tama ba yun?
Sa level, ma'am, ng implementation ng orders, pagbigay ng mission, that is led by me, supported by the other units of the Philippine National Police, as directed by the Chief of the Philippine National Police.
That's right, but I did not see any other higher-ranking generals than you. You were the only one there. You were clearly the one leading the pack and determining what would happen next.
Baka hindi lang siguro, ma'am, na nakikita ang ibang high-ranking officers doon sapagkat nakamix ang
Sinabi mo nga, Nick, na you said that, well, sir, ako ang pinakamataas dito.
Yes, sir.
I'm two-star, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so you stick to that.
Pero meron, sir, mga matataas na official doon,
pero
sir.
ikaw,
At together with me, sir,
Sino-sino na mas mataas sa'yo at nagmamando? Wala naman kasi kaming narinig. Ikaw lang ang nandun. Wala namang masama kung ikaw ang inassign. Di syempre, gagampanan mo, di ba?
We are under the direction of the Chief PNP. He was there personally. Ang pag-implement lang, sir, ng actual arrest ay ang aking ginawa, and I operated under that direction to ensure the proper service of the warrant, the observation of the law, protection of the arrested person, and ensuring his safe delivery
Okay lang.
sa kung saan man siya pinapadala sa akin.
So
ma'am.
simple lang. Was it a CIDG operation? Yes or no lang po? Para
No, ma'am.
maliwanag
That's
na.
a PNP operation.
CIDG bahagi naman ng PNP. Pero sa dinami-dami ng division, sa dinami-dami ng pangkat sa PNP, CIDG ang pinili ng Chief PNP na maglulunsad nito. Tama po ba?
That is an operation, composite operation. That is an operation headed by a composite team of the PNP, led by the director of the CIDG, ma'am.
So, who gave the order to
The chief.
have President Duterte transported to The Hague? Sino nagbigay sa'yo ng order?
Sir, my order is to serve, the order that I received from the Chief of the Philippine National Police is to serve the warrant and ensure his delivery to the 250th Wing, to the team that will deliver him to The Hague. On the nuances of the higher authorities, I may not be privy to that information.
Okay. Hanggang doon lang sa 250. Sino nagpadala sa kanya sa aeroplano? Nagpasakay sa aeroplano?
The order for me, sir, is to deliver him to the team that will deliver him to The Hague. And
Sinong
nakita
team na yun?
Na-establish naman natin, sir, that it is done by the Interpol.
Interpol. Sinong Interpol doon? Sinong Interpol doon?
Si Ambassador Lacanilaw?
Kanila o nag-order sa'yo na isakay sa aeroplano?
Sir, I think we have already established. Yung order ko is for me to deliver him to the 250th Wing and deliver him to the team.
Okay,
and assist the
nandun na
team.
siya sa 250th Wing. Ngayon, pinilit mo siyang ilabas. Nakita ko pa yung matanda, humawak sa lamisa. Ayaw siya magpadala sa'yo. Ayaw niyang sumakay sa aeroplano. Sino nag-order sa'yo na isakay siya sa aeroplano? Sino nag-order sa'yo?
Can I defer the questions, sir? The answer to the questions to the SOJ, considering that I have a team
you
of
are the
PG
one
there.
there. Wala si SOJ doon. Ikaw ang nagkarga sa kanya sa aeroplano. Kaya tinatanong kita, who gave you the order?
Still, sir, I take my orders from the Chief of the Philippine National Police.
So, Chief PNP, you give the order to have former President Duterte board the plane?
Ma'am, I think that from the very beginning, the DOJ's advice was sought on every step of the way.
Yes,
And
sir.
we gave the clearance to serve the warrant
Yes, sir.
of arrest.
I am asking them because they are on the ground. Sila ang nag-implement doon. Kaya, Chief PNP, you give the order to the CIDG?
The order of to the CID is really to assist the PCTC when it comes to arrest po.
So, sino nagbigay ng order kay General Torre na ipasakay sa aeroplano?
It's always the guidance that ang ano po namin is really to assist ang PCTC po.
Kaya nga. Oh, PCTC.
PCTC
Were you the
kayo?
one who ordered the boarding of President Duterte sa aeroplano?
Yes, General Alcantara, please.
Mr. Senator, Madam Chair, I've said from time to time that my mandate is to coordinate our law enforcement agencies to comply with the requirement of the Interpol.
Correct. I believe you, sir. Coordination ka lang. Coordination ka lang. Pero sinabi ni General Marvel
That
na
is
ikaw daw nag-order sa
That
kanya.
is the limit of my power.
Yeah.
That's-
But according to General Marvel, ikaw daw nag-order sa
and
kanila
that is-
na isakay sa aeroplano si
And that
Pangulong
is the
Duterte.
limit also of my authority. That's my mandate.
To
My
have him.
mandate is to coordinate,
Coordinate.
disseminate.
So, for the record, hindi ka nagbigay ng order kay General Marvel na isakay siya sa aeroplano? Hindi. For the record.
For the record, I am not the authority to order the arrest, to order the
So just
boarding of the plane.
categorically, did you or did you not give the order to General Marvel?
No.
No. So, General Marvel, are you lying?
So I'm not lying, but I just want to have the executive privilege po regarding this matter, this operational matter.
Nandito na tayo eh. Executive privilege ka dyan.
Bakit naging executive privilege?
Kanina
bigla?
sinabi mo, PCTC ang nagbigay ng order. Ngayon, mag-executive privilege ka.
Kung sino-sino na tinuro mo.
That's why
biglang
we didn't want to
executive
attend the last
privilege.
hearing because this is what we were expecting, ma'am. we didn't want to be bullied into a
no,
position.
we're not bullying you, sir.
Nobody's
We're
bullying.
not
I
bullying
think
you,
that
sir. We're not bullying you, sir.
you're trying to make people admit something that they will not admit.
Well,
And executive
no, we're
privilege is
trying
a
to
valid
derive
excuse
information.
not to answer any
Secretary
question.
President
Remulla.
Duterte is already at The Hague.
Tapos na
We're
ang
asking
boxing.
kung sino nagpadala doon sa kanya.
Sino
Yun ang
nag-order?
tanong
We're
natin.
trying to understand every step of
As
the
I said
way.
earlier, everything was cleared with the DOJ.
We are not bullying you, sir. Ha? We want the truth.
That's why if we
So,
try to make a person admit something that should not be admitted, it means that there is something more to it, which is the clearance given by the DOJ was probably the most important part of it, to serve the warrant of arrest and to surrender the person under the law.
I'm sorry, Secretary Remulla. I recall that General Torre, nagbigay siya ng interview na sinabi niya, bigyan lang ako ng eroplano. Ako nang bahala dyan. Tama po ba? Yung nabasa ko, na sinabi niyo, ako nang bahala, basta bigyan ako ng eroplano. Nabasa po namin sa media, fake news po ba yun o hindi?
Kasi kailangan niyo po talaga siyang ilipad sa dahig.
General Torre,
Please panoorin ninyo, nandyan, arrest him, bring him to the Hague, yun lang. Pakita lang.
So paano po
General
binabasa
Torre.
inyo ni PNP Chief Marbil na how did he say that to you? Na no matter what, we need to fly the former president to the Hague and we need to implement the ICC arrest warrant.
Arrest him and bring him to the Hague. Yun na. Simple as that. Arrest him and bring him to the Hague. Sagot ko lang, sir, bigyan mo ko aeroplano. O di ayos.
And then the rest, you planned everything.
Matagal na yun eh. Ang plano na yan, matagal na yan. Hindi yan spur of the moment eh. Matagal na yan. And nagkataon lang na talagang yun, the opportunity arose.
So Secretary Remulla, nagpa-interview na si General Torre. We're not bullying him. He voluntarily gave this interview. And like many of our countrymen, napanood namin. Sinabi niya na siya talaga. Paano ba yun? Sino nag-utos sa kanya?
Ano nga yan, ma'am? Sabi ko nga, clear namin lahat yan. Kasi they were asking me the
Klino po
legalities.
ninyo,
Even if I was
clear.
abroad, my advice was being sought. And I gave them the advice. That,
So kayo
number
ang
one,
nagutos?
serve the warrant of arrest. And number two, surrender him to the Hague. That's what the law provides.
so sir, you're the one giving the orders.
Well, in some ways, because I gave them the legal basis for all the actions that happened.
So you're the one giving the orders.
If I have to be the one, then if I am the one
No, sir.
that is referred to, I will admit it.
Kasi
That I gave the clearances to number one, serve the warrant of arrest as I saw it, as I deemed fit, and number two, to fly him to the Hague to be surrendered under Section 17 of Republic Act 9851. And that is, I caused this through my brother,
Yes,
who is the Secretary of the Interior and Local Government.
Sir, giving orders is different from giving clearance. Klaruhin natin ito.
Well,
Ang tinatanong ko is, sinong nag-utos? Because PNP is a uniform organization. Hindi yan gagalaw kung wala mag-uutos. Ang tinatanong namin ng komite, sino nag-uutos? Ikaw sabi mo, you're the one giving the clearance. Ngayon, ina-admit mo na parang sinasabi mo na kung gano'n man lang, ako na nagbibigay ng orders. So, nalalabuan ako doon. Kasi sabi mo, nagki-clearance, nagbibigay ka ng clearance sa kanila. Sa kanilang ginagawa,
kasi
every step of the way.
it's a crisis management time. Kailangan maklear lahat. Dapat malinaw mag-isip yung mga taong kasama sa
nasabihan
usapan.
mo na ahead of time. Na-clear na lahat yan.
Tinatanong nila sa akin kung ano nga. Ang sinabi ko talaga dyan, number one, you can serve the warrant. And number two, Hague. Surrender him to the Hague under the law.
So-
That is what the law provides.
So ang ibig sabihin, nalaman na ninyo na may warrant bago pa umabot yung March 11, 3 a.m. na sinasabi?
Hindi po. Nalaman
may clearance
ko,
na
una-una,
before March
sasabihin ko sa inyo,
11.
nalaman ko po na merong problema nung March 9, ako po yung nasa airport at sinasabi sa akin, mukhang may mga chismis na merong warrant.
So balik tayo sa
Pero
chismis.
chismis mo yun. Kung alam ko kung totoo yun, hindi na po ako lumipad. I would have stayed here. Pero I had to fly because I had a commitment
So nautusan ninyo ng March
with
9?
the UNODC.
So nautusan ninyo ng March 9 si PNP Chief
Hindi ho,
Marbil?
nung dumating po yung warrant, yung diffusion order, pinadala po sa akin yan. Siyempre, ang technology naman, nasa Vienna po ako, kahit iba yung oras. Nung nakita ko po yung diffusion order, sabi ko, it's valid. You can serve it. Tsaka may warrant na kasama kasi yun eh. May warrant po kasama na pinadala sa akin eh. Sabi ko, it's a valid warrant.
Akala ko yung diffusion hindi warrant. Bakit
Hindi ba, may kasama kong warrant yun.
Usapin?
It had an accompanying warrant which was given to me. And that warrant which was the one that was served to the former president.
Balikan muna natin ang CIDG. Kasi sinabi nga dito sa interview na pinanood natin na alam na ninyo na meron kayong papel sa pag-aaresto. Masasabi ba ninyo na well-planned itong arrest? Kasi it was planned weeks in advance. May nakita tayo dito na naabutan na ninyo, matagal ng plano yan. Pwede ba nating paliwanag itong statement po ninyo, anticipation? Kasi yan ang actually pagdating ko, may plano na. Anticipation ng warrant. Sabi ninyo pagdating nyo. So dumating kayo mga bandang September, meron na yan.
Ma'am, maraming salamat talaga sa tanong na yan. For me to clarify that statement na natitwist na sa social media. That interview is made from the context of the chief of the CIDG. Isang part lamang ng PNP, maliit lang akong parte ng PNP, na may sariling mandato. Kaya tumatakbo sa akin, ma'am, yung crisis, palaging tumatakbo dyan, bilang operations officer, bilang commander, yung 4 P's of contingency planning. Predict, prevent, prepare, perform. Palaging may plano. Dahil nagbabasa ako ng dyaryo, ito, may possibility na lalabas ang mga to. So, naghahanda ako na pag inutusan ako ng Chief PNP, hindi ako magsimula sa zero. So, it's not about anything, about sinister or anything, but it's just part of my job to plan for it. So, ano ang mga dapat, pag may lumabas may mga wanted person, in-anticipate natin lalabas ang warrant.
So hindi pa dumarating yung diffusion notice noong March 11, may plano ka na?
Hindi ko po dinidinayan, ma'am. Part ng aking trabaho ang mag-prepare ng contingencies.
Tama,
para
hindi
pag
naman
nautusan
kita
ako,
binibintang.
naka-ready po yan, ma'am.
Meron kang interview, sinabi nga na January 2025, nagkumpuni ka na ng secret 80-page plan na ang tawag Operation Pursuit ng New York Times. Ang pagkaintindi natin, Oplan Tugis. Tama ba yun?
Wala po akong sinabing ganyan, ma'am. Kung sino man ang source niyan, I'm not very sure about it.
Lumabas sa lahat ng media, sa GMA, pati New York Times sinabi.
Pwede po nating makita, ma'am, kung
Hindi
possible.
ko alam. Yan lang ang nabasa ko, katulad ng marami. Operation Pursuit, tapos translate Oplan Tugis.
Okay, may pangalan ko ba ako na naging source, ma'am, kung pwede ko makita? Kasi until this point, gusto ko rin po, ma'am, maraming salamat sa pag-clarify nito. Gusto ko sana makita, ma'am, yung pangalan ko talaga.
Ang PNP, ang nagplano na ng isang Oplan Tugis.
I'm just one of the...
Napakahaba ng...
Yun lang, ma'am. I'm just one of the 220... Unfortunately, I'm just one of the 220,000 policemen of the PNP right now. Kung sinong source nila, gusto ko sana nga makita, ma'am, na ang pangalan ko talaga is nandyan, na sinabi ko yan. Kasi na-attribute sa akin yan, ma'am, eh. Kaya I'm really thankful at this opportunity to clear that...
Yes, Senator
ng
Bato.
news.
Andyan,
How about that Chief PNP? Hindi kayo source niyan?
Yeah, sabi kasi si PNP Chief Marbil, inutusan si General Torre na ilalagay si Presidente Duterte under police custody as soon as the ICC issues the arrest warrant.
Wala po kaming ganyan at hindi ko po nakita yung Oplan Tugis na sinasabi niyo ngayon.
So ibig sabihin yung New York Times, lahat ng local media, sinungaling. Okay lang, sabihin lang natin alin yung totoo, alin yung hindi, para maliwanagan kami.
Madam Chair, mas naniniwala ako sa kanila pag sinabi nila yan kaysa dyan sa mga lumalabas na balita. Kapag sinabi nila na hindi silang source, naniniwala ako.
Okay, paniwalaan natin. Tama naman, dapat paniwalaan ng kapulisan. Meron ba kayong memorandum, document, outline tungkol dito sa aresto? ng March 10 or March 11, bago pa dumating yung warrant, meron na ba kayong plano? Kasi sabi nga ninyo, General Torre, lagi kayong naghahanda for any eventuality. Crisis management nga naman.
For the specific, yung March 11, ma'am, wala talagang pre-planned na sinasabing itong specific. Kaya on the fly ngayon, ma'am, na ginawa, ma'am. So everything that was done there, based on the contingencies, meron tayong mga, may situation analysis, may...
Pero sinabi rin ninyo, matagal ng plano yan.
Yes, ma'am.
Naabutan ko na yan. Pagdating ko, meron na yan. Anticipation na kami.
Actually, ma'am, yung pinaka-mother of plan yan, ma'am, baka kasi yung pursuit na yan, hindi tugi sa pinagsimulan, baka manhunt. Kaya pursuit, baka manhunt yung manhunt Charlie natin, na mayroong ganyan ang PNP.
Hindi
The accounting of wanted persons.
Hindi po, General Torre, kasi may PNP memos for deployment. Pinirmahan ni Chief PNP Marbil, March 10 pa lang. Wala pang arrest warrant, magde-deploy na tayo ng kapulisan sa NCR at pati na rin sa Davao. Diba? May memo tayo, pinakita natin nung first hearing. Yes, Chief Marbil, please.
Ma'am, that's a regular deployment po yung pinapadala po natin. Yun po yung ano natin.
Bakit kayo nagde-deploy? Wala pang warrant?
That's already part of the contingencies. Kasi hindi naman natin madi-deny na napaka-high profile ni FPRRD. Ito na nga, may preparation na may probability na lalabas itong order na to. On my part, lalabas ang
Pero
order na to.
sabi, nung unang hearing ni Secretary John Vic, na chismis lang naman, magde-deploy ka sa chismis lamang?
There's really no harm in erring on the side of caution, ma'am. Palaging ganyan. Prevent after the prediction. We prevent whatever. Kaya palaging predict yan ang scanning the operational environment, threat assessments,
So wala
preparation,
talagang
IPB.
plano. Pero sinabi mo, matagal ng plano yan. Alin ba talaga?
The contingencies are there, ma'am. Hindi na sinasabing wala talaga kaming alam at wala kaming pinaghahandaan. May contingencies tayo, ma'am. So it's always there.
So you're
part of the
saying that
PNP.
it was just general contingency planning,
Yes, ma'am.
no specific incident was anticipated, although sinabi rin ninyo, anticipation ko na yan.
Pagdating ng mga...
Anticipation ng warrant ng ICC, that's very specific po.
Ma'am,
Hindi siya generic contingency planning.
Opo. Part na ho ng aking trabaho na, ma'am, yan, nakita ko na, sabi ko, naku, paano pag nautusan ako bigla, lumabas ang warrant at i-implement ito. Nasa Hong Kong ang ating subject. So, that's all part of the anticipation already and the
So in
contingency
fact, there was a
planning.
plan.
Ma'am,
So in fact, there was a plan.
There was a-
Kasi nag-anticipate na kayo na
In-adjust na
magkakaroon
lang.
ng warrant.
ina-adjust natin ang contingencies, ma'am. Ina-adjust ko ang contingencies so that pagdating ng specific na order
Kayo
sa
lang ang
akin,
nagplano mag-isa sa buong PNP.
I'm the head of the CIDG, ma'am. I have,
Pero kayo lang ang nagplano
I have
ng
2,000
operation.
people. I have 2,000 people under me.
Sir. I understand, General. And we respect the CIDG for its outstanding track record. Kaya lang, tinatanong ko lang, kasi sinabi ninyo na iba-ibang grupo ang nagkumpune ng task force o kung ano man ang tawag doon, na iba-ibang bahagi ng PNP, hindi lang naman CIDG, kasi ayaw ninyong tawagin ng CIDG operation. Sino-sino pa ang kasama sa planning dito sa anticipation ng ICC warrant?
Thank you very much for the praises to the CIDG, ma'am, first and foremost. Ako rin, ma'am, ang naglabas ng mga request na ito po ang mga components na kailangan, ang mga makakailangan ko at
Sino-sino
ma-engage
po?
just in case na ito ay it will come down. So if you have seen, meron doon mga Special Action Force, kasi nga, ni-request ko ang mga yon. I requested them through the Chief PNP. Sir, I need the Special Action Force. I also need the NCRPO to stand by on alert na ang kanilang mga civil disturbance management ay mag-ready rin just in case na magkaroon ng mga rally, magkaroon ng mga mass movements, ready rin kami
So kahit papano, hindi totoo na walang plano kasi may anticipation ka na eh. At saka
definitely, ma'am.
nananawagan ka na sa
Definitely.
iba't ibang tropa.
Definitely, we are denying that that plan from the context of being sinister and really plotting against the former president. It's not like that. We are just making sure that the PNP will be up to its mandate of protecting the peace and order and the well-being of the citizens, even though this an event as controversial as this goes down.
So Chief Marbil, tama ba inauthorize ninyo na tawagan yung iba't ibang pangkat ng PNP si General Torre? Siya nang namahala ng lahat.
Ma'am, ako po ang in charge po ng Philippine National Police. I just ordered General Torre to prepare. Yun po yung contingency natin. Kasi we heard from the news coming from the former president that there will be an ICC.
Pero iba-iba na yung mga grupo na tinatawagan niya, hindi na si IGG lang.
That's ma'am, dun sa atin sa ano natin, meron po yung power ng CIDG that's really to help from other units po. Okay naman po sa Philippine National Police po yan.
Okay, eto naman tayo sa mga nangyari doon sa Villamor na, no, sa 250th. Ano na ang nangyari doon? Gusto lang natin malaman at itatanong kung anong nangyari dahil nandito na tayo, no? Umabot na tayo sa Villamor. Was there a time na may binantaan ka o tinakot o pinagsabihan kung sino man doon?
At the end of the day, ma'am, everything that happened in the 250th wing is for the purpose of bringing the former president to the plane peacefully. So, nandun yung continuum on the application of forces. So, nandun yung pakiusap muna na ginawa namin simula pa nang siya ay ma-take into custody up to nang isasakay na siya. So, continuum forces. Pakiusap and everything, and kailangan there's always a time to tell them that...
Parang hindi na pakiusap ang nangyari.
Yes, ma'am.
Kasi inaresto na ninyo si Attorney Medialdeo, sabi ninyo, obstruction of justice, tama?
Force continuum, ma'am.
At
na
sinabi
hindi na
rin
sa
ninyo
pakiusap.
doon sa last hearing natin, under oath, sinabi naman ninyo na talagang hinandcuff ninyo at binasahan na ninyo ng Miranda,
Because
tama?
on the force continuum, ma'am, pataas ang application of force. Pinakiusap ko, 10 oras na nakikiusap, hindi masunod, and alas 12 na, mag-alas 10 na, lilipad ng aeroplano,
Pero teka,
in-elevate ko ng konti. So, I became
nandidiin ka
forceful
na.
at that time.
Okay. Pero ang tanong, bakit inaresto? May paghadlang ba sa proseso ng batas? May tunay ba na obstruction of justice? May panahon ba na pinigilan ni E.S. Medialdea kung sino man testigo na magsalita? Binago ba niya? Sinira ba niya yung mga dokumento? Tinago ba niya ang makakatakas na suspect? Lahat ng obstruction of justice, may pekeng pangalan ba na binigay? Pinagtatanggal niya na paglitis ng isang krimen, lahat ba yun? Talagang obstruction of justice. Alin bahagi dyan ng obstruction?
Ang specific po ng ginawa ni E.S. Medialdea para siya ay aking arestuhin sa obstruction of justice, he prevented me from taking physical custody of President Duterte so that he can be boarded on the bus that will bring him on the plane. Yun na, ma'am. Kaya part yun, I read him his right. Kaya pataas na pataas, ma'am, ang level ng...
So talaga
How did he prevent you? Kasi ang nakita ko naman, naglagay lang naman siya ng upuan dun para upuan ng dating Pangulo.
He is placing himself between me and the former president, ma'am.
Umarang siya. Kaya ba niyang harangan yon? Daan-daan pulis ang kasama mo?
Ako, ma'am, personal na hinarang niya, which is kailangan ko siyang alisin so that I can actually order my men to take custody of the former president and bring him to The Hague. Ang
dami-dami po ninyo. May kakayahan ba o kapangyarihan si E.S. Medialdea na hadlangan ka at yung libo-libong kapulisan na dalhin si FPRRD sa Hague?
Yes, ma'am. Kasi nung nandun siya, hindi namin nagawa. Pero inaresto ko siya, nagawa namin, ma'am.
Tama ba yun? Klaro ba kayo na ang ginawa lang, ang sinabi nyo sa last hearing, ang sabi ninyo, he was blocking my way preventing us, he placed another chair at the side of the president for the former president to sit. Yun lang, naglagay lang ng upuan. Obstruction of justice na ba yan?
Opo, ma'am. Kasi ma'am, kung hindi siya umalis doon, hindi namin talaga maisakay sa bus si former president. Kaya nga,
Dahil lang sa isang upuan?
no, ma'am. Pag umupo siya uli, problema na uli yun, ma'am. Paano namin siya mapalakad? Di, bubuhatin namin siya.
Eh,
Which is,
libo-libo
I
naman
really don't
kayo.
want to do. Yes, ma'am.
Apakaklaro naman sa PD 1829. Yung obstruction of justice, iilan lang naman ang patakaran, ilan lang yung pamamagitan para obstruction. Wala namang sinasaad doon na, lalagyan mo ng upuan para maupo yung matanda. Meron bang ganun?
Ma'am, basta ang bottom line lang po dito, ma'am, after he was removed from the area, wala pang 5 minutes, ma'am, the former president said, let's go. Kaya siya ay
So,
sumakay
what
ng bus.
particular mode?
Wag mong gawing justification yan na General Torre na porque na-handcuff mo na si ASB Jaldia, 5 minutes, nadala mo na kaagad si Pangulong Duterte sa aeroplano. Ang tanong dito ngayon, yung pag-handcuff mo ba, anong justification mo? Yun lang naman. Yun lang naman, bakit?
I stand by it, sir. I read him his rights and tell him what law he's violated, and I arrested him and told him exactly what is the basis of my arrest for him. And lawyer siya, sumama naman sa akin, sir, ng maayos, si Ias Medialdea. Actually, hindi ko na nga
Sino hindi
nailagay
sasama doon? Kadami ninyo doon.
Kaya nga,
Handcuff
sir.
na ninyo.
Ganun lang talaga, sir, siguro. Dahil there's really a need to put an end on everything at that night na kailangan matapos na yung situation.
Balik tayo. Ilang beses mo na inulit-ulit. Hulihin si President Duterte at dalhin sa dahig. Yun talaga mission mo.
Yes, sir.
Sino nag-order sa'yo?
The Chief of the Philippine National Police, sir.
Si Senator Robin nagtsatsaga rito, sabi niya, magsasalita din daw siya. Okay lang.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat po sa ating ginang tagapangulo at kay General Bato, Senator Bato. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Pasensya na po, ako po kasi may press con. Kailangan po akong makaalis kaagad. Gusto ko lamang pong iparating sa lahat na wala na po dito si Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Ito pong mga pinag-uusapan natin, ito po ay pagsuporta lang namin kay Senator Amy. Pero alam niyo po sa ating mga magigiting na panauhin dito, napaka-ironic lamang po na alam naman po natin lahat, batid natin lahat, nadadalawang pangulo lang po ang lumaban sa komunista. Una, si Ferdinand Marcos Sr. Ano po ang nangyari? Inalis natin sa bansa. Ang sumunod na lumaban po sa komunista ay si Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Ang tanong ko lamang po sa PNP, hindi ko po kayo hinuhusgahan. Hindi po ba nyo tinanong man lang sa mga nag-uutos po sa inyo kung bakit natin dadalhin sa dahig ang ating dating Pangulo na alam naman po natin na buhay ang Communist Party sa Netherlands. Alam naman po natin na hinihingi natin dati na i-transport dito si Joma Sison, dalhin dito sa Pilipinas. Pero nagkabaliktad po, ang tinransport natin ay yung dating Pangulo natin na lumaban sa komunista. Ito lamang po, tanong ko, bilang ako po'y dating rebelde. Hindi ko naman po yan pinagkakaila. Hindi ko po maintindihan kung bakit tayo po ay nag-submit dito sa mga tiga-Netherlands. Alam naman po natin, kahit po itanong ninyo, ako po ay palagi dyan sa Utrecht. Kasama po si Joma. Hindi ko po yan dinideny. Pero nakakagulat lamang po na dinala natin doon ang dating Pangulo. Yun po ba, hindi po ba alam ng PNP na karamihan po sa mga dumadating na pera sa komunista, sa mga terorista, ay galing po sa abroad. Yan po yung mga tanong na kailangan ko po sanang itanong sa inyo at marinig ang mga sagot ninyo, pero naubos na po ang oras natin sa paikot-ikot. Ako po ay gusto ko pong iparating sa inyo ang kalungkutang napakalalim. Sapagkat sama-sama po tayong lumaban. Gusto po natin ng law and order sa ating bansa. Pero pagdating po sa kaduluduluhan, alam niyo po, General Torre, congratulations, nakadalawang medalya na po kayo. Pero alam niyo po, sir, nalulungkot po ako dahil yung katapangan po ninyo, sir, medyo nakalulungkot po. Bakit? Napakatanda na po ni former President, sir. Ako naman po, tagahanga ninyo sa pagkamatapang ninyo, sir, pero napakatanda na po ni former President. At alam naman po natin, sir, na lumaban yan sa komunista. Alam niyo yan, sir. Sana naging konting, ano lang po tayo ba? Binigyan naman natin ng konting, kung paano natin tinitingnan yung mga medalya nyo, hindi lang nalagyan ng medalya si Presidente, pero kung sa medalya mag-uusapan, tinulungan niya tayo laban sa mga terorista. Yun lamang po, sir. Sana napakasakit isipin. Ito pong bagay na ito, parang pati itong ambassador natin. Ano po ba talaga ang... ito po ba talagang operation para may alis dito ang ating dating Pangulo? Kanino po ba? Kasi kami, pinopuwersa kami lahat ng mga supporter ni Digong na i-contempt po kayo. Pero hindi po namin ginagawa. Sapagkat ang order, walang order sa amin na ipakontempt kayo. Kung galing lang to kay FPRRD o galing kay BP na pakontempt kayo, kukontempt kita, boss. Baka ako pa magsabi na ako hahatak sa'yo. Pero hindi ko ginagawa, boss. Kasi walang order sa amin na gawin sa inyo yan. Ang natatandaan lang po namin na sinabi ni FPRRD na malinaw na ginagawa ng pulis ang order sa kanila. Kaya po namin kayo nirirespeto, sir, dahil yun ang sinabi ng boss namin. Yun ang sinabi ng chairman ng PDP, na ginagawa lang ng pulis ang trabaho nila. Pero sana naman, sir, isipin din natin kung anong itinanim ni FPRRD sa bansang ito. Nilabanan natin ng komunista. Talaga bang yan ba talaga ang kapalaran ng mga presidenteng lumalaban sa komunista? Isang in-exile, isang sinurrender. Ano ba po talaga itong bansa natin? Tayo po ba'y demokratiko talaga? Tayo po ba'y under control ng komunista? Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Magandang hapon. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. At mabalik tayo dito sa obstruction of justice na hindi namin maintindihan. Pagkat yung paglalagay nga ng upuan, parang hindi naman yun sapat para sa Section 1 ng PD 1829. Ang liwaliwanag, nakalista ron kung paano. So, parang wala namang basehan para arestuhin si E.S. Medialdea. It's just blocking you. Sabi mo, palibasa malaking tao, naglagay ng upuan. Ganun ba yun? Yes, General Torre. Yun na yun. Talagang yun na yung base mo.
Ma'am, he has been doing that for the past 10 hours, preventing us from physically taking custody of the president, of the former president. So,
physically? Kasi nakita
yes,
naman namin tsaka lang tumayo tapos kumuha ng upuan. So, did you actually arrest E.S. Medialdea in order to threaten or coerce PRRD to get on the plane? Nananakot po kayo? Or baka naman kayo ang nananakot, hindi naman si
the word
E.S.
threatened may not be
Medialdea.
appropriate at this time, ma'am. I just arrested E.S. Medialdea based on the facts that I see at that time, which is obstruction of justice.
Sa anong paraan na hinahadlangan ni E.S. Medialdea yung proseso? Kasi hindi ko maintindihan, hindi ko talaga makita.
He is physically restraining us from taking custody with the
I
president.
don't see him touching you. Wala dyan sa video, hindi ka naman hinahawakan.
Nasa gitna siya, ma'am, namin. He is
ang dami-dami
placing
naman
himself-
ninyo, kayang-kaya ninyong paligiran yung tao So palagay ko, paikot-ikot tayo dito sa istorya. Ako hindi naniniwala na may obstruction of justice. As a matter of fact, bakit hindi ninyo dinala si E.S. Medialdea sa kulungan nung gabing yun? Kasi pinusasan mo na, nag-Miranda rights ka na, ba't hindi mo dinala sa preso?
I have the option to file the case which way I deem appropriate at that time, ma'am. At ang nakita ko, dahil siya ay sumama sa former president sa aeroplano, I would just file the case later at the time. Depende na rin sa akin yun, ma'am, bilang arresting officer, whether I would like to
Lahat yun
pursue the
pwedeng
case
gawin
or
ng
not.
arresting officer, sigurado
Yes,
ka?
Yes,
Kasi, di ba, arrested person, 1 minute si E.S. Medialdea. Pagkatapos, di mo naman dinala sa kulungan. Ang ginawa mo, sinakay mo sa aeroplano, naging pasahero sa Hague. Paano nangyari yun? Tumakas ba siya sa kustodiya mo? Pinatakas mo ba? Rinilis mo ba? Ano nangyari doon? Inaresto mo tapos rinilis. Anong klase yun?
Those are decisions made in the context ng situation during the time, ma'am. So, sumakay siya sa aeroplano,
Teka lang.
pinasakay namin siya.
When did you release him? Kasi di ba nakaposas na nga
Yes,
siya.
ma'am.
Tapos binasahan ninyo at inaresto. Gaano katagal siyang arestado?
Actually, ma'am, nilagyan ko lang siya ng posas nang inaresto ko siya.
Oo.
And then, hindi nga niya mailagay ang kanyang kamay
Tama.
sa likod dahil na medyo malaki siya.
Oo.
So, even before we took less than 10 steps, hindi pa kami nakalabas dun sa pintuan ng room na yun, ma'am, hindi ko na ikinabit ang isa pang posas. And then, when he was in the bus, tinanggal ko na yung posas at pinasakay si Ms. Medialdea. Sabi ko, maraming salamat, sir. Antayin mo na muna ang presidente dito sa bus para sabayan mo siya papunta sa aeroplano.
Ang sinasabi niyo, diskarte mo na yon.
Yes, ma'am.
Diskarte mo. Pero hindi ba maliwanag na kapag arestado yung isang tao, hindi pwedeng palayain kung walang court order na naman? At saka kailangan may legal basis. Kahit may obligasyon ka, arestuhin because a crime is being committed in front of you. Hindi ba Article 223 yan ng ating revised penal code, infidelity in the custody of prisoners? Bakit mo pinalaya-biga?
I am the arresting officer, ma'am, and I have the option to file the case which way I want it. Whether I will present him for inquest or I will go a regular filing on the prosecutor's
But having
office.
arrested him, you cannot just release him. Bawal yun, di ba? Nasa revised penal code po, infidelity in the custody of prisoners. He's already a prisoner. You may also have violated your precious Article 125 for failing to deliver E.S. Medialdea to the proper authorities within 18 hours. A provision that you're very familiar with. Di ba sinabi ninyo, mamalasin naman kayo pag hindi ninyo sinurrender. Ba't hindi mo ginawa?
Again, ma'am, those are judgment calls that I made to ensure
They're not
the accomplishment of my
judgment
mission.
They are procedures.
They're the law.
They are
Yes, ma'am.
procedures.
I made that judgment call, the decision to just release him and bring him on the plane based on the prevailing situation as I saw it during the time. I think that's the most prudent. I really thought at that time that's the most prudent thing to do to ensure that the primary mission of bringing the president to The Hague is accomplished.
So to your mind, General Torre, you are empowered by law to release an arrested person without any order of any court. You're given the authority to arrest the person, release him kung gusto mo. Basta ikaw ang magdidiskarte. Ganun lang yon. Wala kang pakialam sa batas, sa revised penal code, sa lahat ng pinagbabawal. Ganun ba yun?
That's not the context that I made those decisions, ma'am. That's
Sasabi
not
lang
in those contexts.
Saan ka naman nakakita, inaresto mo yung tao, tapos isasakay mo, papuntang Hague. Anong klase yun? Nandito pa ba si Attorney Delgra? Sa online?
I'm here.
Andito pa pala si Attorney Delgra. Sige, tatanong ko lang, kasi nakita namin yung video, pakita lang yung video, kung saan kinakaladkad si Attorney Delgra ni General Torre. General Torre, gumamit ka ba ng dahas laban sa sinuman na nandun sa Villamor? Kasi nakita namin nagkakaladkad ka eh.
Ayun, kanina pa eh. Hindi naman dapat, ilan ang hinuli ngayong araw na ito, sir? Sa iba-ibang mga krimen. Ilan ang binigyan ng ganitong... Kasi nandito kayo lahat eh. Nag-iisang tao. Ilan ang binigyan ng ganitong tao. Ang daming krimen sa labas. Sa gawin kayo.
Sir, hindi kami humingi ng floor. Just invoke Article 59. Bakit hindi yan magawa-gawa? That's precisely the point that I'm saying.
Ano sa naman yan? Pero, please lang, bawal hawakan. Bawal hawakan! Bawal hawakan. Pwede ko na lang. Bawal
The right to counsel is something that has to be observed and respected. Kasi nga,
lawyer.
pag mo tayo, magstaka ka,
Lawyer, wag mo hawakan. Wag mo hawakan.
Okay, please go on. Kayo mga
General Torre, anong masasabi ninyo dito? Hindi ba yung pagtanggal ng upuan at pagkaladkad, paggagamit ng dahas? Si
Ma'am,
Attorney Delgra ba, tinakot ka ba? Nagbanta ba sa'yo o sa fellow officers mo? Physically, he was hindering you na naman from bringing PRRD to the plane. Bakit ninyo ginawa yan?
Ma'am, thank you very much for again showing that video for us, for giving us a chance to clarify the context of that video. Yan nga ma'am, kitang-kita naman natin kung hindi natin ginawa yon. Sasama ba ng kusa si President Duterte na sasakay sa eroplano? Kung hindi natin i-escalate ang ating
Ang
mga...
sinasabi niyo, General Torre, gawain at tamang gawain ng kapulisan ang magbanta, kaladkarin at gumamit ng dahas sa sino mang i-aarestuhin nila?
Ma'am, may time na nga inaaresto natin, tinututukan pa natin ng baril eh. So, that is in the force continuum.
Kaya okay to.
Ibig sabihin, ma'am, presence lang natin, kausapin lang natin, that's the first step, okay yan. Hindi nag-comply, lalabas tayo ng non-lethal weapon. Hindi pa rin nag-comply, we escalate on the other tactics that is deemed necessary and allowed by law na gamitin
Allowed
natin.
by law? Sigurado ka ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Talaga?
That is part allowed by law and by regulations, the appropriate measures to ensure that the person is taken into physical custody.
Teka muna, hindi mo
Reasonable
naman
necessity, ma'am.
inaaresto si Attorney Delgra. Ano ba yung sinasabi mo?
Ma'am,
Hindi naman si Attorney Delgra inaaresto eh.
inaalis ko siya actually, ma'am.
Bakit si Delgra pinag-iinitan mo at pinagbuhatan ng kamay, kinaladkad kung sa website?
Actually, ma'am, inaalis ko na siya so that other people can actually ask the President to stand up
Pero
and go to the
tinakot mo
plane.
siya eh. Hinila-hila mo eh.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Attorney Delgra, gusto ninyo.
Because hindi naman siya aalis kung hindi natin gagawin sa kanya yon.
Tinakot ba ninyo, Attorney Delgra? Naging
Madam President. Madam Chair.
Yes, Attorney Delgra, nandiyan pa kayo.
I've been listening to the answers of General Torre. Mali ata yung context na sinasabi niya. If I may.
Yes, please proceed, Attorney Delgra. Hindi naman kayo inaaresto.
Thank you, Madam
Bakit kayo binantaan? Bakit kayo kinaladkad? Hindi namin maintindihan.
Tama po, Madam Chair. Pati po ako, hindi ko rin maintindihan kung bakit ginawa ni General Torres sa akin yun. No? But what we have been saying, si E.S. Migueldea, pati po ako, nandun sa tabi ng dating Pangulo, ina-advise po namin siya as our counsel to invoke what the legal remedies available to him. Yung pong una, yung sinasabi ko na rin dito sa video, yung Article 59 ng Rome Statute, na kailangan siyang dalhin doon sa competent judicial authority ng custodial state. And the former president understood it very well. And that's the reason why he keeps on telling General Torre na dalhin siya sa korte. Pangalawa, which General Torre has not amplified a bit. Earlier, as mentioned, the doctor was able to get in, and the doctor herself said that there is a medical emergency na kailangan i-admit ang dating Pangulo sa hospital. And we have said that a number of times, me personally, to General Torre, and he has repeatedly denied the request. Yun po ang katotohanan dyan, patungkol doon sa rights ng dating Pangulo that he be brought to the hospital for a medical emergency. At one time, we even have an exchange with General Torre, and I hope he will admit this before the committee. I asked him na may medical emergency and he was asking for a medical abstract. Sabi ko, we don't have a medical abstract because the situation is fluid. We just learn about it now. You want to talk to the doctor? He doesn't want to talk to the doctor who was already there examining the former president. And that's how it happened. As it turned out, we knew all along that he will never be taken out of Villamor except into the plane and onto the Hague. Yun talaga ang plano. And he has in fact admitted it already in the interviews and before the Senate committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, General Torre. May isasagot po ba kayo dyan? Dahil eto nga, nagbanta ba si Attorney Delgra sa inyo o sa mga opisyal ninyo? Was he physically hindering you from bringing PRRD to the plane? Was he committing a crime? Yes, General Torre. Bakit siya kinaladkad? Hindi namin maintindihan.
As Attorney Delgra has himself admitted, sinasabi niya may medical emergency, may mga opinion ng doctors niya, which is contrary to the opinion of our doctors. And I think we can put that to rest already na walang medical emergency because the President himself, before he landed on a plane, made a video, sent to her daughter, posted on the internet, saying that he's okay. So, I think talagang ngayon,
Hindi ang
nasubstantiate
pasyente
natin,
nagsasabi noon, ang doktor po. Na
nasubstantiate,
personal choice, by the way.
nasubstantiate
Hindi
natin,
yung,
ma'am,
army doctor.
na wala nga talagang medical emergency. And
Balik
you have the
tayo kay
hindsight
Attorney
of a
Delgra.
2020 vision, 2020.
Okay lang yung collateral damage, yung mga katabi ni Presidente Duterte. Okay lang na saktan, arestuhin, na walang kasalanan yung mga katabi at nandyan para lang sumuko si PRRD.
Ma'am, I do believe that everything that I did during the time are all within the ambit of the law. Kung ngayon, kung may mga taong gusto magreklamo at ireklamo ako, I can answer them on the proper forum if they file the appropriate charges in court. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Attorney Delgra, did you think you were going to be the next to be arrested? Ang sinabi
Yes,
ninyo
Madam
kasi
Chair.
ang sinabi ni General Torre nung nakaraang hearing, nung first hearing, you are going to arrest Attorney Delgra. Tama po?
After I arrested A.S. Mijaldea, ma'am, when I came back to the room, I told him, you're the next. So he stepped out and then left PRRD and PRRD said, let's go.
Tinakot mo na, bakit hindi mo inaresto si Attorney Delgra?
He already stopped preventing me from doing my job. So umalis na siya.
How was
There's no
he
need for me.
preventing you? Hindi namin makita sa video, Attorney Delgra. You stopped preventing him. What exactly were you doing that prevented him?
Perhaps if I may recall, just a few minutes before that, Madam Chair, sinabi ni General Torre na inaresto niya na si E.S. Mijaldea at ako na yung susunod. Sa totoo lang, pagkatapos niya, and then eventually, 5 minutes thereafter, sumunod na si former President, and which is not true. Kasi pagkatapos ng umalis na si E.S. Mijaldea, nagbanta pa si General Torre na hihilain ko yan. I was still there beside the President. And actually, I did not left the side of the President. I was pulled out by one of the PNP personnel away from the President. And that's shortly thereafter, few seconds thereafter, they were able to secure the body of the former President. Ando na, maraming mga PNP na who surrounded the former President. And that was when I realized that they were able to secure the former President. And I realized then that he would now be brought to The Hague, as what General Torre has been telling us throughout the day that he will do it.
So, obstruction of justice ang sinasabi ninyo tungkol kay Attorney Delgra at kay E.S. Mijaldea, pero hindi na inaresto si Attorney Delgra. Tama po ba? Kasi sumakay na si PRRD sa eroplano.
Yes, ma'am.
Kung tutuusin, hindi na kailangan magbuhat ng kamay, magkaladkad, hilain. Kasi sumama naman pala eh.
after they were after I made it very, very clear that the escalation of yung aking pag-i-insist na sumunod sila sa aking sinasabi na sumakay si Presidente sa aeroplano, ay talagang nakita nilang desidido at determinado tayo doon. So, in
Disidido
fairness
kayo
naman,
hanggang sa nananakot kayo, nagbabanta kayo, nanghihila na kayo, physical na yung hawak ninyo.
for whatever it's worth, ma'am, wala namang umabo. And I would like to give credit to Attorney Delgra and to the former President na hindi na umabot sa ganong level sapagkat sila naman ay sumunod na, si former President ay sumunod na at sumakay sa aeroplano after all those things happened.
Pero napakaliwanag sa ating revised penal code, sa obstruction of justice, napakaliwanag rin sa manual ng PNP na dapat walang force, violence, threat, intimidation, or other means to vitiate the free will of the arrested person. So, bawal pa rin yun, di ba, sa manual ninyo? Bawal talaga yung paggagamit ng dahas, pananakot, pambabanta. Bawal yun eh.
Ma'am, the word there is reasonable force. Ang bottom line ng context ng lahat ng yan ay reasonable force. Kaya
Was it reasonable given that Attorney Delgra was just sitting there and saying that Article 59 should apply? Bawal ba magsalita?
tapos na yung panahon na yun, ma'am, ng pagkipag-argumento. Sinabi ko rin sa kanila dyan, ma'am, kung hindi nila sinabi dyan sa...
Yun ang nagbigay ng taning. Ba't nagmamadali?
Sa mga video na...
Palagay ko ang mga karapatan walang taning.
Ang sabi ko nga dyan, ma'am, is, again, I will reiterate it to this forum, hindi ito ang lugar para tayo makipag-argumento sa batas. Ito ay panahon na ini-implement namin ang warrant at dapat sumakay na si FPRRD sa aeroplano. Kung may reklamo kayo, asuntuhin nyo na lang kami. And again, I would like to reiterate that standpoint na I do believe personally that everything that I did was within the ambit of the law, and kung may magreklamo man, kung may mga tao mga nasaktan, they are always welcome to file the appropriate charges in the proper forum, and so that we can discuss about it.
Sa anumang pamamaraan, basta maaresto mo. Parang ganun ang sinasabi.
As long as there is reasonable force, we use reasonable force, and yun nga sinasabi namin kung andito si Senator Bato, alam yan, lecture yan ang force continuum. Yun ang basically force continuum is the one that mandates yung
force continuum mo palapad ng palawak. Sabi ko, di ba sabi mo, ang mission mo, arestuhin lang ang dating Pangulo. Bakit pati si E.S. Medialdea, si Attorney Delgra, hindi naman bahagi ng mission mo yon? Di ba escalation na to ng mission? Lumawak na lang ng lumawak. Pati yung iba, dinamay-damay na wala namang kinalaman doon. Inaresto na, kinaladkad na, tinakot na. Tama ba yun?
Nakita nyo naman, ma'am, si Attorney Delgra palang hinawakan ko, bigla lang pumasok na si Kitty. Lalo na siguro pag andyan sila at pinatayo na ang presidente at dali
Ako
na sa
naman,
plane.
General, sasabihin nyo sa akin, takot ka sa babae.
Escalation of force lang, ma'am, ang tama lang namin. Tama
Kahit
lang
sa
na
babae?
yung appropriate force lang. Yung appropriate force lang. O delikado
Hindi naman
ma'am.
si PRRD yan Hindi naman yan ang mission order mo. Ang mission order mo si PRRD, hindi lahat ng kalakip na kalapit niya.
Anyway, ma'am, as I said, we'll just, kung may mga gustong magreklamo doon na sa tingin nila ay nalabag ang kanilang mga karapatang pantao, we committed mistakes, let's...
May edad na rin si Attorney Delgra. May sakit si E.S. Medialdea. Tingnan mo naman yung nakaharap sa kanila. Kaya ba nilang pigilan kayong mga pulis na arestuhin si PRRD kung ninais ninyo? Tingnan naman ninyo itsura.
Yes.
Di ba, libo-libo yan Ang pinagmalaki pa, 7,000 ang handa.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, they were successful in preventing us from taking custody of the president for 10 hours. Nung in-escalate na lang namin at inalis na namin sila sa scene, saka pa lang namin nagawa ang aming mission.
Pinagbawalan kami mag-contempt at sinabihan kami na wag na lang. Kaya hahayaan ko na lang kahit labo-labo yung kwento po ninyo. Magtiisan po tayo, pero hindi talaga ako natutuwa dahil hindi nagsasabi ng totoo at iba-iba yung sagot. Napakahirap ng ganito. Dumating nga kayo. Hindi naman pala handa magsabi ng katotohanan. Punta na natin na yung hindi napunta nun dati, Prosecutor Fadulion, nabanggit ni Attorney Delgra yung Article 59. At sinabi ng DOJ, paulit-ulit, na the Rome Statute does not apply. Prosecutor Fadulion seems to think otherwise. Your March 12 certification repeated it not once but twice. And I'd like to know, when did you issue that certification, which is dated March 12, but which you now say is a mistake?
It was issued on March 12, 2025, Madam Chair. Sorry? March 12, 2025, in the afternoon.
So you issued it on March 12. Hindi ba dapat bago ma-aresto?
No, ma'am. The certification is supposed to attest to the fact that the DOJ was there to ensure that the arrest of the former president was done without his rights being violated. We were there. We were personally present when the arrest
Yes,
was made.
nakita namin sa video.
Opo. So, ito pong certification ay pinagawa po dahil sa kakailanganin daw po ito sa pagdala kay former president or pag-receive sa kanya pagdating po doon sa Hague. That was the reason why
Hindi namin maintindihan kasi March 12 na umaksyon yung DOJ, samantalang sinasabi ni Secretary Remulla kanina na siya nag-order. Paano nagkaganon? Yung order nahuli pa sa March 12, yung aresto March 11.
Let me clarify, Madam Chair. The certification is supposed to certify to the fact that the former president was arrested, and his date of arrest was on March 11, 2025. Now, erroneously, it was indicated there as March 12, 2025. The certification that we will be presenting to you later was prepared in the afternoon of March 12 to certify and attest to the fact that the former president had in fact been arrested on March 11, 2025. And this was sent to Ambassador Lacanilao for the purpose of him presenting it when the president reached The Hague.
Okay, we've read the March 12 certification. You cited Article 59 of the Rome Statute. Why did you cite it?
We cited it, ma'am, because in the looking at the warrant of arrest as well as the diffusion notice, it made reference to certain provisions of Article 59 of the Rome Statute insofar as the things or matters that had to be attested to. So inilagay lang po namin yun para po makumpleto po or to, how would I say it, to cover all bases that all the requirements that were needed were actually complied with.
Eh, yung pala eh. Mismo yung ating prosecutor, sinasabi yung Article 59 will apply. Bakit dinisregard ninyo, General Torre, nung isinisigaw ni Attorney Delgra yung Article 59? Parang sinabi ninyo na it does not apply, tuloy-tuloy pa rin kayo at binaliwala ninyo yung pakiusap niya yung Article 59.
Ma'am, I always refer the legal issues to the DOJ.
No, nandun ka na eh. Andun na si Attorney Delgra, nakikisuyo na yung Article 59 will apply. Ibig sabihin, magkaroon ng counsel, dalhin sa korte na Pilipino, at yung iba pang mga patakaran na nakasaad dun sa Article 59. Eh sinasabi na nga nung abogado, sinabi pati ng DOJ ngayon, eh bakit binaliwala mo?
That is something that I cannot decide on at that time, ma'am, and the DOJ is there. I refer everything to them. I defer to their legal opinion. And the order has not changed. The order is still bring the president to the plane that will bring him to The Hague.
So yung Article 59, hindi ninyo alam yon. Sa madaling sabi.
I know that it is a legal question, ma'am. That's why I refer it to the DOJ. That's something that I will not decide upon.
I don't see you referring to anyone. Nakita ko talagang sabi nga ninyo, diskarte na ninyo yon kasi nandun ka, ikaw yung lead officer. Eh di dapat desisyonan mo na. Eh wala ka namang sinasabi doon na talagang i-refer mo na natin sa DOJ. Hindi ka na mahuminto ng ganon. Basta tuloy-tuloy ka lang. Parang binaliwala mo nga yung sabing Article 59. Bakit ganon?
There's no change in order at that time, ma'am. So the mission is still the same. Bring the president to The Hague through
Madam
that
Chair.
plane.
Yes, Senator Bato, please.
He has been telling all the time, telling this committee that the order did not change. Kaya nga, pinaklaro ko dito, yung order na yan galing kay Chief PNP. No? Nadalhin talaga siya sa The Hague. Did it ever cross your mind na mag-isip-isip ka? Itong order na ito, legal ba ito? Am I not violating any provision of the Constitution, yung ginagawa kong ito? Kung sinusunod ko itong order na ito? Hindi mo naisip
Since
yan?
the time up to this point, sir, that question never crossed my mind that this could be illegal. First and foremost, the DOJ team is with me. The Prosecutor General is with me. The Chief of the Philippine National Police is with me. So I don't think there's any reason for me to have any doubt on the legality of the order.
How about yung violation sa Bill of Rights na ginawa ninyo?
Again, sir, the DOJ is with me, the Chief PNP is with me, so I really don't have any reason to believe on or question the legality of the order, sir. So I do believe up to this point, since we started this operation, that everything that we did is within the bounds of the law.
Ako, General Torre, dinig namin paulit-ulit si Attorney Delgra, Article 59. At nalilito kami, ba't hindi mo tinawagan yung DOJ? Teka, may Article 59 na sinasabi. Abogado ka ba?
Ma'am, speaking of the DOJ, Attorney Fadulion, the Prosecutor General, was there.
Nandun kayo at sinagot ninyo yung sinisigaw ni Attorney Delgra na Article 59 ng Rome Statute po.
We were there, Madam Chair, and we heard everything. Pero if I may be allowed po to put things in proper context, kasi yung tinitingnan po nating video is just a portion or a snippet of what actually happened.
Tagal na po namin iniintay yung buo, pero wala namang ibinibigay.
Ma'am, hindi po. Maari po siguro nating hingin yan dun sa mga kapulisan because meron naman po sila mga body-worn cameras the whole time that the incident...
Matagal na po namin iniintay at hinihingi.
At any rate po, ma'am, if I may, yun nga po, yung nakikita po nating video at ang ipinapakita po ay isang portion lamang po nung nangyari nung buong araw na yon. Now, yung sinasabi po ninyo na if si General Torre exerted unreasonable force, it was not, if you look at that video on its face, kung yun lamang po, it would appear that way. But if you look at how it escalated from the time that they were brought there up until the time that the arrest was effected, you will understand, or we will all begin to understand what it is that actually transpired. Hindi naman po yan sabihin natin na pagpasok po o tuwing pumapasok si General Torre, namimwersa o nananakot o nagbabanta. Marami pong beses at saksi ho kami doon sa pangapakiusap at pagpapasensya ni General Torre the entire time that the warrant was being effected.
Sinasabi po ninyo, Prosecutor Fadulion, naubos na yung pasensya, kaya wala ng karapatan.
Hindi ko po sinasabing naubos yung pasensya.
Parang ganun kasi sabi, gabi na ang tagal na
yun ho yung perspective ni General Torre. Pero sinasabi ko po, from an observer's point of view who was there, yung proseso po ay sinunod at mahaba hong panahon ang pinadaan bago po tayo dumating dun sa punto na kinailangan ng gawin ni General Torre na siguro pagsabihan at nung hindi sumunod ay pinusasan si former ES Medialdea at para lamang po maihiwalay sila kay former President Duterte na yun ang kanila pong gustong makuha. Kasi po, hindi po nakikita ron na sinasabi natin, tumayo lamang naman, naglagay lang naman ng upuan. Hindi po ganun ang nangyari.
Yun ang nakikita sa video
Exactly,
wala namang ginamit na dahas, wala namang sigawan, wala namang pagbabanta.
Yes, but
Hindi naman tumulak.
Prior to that, Madam Chair, there were instances when the things that General Torre wanted to do were being impeded. So, I would understand also from the perspective of General Torre, he had a mission that he had to implement and accomplish. He could not do it because of the so many dilatory tactics that were employed. So dumating po dun sa punto na nagkainitan at maintindihan ko rin po na kung kailangan pusasan, dahil po hindi naman ho yun ang ultimate na objective niya. Nakiusap ho muna. Nung hindi po sumagot o tumugon dun sa pakiusap, dun na po umabot sa punto na kailangan na pong pusasan.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Pagkatapos sa Posasan, ay sino po yun? Yes, sa Attorney Delgra. Matapos Posasan, rinilis naman. Tapos sinakay sa aeroplano, nagtataka ako paano nagkaganon. Ang gulo eh. So, Attorney Delgra, please.
Yes po, Madam Chair. I take exception to the statement PD Padalyon. Yung phrase na it's beyond my pay grade, I heard it from him. I heard it from General Torre and Yusek Nicolas T, whom the first time I met him was inside Villamor Air Base. I also talked to him separately at I appealed to him. Nakikita niyo muna kung anong ginagawa ni General Torre sa ating presidente. Disrespecting the president, tinatakot, no? We will do it the hard way or the easy way. We have invoking the medical emergency. We have invoking Article 59. At palagi yung sinasabi nitong tatlo na it's beyond their pay grade. Tell me it is not true, Prosecutor General Padulyon, that you told me that.
Yes, Prosecutor,
And then
please.
I asked you, whom will I talk to make sense of all what's happening inside Villamor Air Base? You cannot even tell me the name or any name for that matter na pwede kong kausapin.
May I
And
respond?
that's the reason why I take exception to what he's saying. And to say that may dilatory tactic, alas 2 ng hapon, 3 hours after we arrived there, the plane was not yet ready. So there was no delaying tactic.
Yes, Prosecutor, would you like to respond to Attorney Delgra, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Attorney Delgra did approach me and asked me if I could ask if it would be arranged that the former president be brought to the veterans. Yun po ang pinakiusap niya sa akin. Pero ang sinabi ko po sa kanya, susubukan ko pong itanong, pero wala po yan. Hindi ko po desisyon yan. Dahil ang trabaho po ng Department of Justice doon ay para po tiyakin na ang karapatan ng dating Pangulo ay maprotektahan. Okay? It is incorrect to say that there were no dilatory tactics. Kasi from the very start po, pagdating ng eroplano, nandun pa lang ho sa tube, nagsabi na po sa amin na hindi po sila lalabas kung halimbawa pong wala silang kopya ng warrant. So nang nakuha na ho yung kopya ng warrant, lumabas na po sila at dinala po sila doon sa 250th at kung saan sila pinagpahinga. Nandun na po si Attorney Delgra at that time. There were demands for doctors to be there. PNP had brought in their own doctors. Ang nagiging problema po kasi doon, Madam Chair, is that hindi po pinahihintulutan yung doktor ng PNP na i-counter-check yung findings po ng doktor ng
Nako,
dating Pangulo.
Prosecutor, alam naman ninyo, physician choice ng arrested, hindi ba? Nung
Yes,
tao.
yes, ma'am.
Hindi naman miski sinong doktor, hihatakin mo tapos
Hindi po namin sinasabi na ipinagbabawal o hindi ho pinapahintulutan yung dating.
Nagbawal. 3-4 na oras bago pumasok. Pinaliwanag ni Senator Bongo, nag-iintay sila sa labas.
Hindi ma'am, meron hong nakarating na doktor doon right after, I don't know if it was just before lunch or right after lunch. That's as much as I know. Okay? Pero yung sabihin po na wala hong dilatory tactics, sa dami ho ng pakiusap, magmula nung basahan ni General Torre, si dating Pangulo, marami hong pakiusap na mag-uusap po kasama ang mga abogado. And this happened 2 or 3 times already. Of course, we cannot make decisions also on the requests as far as veterans is concerned.
Bakit po kayo may deadline?
Wala po kaming deadline, ma'am.
Sabi mo, matagal na eh.
No, ang sinasabi ko ho, ma'am, is that matagal, yung nakikita natin sa video ay kakapraso lamang. Kung titingnan po natin yung kabuuan na kung ano nangyari, malalaman po natin kung bakit nag-escalate o naging ganun po ang pagtrato o pag-handle ni General Torre nung inaresto niya si E.S. Migueldea.
May deadline ba o may time frame ang pag-aaresto?
Wala naman pong deadline, kaya lamang po ang tawag nito, the former president was already placed under arrest. General Torre had his orders to have him boarded on the plane. And I think that was the one that he was trying to make sure that he was able to implement that particular time. A lot of time had already passed since the time na nabasahan po. And it was only around, 10 10 o'clock or past 10 o'clock when it was actually implemented?
Naguguluhan lang kami kasi sinabi ni General Torre, we are going. Unang-una, ma'am, ang reglementary period, mamalasin naman kami kung hindi namin ginawa ang trabaho namin. Despite your stance na hindi ito warrantless arrest, may warrant kayo. Kaya tatanungin ko na naman si General Torre, please, para maliwanagan tayo, ba't kayo nagmamadali na dalhin sa Hague at mababiolate ninyo yung Article 125 of the RPC? Ang ibig ba sabihin nun, warrantless arrest ang ginawa natin?
Ma'am, thank you very much for giving me that chance to clarify that 125 statement. Ang nakalagay, ma'am, sa arrested person and with a warrant, deliver to the judicial authority without delay. Yeah. So, ang sa akin, ma'am, is wala na tayong yardstick.
Anong po yung binabasa ninyo?
We're stating
yung Article
that
125, puro warrantless lang.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano yung reglementary period? Pag warrantless lang, pag may warrant, hindi ganun.
Pag may warrant, ma'am, is to deliver to the judicial authority that issued that warrant without delay talaga yan, ma'am. So, wala akong yardstick kung paano ko i-define ang without delay.
Walang panahon, di ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Walang reglementary period.
Yes, ma'am.
So, sinasabi ninyo na nung first hearing na sinasabi ninyo may reglementary period, tama
hindi
po ba
reglementary
yun?
period, ma'am. Ginawa lang
sinabi
nating...
mo mamalasin tayo pag hindi natin ginawa yung trabaho sa reglementary period. Nanggaling sa iyo eh. Nagulat nga ako eh.
That could be a misstatement that I really thank you for giving me the chance to clarify. Because yung statement sa mga warrant, sa implementation ng warrant, ma'am,
kasi tinanong pa kita, anong reglementary period? Nagulat ako eh. Anong period yon? Tapos sabi mo, Article 125. Nasa transcript po natin, page 205. Arian. So anong kaya ang tama ngayon? Bakit tayo nagmamadali kung wala naman deadline? Ito ay arrest with a warrant. Desisyonan na po natin. Naku, Senator Bato, pampresinto na ito. Palagay ko, hindi naman pang general itong mga topic na to. Lalo na yung CIDG pa. You know very well ang Article 125 does not apply to arrests with warrants. Diba? So, either nagsisinungaling or nag-iiwas. Ano ba talaga? General Torre, please sagutin po ninyo, warrantless arrest ba to na may reglementary period? Or arrest with warrant pero nagmamadali kayo dahil sa isang dahilan na hindi masabi?
Am I going to answer, ma'am? You're asking me a question? Because I'm saying a while ago, and I think I was cut in the middle of the explanation, that I'm using that 125 just as a yardstick on how to I will look at the requirement of unreasonable. There's no reasonable delay
supposedly. Ang sabi po ninyo, mamalasin tayo. Ayan mo, mamalasin naman kami pag hindi namin ginawa ang trabaho namin.
Because how do
po. Yes, General, nalilito ako.
the person arrested with a warrant should be delivered to the judicial authority
Did you
without
do that?
delay, which I did. Ang nagbigay ng warrant, ma'am, ay ang ICC. So, hindi man tayo nag-cooperate sa ICC, but we are cooperating with the Interpol. So, we assisted the Interpol in implementing the warrant. And dapat dalhin siya sa judicial
Senator
authority.
Bato, please.
Alam mo, General Torre, masyadong hirap intindihin yung kwan mo, yung justification mo. Hindi tayo nagko-cooperate sa ICC, pero nag-cooperate tayo sa Interpol. Anong basis ng Interpol, di ba, ang warrant ng ICC? So kung hindi mo na-recognize yung ICC, bakit mo sinunod yung pakiusap ng Interpol? Sabi mo, hindi niyo na-recognize yung ICC.
Sir. Sir, for that
Bakit mo
question,
sinunod yung request ng Interpol na napakadali lang naman sabihin mo na, sorry, Interpol, we cannot implement that because we do not recognize the jurisdiction of ICC over this country.
Sir, may I? Mr. Senator, ang problema ho kasi dyan, 9851 refers to an international tribunal, not necessarily the ICC. So, for us to surrender him to an international tribunal is within the bounds of the law. Ang nangyari po kasi dito, nag-withdraw po tayo sa ICC.
Very clear sinabi mo.
Nag-withdraw po tayo sa ICC, pero hindi po natin ni-repeal yung 9851. Kaya ho, andun pa rin po yung kamandag na 9851 para maging basis po ng arrest. Pero kung nag-withdraw tayo sa ICC at ni-repeal natin ang 9851, wala po tayong problema. In the same way, na kung hindi tayo nag-withdraw sa ICC, entitled po sa extradition process ang presidente. Pero dahil nawala na po yung treaty with the ICC, ay hindi na po entitled sa extradition process. So yun po talaga yung nangyayari dito.
Kaya nga, you keep on citing RA 9851. Palagi yung sinasabi yan ang basis mo. Pero very clear naman na yung sinunod mo, yung ginawa ninyo ay binayulit ninyo yung konstitusyon. Ay, sabi mo kanina, kung may conflict ang konstitusyon at saka yung statutory law natin, nagpiprevail ang konstitusyon, bakit hindi nyo naisip na sundin ang konstitusyon? Binayulit yung Bill of Rights.
Yung 9851 po kasi, nire-recognize nga po ng 9851 ang International Tribunal. Nire-recognize siya po eh. And it's something that was forgotten in the process of withdrawing from the ICC. Kaya naiwan po yun eh. That's why that option remained for the government to surrender the former president. Pero kung hindi po tayo nag-withdraw sa ICC, ganun din po, he would have been entitled to Article 59 process of the judicial process. Iba-validate po sa court yung warrant.
Alam mo sir, ito ibabalik ko sa iyo yung sinasabi mo. In July 2023, you mentioned in one of your interviews that if the ICC will come to the Philippines, you will consider it as usurpation of authority of the Philippine government and violation of Philippine laws. What are the laws you have in mind during the interview that might be violated by the ICC?
Kasi pagpapasok ko sila rito at prepresahin nila mag-imbestiga, then they will be usurping the power of the DOJ. Or marami ho talaga ma-violate na usurpation of authority po ang mangyayari dyan. Kaya nga, ano nga ang nangyayari po dito, ang ICC po ay hindi talaga, ang kanilang kapangyarihan ay naiwan lamang sa individual at hindi po sa state. Hanggang ngayon po, wala silang power over our state. Ang Pilipinas po ay hindi saklaw sa ICC. Dahil nag-withdraw po tayo sa ICC. Pero yun na rin po ang dahilan kung bakit ang Pangulong Duterte ay hindi po kayang i-invoke itong provision ng ICC tungkol sa Article 59 sapagkat nag-withdraw tayo sa ICC, so wala na ho tayong treaty with the ICC. So hindi na ho applicable yun sa atin.
Alam mo sir, ikaw pilit mong hinihiwalay, Madam Chair, yung tao at saka yung state. Di ba? Hinihiwalay mo palagi.
Opo. Kasi may ICJ po eh.
Can you define
kasi
a
ang
state?
ICJ po for the state.
Sandali lang sir. What is a state? Ano ang elements ng state? Di ba? Ang element ng state is territory, people, sovereignty, ano yung pang-apat? Government. So yan ang state. Ngayon, bakit mo ihiwala yung population? Diyan sa
Kasi
state na yan.
wala hong power over government
walang state
natin.
kung walang population.
Wala hong power ang ICC over our government.
O kaya
Kasi nga hindi na ho tayo, wala na ho tayong treaty eh.
Over our state.
Kasi nag-withdraw po si President Duterte sa ICC na wala na po ang pwede nilang gamitin na kinakailangan pong dumaan po sa korte dahil nga may treaty. Kaya nga hindi ma-invoke ang extradition eh. Yung nga ho yung naging dilema rito. Yung naging gamot ay naging problema.
Bakit mo sinurrender kung hindi nga ma-extradite? Isurrender mo
May
pa.
warrant of arrest po eh. May warrant of arrest po over the individual.
Eh, sabi mo naman, hindi natin recognize yung jurisdiction ng ICC. Kung mag-issue sila ng warrant, bakit mo i-implement?
Alam niyo ho, we belong to a community of nations and mahirap na pong talikuran ng ating responsibilidad sa community of nations, especially that we have embraced international humanitarian law through Republic Act 9851.
Mahirap, Madam Chair.
Balikan na lang natin si General Torre, o kung okay, Senator Bato. Yes. Balikan natin kasi yung arrest with a warrant, you know very well na arrest with warrant yung sinasabi ninyo. Alin ba talaga, arrest with warrant o warrantless arrest? Asa na ba tayo? Nalito na ako. Hindi ko na
We have a
masundan
warrant,
eh.
ma'am.
Sorry?
We have a warrant.
You have a warrant. But nevertheless, meron kayong sinasabing reglementary period.
Ma'am, I'm just using it as a yardstick to define new requirements sa arrest with warrant na delivery of the arrested person to the judicial authority na nag-issue ng warrant without undue delay.
But in reality po, that yardstick does not exist.
Yes, of course, ma'am.
Kasi wala naman deadline pag meron kang warrant, di ba?
I should have delivered him earlier, ma'am, actually, kung tutuusin.
Oh,
Kung
Bakit
hindi, lang ako,
earlier
ma'am,
pa?
kung hindi ako hinadlangan, ma'am, dapat nadala na kaagad yun sa aeroplano.
ganun ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Ilan ang aarestuhin ninyo?
Isa lang naman, ma'am.
E.S. Medialdea,
Isa lang naman, ma'am.
sino-sino pa, si Attorney Delgra. What's the real reason then? Kung hindi naman, sinabi ninyo, hindi naman talaga warrantless arrest. Wala naman talagang reglementary period. May warrant kami galing ICC. What's the reason for the rush to The Hague na hindi man ninyo madala sa isang husgadong Pilipino?
As to the nuances of orders higher than
Wala namang order sa time limit eh.
on the
Ang
orders
sabi
given
lang,
to me.
i-aresto, di ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Wala namang sinasabi ngayon na, now na. Meron bang ganon?
I just executed the orders given to me, which is to arrest him and bring him to the plane that will bring him to the Hague,
Hindi
ma'am.
pa rin yan ang dahilan kung bakit kayo nagmamadali. Ang taas-taas ng blood sugar ng tao, may edad na. Nakikita naman na hilong-hilo na, natulog nga. Ba't nagmamadali-dalin sa Hague yan? Nadali na ninyo arestado na ninyo Ba't pa ninyong pinipilit na bumiyahe na kaagad-agad? What's the real reason? Kasi kung talagang reglementary period does not apply, yardstick lang, ano talaga yung totoong rason at wala nang iba? Di sana sinabi nyo nung unang pagdinig, malinaw naman na lahat ng simula noong unang pagdinig hanggang ngayon, pilit ninyong iniiwasan, sumagot ng totoo. Ano ba talaga yung dahilan na nagmamadali kayo?
Ma'am, I will reiterate my answers a while ago. The position that my mission is just bring him to the plane that will bring him to the Hague. As to the rush, if you consider it as rush,
It is a
I
rush.
am not in
Kasi
the, I am
dapat
not
dadalhin
privy.
pa yan sa husgado, di ba?
That is your that is the
No, that is the law, sir.
If that is the impression that was delivered to you, ma'am, ang sa akin lang is those are beyond my competence to answer. Kung sa tingin niyo rush yan, it's not rush. It's something that I have to do na talagang isakay lang sa plane because that is the order that was given to me. As to the other nuances of that order, I may not be able to answer that intelligently or competently.
Yes, baka may maidagdag si Ambassador Lacanilaw. Dahil nandun din kayo, may nakita ba kayo na dahilan kung bakit kailangan pumunta sa The Hague? Total, kayo ang madalas pumunta sa abroad at kinatawan ng Pilipinas. May dahilan ba kung bakit nagmamadali tayo?
Hindi po ako hindi po ako aware o competent para sagutin po yung ganon. Kasi ang sa akin naman ho, ang naging role ko lang yung nung nag-volunteer ako na samahan si former President Muta ICC.
Lahat tayo hindi alam ang dahilan kung bakit Nung araw na yon, kinailangan talaga isakay at dalhin sa Hague kahit may sakit, kahit may karapatan pumunta sa husgadong Pilipino, kahit hindi pa nakikita ang pamilya, ang doktor, ang abogadong pili, talagang kinakailangan dalhin na talaga sa The Hague.
Ambassador Lacanilaw, I find your answers very misleading. Kanina pa, yung sinasabi mo na hindi mo alam na hindi pala siya dinala sa competent court, competent judicial authority. Hindi mo alam. Hanggang ngayon, hindi mo pa rin alam. I'm giving you a chance.
Opo, kung ano po yung, Mr. Senator, kung ano po yung nabanggit ko kanina, yun po.
Nandoon ka the whole time, galing sa tube hanggang doon sa Villamor. Nandoon ka. Hindi mo rin alam. Hindi mo pa rin alam na hindi siya dinala sa judicial authority.
Yes, Mr. Senator.
Hindi mo alam.
Yes, Mr. Senator.
So you're lying. You're lying. Madam Chair, I move to set in contempt Ambassador Lacanilaw.
Last chance, hindi mo alam if nilabas sa Villamor si PRRD? Hindi mo alam?
Hindi po, Madam Chair.
Okay, there's a motion to cite you in contempt. I have to affirm. There being no contrary motion, we uphold the motion to cite Ambassador Marcos Lacanilaw in contempt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm giving you the chance already kanina. Sabi ko nga, ayaw namin gamitin yung power to contempt dito, to cite in contempt, pero halata na nagsinungaling ka.
Nasa dokumento harap-harapan na po. Mahirap naman yung ganito, konting respeto po.
Again, may I clarify again, please? Ma'am, it's an extradition form. That's why the questions are answerable by another jurisdiction, but not our jurisdiction. So it's very hard to answer something that works in a different manner.
Hindi nga sir, ang tinatanong namin sa kanya is kung nandun man siya the whole time, hindi man niya, alam niya na hindi dinala si President Duterte sa isang competent court. Tapos sabihin niya, hindi niya alam.
Kaya ho
Siya nga
nag-suffice.
nagsabi na siya nag-oversee sa operation. Tapos hindi niya alam na kung dinala o hindi.
I hope we can reconsider the contempt citing. Because, sir, kaya ho nag-suffice a certification of
Kanina
Prosecutor
pa kami
General.
nagre-reconsider, Secretary Boying. At
Pero
saka
kaya ho
kailangan
nag-suffice
po namin.
sa ICC. Kaya tinanggap nila yung certification po ng DOJ is because under their system of government, under the system of the ICC, ang prosecutor is competent judicial authority. That's why it's very foreign to Ambassador Lacanilaw. Hindi naman ho madaling malaman yan unless until ho pinaliwanag yan ni Justice Ascuna sa atin.
Ay,
na
hindi
magkaiba
naman,
po talaga
hindi naman
ang pagtingin.
Hindi naman kailangan maliwanagan national. Sabi naman nationally, ang liwanag naman po nun. Balikan na lang natin si General Torre. General Torre, ano ba talaga yung dahilan kung bakit nagmamadali? Sinabi mo na hindi naman
Madam Chair, you have ruled already the citing contempt. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if
Yes,
you may...
the ambassador is cited in contempt. I'm sorry. Yes, General Torre, please, we'd like you to be a little bit more forthright and straightforward. What was the real reason for the rush? You yourself said this was an arrest with a warrant. Therefore, no reglementary period as articulated by Article 125 applies. Bakit kayo nagmamadali? Eto nga, may sakit yung tao.
Ma'am, I don't have that impression na nagmamadali ako. I waited for 12 hours. I worked for 12 hours to make sure that he boards on the plane. Yung purpose namin is to bring him to the plane because that's the order. That's my order and that's my mission. So,
who gave you the order?
Sir,
Who gave you the order?
the Chief of the Philippine National Police, sir.
The Chief PNP. You are giving orders to the CIDG. Who gave you that order?
Sir, I'll invoke my executive privilege.
Bakit executive privilege po? Paano naging executive privilege po? Nangyari na, tapos na eh. Sino nag-order
Ano yung tanong, ma'am?
po?
Can I know the question? Kasi before we continue, ma'am, I'd like to ask for the consideration of the body because can we have a 2 minutes break so I can just whisper it to you?
I'll give you the break very, very shortly, but in the meantime, can we just finish with Senator Bato's query? Oo, tapusin lang po natin, tapos mag-break po tayo. Okay, si Senator Bato, please. May tinatanong yata siya kay Chief PNP. At ito ay may kinalaman sa chain of command lang naman. Pakaliwanag. Sinabi na naman ni DOJ.
That's executive privilege po. Basta usapan na po within the executive department. Hindi na ho namin pwedeng ilabas dito. I think those matters are matter of executive privilege.
Maliwanag.
The decision-making process of the executive department, especially on the top level, kasama na po kami, ay executive privilege. But I have gone as far as saying I gave the clearance.
Yes, you have.
Clearance, but not the order.
Well, it can be interpreted both ways, sir.
Well, klaruhin natin, sir. You give the order or you give the clearance
I gave the clearance to the SILG.
to the SILG?
Yes.
So meaning the SILG was the one who gave the orders to the Chief PNP?
Well, that's why we are citing executive privilege, because we do not want to be drawn into this long discussion.
Yes, I'm sorry it's so long, but it's also because certain witnesses have been so evasive. Arresting the president or the former president is not a quintessential and non-delegable power of the president, diba? Yun ang maliwanag sa Senate versus Ermita. Wala namang information that's not available elsewhere. Kasi pinag-usapan na ni General Torre na nautusan siya ni Chief PNP. So, ano yung problema sa executive privilege dito? Hindi naman kayo military o diplomatic corps, hindi naman diplomatic communications to ng Pilipinas at ICC. Wala naman kaming tinatanong sa ganon. Bakit hindi masagot yan? Maliwarag naman po yung Supreme Court at may limitasyon naman yung executive privilege. Tinatanong lang, sino nag-utos? Paano ba?
Ano ho kasi, decision-making process po ng executive department ay mahirap pong ilabas lahat ng nangyayari. Ito yung purpose ng executive privilege. That's the purpose, that's the reason why this doctrine was ruled, was drawn by the Supreme Court in the different cases. Kasi
Yes, that's
ito
right.
ang internal deliberations po ng cabinet at top-level leadership ay hindi po talaga pinag-uusapan. I think that we should give it to each other. Yung caucus po na Senate, hindi po pinag-uusapan yan. I was once as Chief of Staff, I witnessed a caucus of the senators, but I never spoke about it my whole life because that is the way it works.
In Senate
Kasi kung meron po naging...
Secretary Remulla, in Senate versus Ermita, it's very clear that General Torre is not covered by the claim of executive privilege. Arresting a person is not a quintessential and non-delegable power of the president. It's very clear. He's not a cabinet member. He's not even the chief PNP. And it's not like this information isn't available elsewhere.
And if it's available elsewhere, then we do not need the answer from him, Madam Senator.
We will let it go. Partida na lang. Marami tayong linggo na binigay ito. Pero sana mabigyan ninyo kami ng konting linaw kung bakit nagmamadali tayo ilabas ang dating Pangulo.
Madam Chair, ang sa akin lang ito, gusto ko bigyan ng DN is not really on the arrest.
Yes.
Yung pagbiyahe talaga, yung pagsakay ng eroplano, dinala sa dahig. Okay lang arrestuhin nyo. Dalhin ninyo sa competent court. I-surrender nyo sa RTC. Ipakulong ninyo dyan sa krami. Pero yung dinala, sinakay kaagad sa eroplano, very much premeditated na plano. Kaya gusto namin malaman kung sino nagbigay ng order. Yun lang naman ang gusto namin malaman ng committee na ito.
Again, it's covered by executive privilege, sir. I'm sorry.
Even with General Torre,
Well, it will go up to our level already.
General Torre, and then
It will go up to our level already, ma'am. And these are internal deliberations which do not have to be discussed in the open. Which should not be discussed in the open at all.
Executive session?
I do not believe in executive sessions, sir, because
Yes.
I've experienced it here and in the House. Habang nag-executive session, may lumalabas na akong information, kaya wag na lang po.
But you requested for a 2-minute suspension. We hereby
Yes, yes.
suspend
Please,
for
please.
2 minutes for biological and other matters the hearing. Right.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
May I,
Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
there is an issue about executive privilege.
Yes.
According to this committee, only cabinet level ang merong executive privilege. But according to the Secretary of Justice, covered daw na executive privilege, pati yung Chief PNP. Andito man si Justice Ascuna. Pwede bang malaman, sir, yung opinion mo tungkol dito? About executive privilege? Kung sino ang covered? Up to what level yung covered ng executive privilege? Kasi baka mamaya, yung patrolman na imbestigahan namin dito next time, hihingi ng executive privilege. So gusto ko lang sana kung meron kang may ma-share sa amin na opinion, sir, as to this matter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, you recognize Justice Ascuna. We need your help.
Your Honors, when we were drafting the Constitution, present Constitution, we were thinking of adopting some portions of a parliamentary system, like the question hour, so that the members of the cabinet will be obliged to answer questions before committees of Congress. But we could not agree on the specifics, I think, but there is some element of the parliamentary system that we're able to introduce. But we also acknowledge, because we follow the presidential system, executive privilege. So we have a question hour. You can oblige members of the cabinet to appear before you, but they can also claim executive privilege. Now, whether sub-cabinet levels can invoke the privilege, I think they can if they do so as representatives of their cabinet members. In other words, what you cannot do directly, you cannot do indirectly. So if you cannot question the cabinet member, you cannot get the answer by questioning his undersecretary, in my view. So it depends whether or not the question really is something that pertains to the sensitive work of the cabinet member.
Thank you, sir.
To your mind, sir, the orders to the Chief PNP, therefore, are executive privilege. Is that correct?
They partake of functions that pertain to national security, so they might be subject to privilege. It is, I think, in case of doubt, we should decide in favor of the privilege because of the because of the presidential system that we have. So the parliamentary elements are an exception. So in case of doubt, you decide in favor of the rule against the exception.
That's right. Thank you, Honorable Ascuna. And perhaps we go to another topic, and that is that as important as the details of the actual arrest of PRRD are the events which took place prior to this. Firstly, the Quadcom hearings, the arrival of the ICC personnel in the country, the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee hearing, the DOJ task force and case buildup. Let's tackle them in chronological order. The Quadcom started in August, and among the most important witnesses discovered by the Quadcom were those testimonies of Reina Garma and Leonardo. Is that right? That became a pivotal prosecutor. Would you like to assay an opinion?
Yes.
Mahalaga po yun, yung dalawa, no?
Yes. Again, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yes,
Yes,
you
po.
are correct, Madam Chair, in pointing out that Ruina Garma was one of those witnesses called in the Quadcom committee hearing, and her testimony in that Quadcom committee was one of the more important highlights of the investigation. There were other witnesses who were called, I believe.
I think the Leonardo testimony was also very crucial.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
And they identified an individual called Muking Peter Parungo, among others. Is that correct? With a bank account where allegedly the incentives to policemen were deposited.
I believe that was mentioned, Madam Chair.
Yes. Okay. And SOJ thereafter urged the DOJ to cooperate and assist with the Quadcom in providing all the testimonies necessary. Is that correct, Secretary Remulla?
Yes, ma'am. And in fact, we have written communication with each other on
Oh,
this
is
matter.
that so? I'm
Yes.
only aware of the Department Order 778.
No, but with the Quadcom, it was a formal turnover of documents.
I see. The former president also appeared at the Quadcom noong November. Di ba napunta din siya dyan? Further, ICC personnel also have been coming to the Philippines. Is that not correct?
I have no knowledge of that. I have no personal knowledge, ma'am.
Yes, in the transcript of the first hearing, I believe you said that you have no knowledge that, as a matter of fact, labas-pasok. Parang ganun yung sinabi nyo, labas-pasok ang mga dayuhan sa Pilipinas, di natin alam kung sino-sino na yan. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Nasabi ba yan?
Oo, tama po yan.
Oo,
Tumpak po.
tama ba yung sinabi ninyo dati?
Opo, yun po sinabi ko.
Okay, pwede ba natin ipakita yung binigay ng Bureau of Immigration na nagsidatingan yung ICC personnel noong October ng last year. Ang unang dumating ay isang interpreter na ang balita may koneksyon sa Pilipinas, Maya Destura Bracken, US citizen, dumating ng October 4, interpreter ng ICC. May dumating na hindi ko sigurado kung narito pa kasi ang balita umiikot dito sa iba't ibang luxury hotels. William Rosato, ang balita British siya, dumating October 15, abogado ng ICC. Hindi naman po sikreto to kasi nung hinanap ko yung mga pangalan, nandun naman at naka-LinkedIn na ICC sila. Nandito sila sa Pilipinas, yung flight details narito. Andito rin yung si Mr. Kasam, Canadian, dumating dito at siya rin ay security expert. Ganon din, dumating rin dito Mr. Kala, British, October 24, investigador. Hindi po ninyo alam to, parang natanggap ko lang to sa Bureau of Immigration na sa pagkaintindi ko nasa ilalim po ninyo.
Nung panahon na yun, ma'am, I had a gallbladder operation. So I was indisposed for around 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
October po.
October. Opo.
Pero hanggang ngayon, nandito pa raw o kaaalis lamang. Halimbawa, si Mr. William Rosato. Mula October hanggang very recently yata, o baka narito pa. Nababalitaan ko umiikot dito
Wala akong nag-advise sa akin.
So,
At hindi ko naman kasi tinatanong na, sapagkat ang paniniwala ko talaga, labas-pasok lang ko talaga lang ang mga tao sa atin. At hindi naman pwedeng tanongin kung ICC sila o hindi.
Hindi naman pangkaraniwan tao to Talagang ICC investigator to. So, walang pake ang DOJ, hindi kayo interesado, ICC nang pinag-uusapan.
Ano ho yan unless meron po silang naging atraso sa bansa at meron silang ginawang illegal, ay wala ho tayong magagawa. Dahil sinusubukan po nating igalang talagang karapatan ng lahat.
Sinasabi ninyo na ganon, subalit mukhang may proposed agenda sila para magbigay ng mga dokumento, affidavit, mga post-mortem record. Somebody clearly arranged for their accommodations and transport, hindi po ba? Alam nga naman nag-grab car yan o 3 sakay ng jeep para umabot sa batasan. Kasi sa batasan sila di ba? Alam nga naman na alam nila, mga British, mga American, nakakakuha sila ng dokumento sa mga presinto. Hindi nga namin makuha, mga senador kami.
Ano ho kasi, ang mga dayuhan po na kagaya po nila sa nationalities nila, visa-free po yan for 30 days.
Oo, alam kong visa-free, pero alam nila pumunta sa iba't ibang presinto sa Caloocan, alam nila hagilapin yung mga tao sa Batasan Hills, at higit sa lahat, tinulungan sila ng pulis para kumuha ng mga PNP documents. May alam ba kayo, General Torre, Chief Marbil?
Malamang po, kung
Bakit
kung tatanungin niyo po ako dyan, kung may alam akong maaring tumutulong sa kanila, marahil may kilala po akong tumutulong sa kanila. Isang pari po na matagal ko ng kaibigan na tumutulong sa kanila.
Hindi, kasi ang liwaliwanag, andito sa screen, hinihingi nila yung mga testigo, yung documentation, mga police blotter, mga ebidensya. Hindi yan binibigay sa miski sinong turistang tumatambay. Tinulungan talaga sila, di ba?
Hindi po ang DOJ ang tumutulong sa kanila.
Sino kaya ang tumutulong? Baka naman si Chief PNP Marbil, alam niyo kung sino tumulong. Dahil nakakuha sila Pati mga ospital, nakadali sila ng mga confidential records kung sino-sino ang DOA na dumating sa East Avenue. Sinong tumulong sa kanila para hagilapin lahat ito? Kasi hindi naman makapanipaniwala isang British, Canadian, Amerikano, nakakaikot sila, sisipot sila sa presinto, ibibigay ng pulis lahat ng dokumento.
Marami ho kasing civil society organizations na tumutulong talaga sa kanila.
Di ba yan din nga ang reklamo nila, hindi sila binibigyan ng dokumento ng pulis? Baka si Chief Marbil, may alam po ba kayo? Bakit binibigay lahat itong hinihingi?
Madam
Police
Chair.
blotter, seized evidence, radio transmissions. Naku, talaga, tactical operations na to, ang bigat Tapos yung drug operation details, total number during the time period. Yan ang hiningi nila sa Batasan Hills Tapos ibinigay naman. Ba't po nagkaganon? Kadali-dali sa kanila.
Madam Chair,
Hirap na hirap po kami dito sa Senado kumuha ng mga ebidensya katulad niyan.
Madam Chair, during my time as Chief of the Philippine National Police, I have no request coming from the ICC to give any information regarding this matter.
Si Executive Director Alcantara, alam po ninyo na may humihingi ng kung ano-anong papeles? ICC, nagtanong ba sila? Meron pang bank records di ba? May bank
I'm sorry,
secrecy
Madam,
tayo.
I am not privy to any of these.
All these requests. Hindi nakakapagtaka kasi yung agenda na ibinigay ng ICC na pagkatagal-tagal nila rito at saka detalyado to ay hindi biro-biro, Police Station 6, Batasan Hills, QC. Lahat ng blotter, seized evidence, etc. Paano nila na-pinpoint yung ICC, na-pinpoint yung Police Station 6 sa Batasan Hills? Ang galing naman po nila, kararating pa lang sila sa Pilipinas, alam na nila lahat ng lugar.
I think it's the Committee on Human Rights before the Quadcom that came out with the Station 6 reports. If I recall it right, I think it was Congressman Abante who was chairing that hearing.
Tinulungan daw sila ng Colonel Romil Abenido, tao yata ni General Torre, tama ba yun? Doon sa Batasan Hills, sa Station 6, nung QCPD daw kayo, tao ninyo, tama ba yun?
Madam Chair, in the next hearing, can we require the presence of that Colonel Abenido?
Kasi yun ang tinuturo at yun ang nabanggit ng ICC. Kilala po ba ninyo si Colonel Romil Abenido po, General Torre?
Romil Avenido is the station commander of Police Station 1 when I was the QCPD district director, ma'am. He was transferred to Station 6.
That's right.
I'm not the district director already.
That's right. He was then transferred to Station 6, and you can't just walk into a police station and start demanding all sorts of documents. And who liaised with them? Sinong nagbantay sila sa kanila? Alam ko na may mga magagandang sasakyan sila. Paikot-ikot sila, may security pa sila. Ang balita, pulis pa nga nagbabantay. So siya rin ba yan, Chief PNP?
Madam Chair, during my time, I have no request coming from the ICC or any from, so I have no idea about it.
Sinasabi nyo during my time, kailan ba kayo naging Chief PNP?
Ma'am, April 2024.
Oo, ito October 2024, yung iba na natili rito hanggang palagay ko yung iba aalis lang o kundi narito pa. Matagal
That is,
sila, so
Madam
it's
Chair.
during your time po.
That is already during his time.
It's very much your
October
time.
na yun eh.
Madam Chair, with that, I have no idea and have no request coming from the ICC po.
But sino nagbigay ng security? Na police?
Sir, I have practically no idea po, sir.
Sigurado po kayo? Kasi nakakuha rin sila ng medical records, may financial records, police records, forensic evidence. Medical records are confidential, alam naman natin lahat yan. Paano nila nakukuha lahat yan, pati CCTV? Paano nila nakuha? At very precise ang pagkakuha, ang dali-dali. Sinong tumulong sa ICC sa palagay ninyo? Wala ba kayong suspecha o alam kung sino?
Ma'am, Madam Chair, we will just investigate, but I have really no idea regarding this matter.
Si General Torre, pinuno ng CIDG. Siguro alam niya, kapag may tao na nagtatanong sa mga presinto, sa mga ospital, hindi ka ba magdududa, mga dayuhan pa man din? Hindi ka ba magtataka na patanong-tanong? Siyempre, alamin mo, ano ba nangyayari dyan? Ba't nakikialam? Hindi mo ba naramdaman na andito na yung mga dayuhan, tanong na ng tanong, ang dami-daming hinihinging ebidensya. Sino tumulong sa kanila?
That is why, Madam Chair, I move that certain Colonel Abinido be required to be present in the next hearing.
Ganon. At may nababalitaan kami, may Mark Diskay daw na alalay nila, tapos nasa 5-star hotel sa Raffles, at madalas sa Maidas, at doon nagtatrabaho, maraming presidential suite, sunset suite, at kung ano-ano, 5 to 6 security daw na provide ng ating kapulisan at 4 to 5 na mga tsuper na nag-i-standby. Tapos umiikot sila, may mga escort pa sila na Pilipino at ang balita ko, nagka-problema pa sila dahil doon sa Forbes Park may umihi yata at nagalit yung mga kapitbahay. Kaya ako lang narinig to kasi mga VIP daw, kaya hindi daw pwedeng guluhin. Wala kayong nababalita ang ganyan? Yung tungkol sa pagtitipon, pagkakaladkad sa iba't ibang testigo dyan sa Maidas Hotel, may mga important individuals, mga VIP rin, na ini-interview nila 3 oras minsan. Hindi rin nyo napapansin.
Madam Chair, I have no idea regarding this matter.
May balita na si dating Senador Trillanes, may ganun din. Si Ambassador Lacanilaw, meron ba kayo alam dito? Kasi hindi rin namin alam to. May alam ba kayo kung sino ang tumulong sa ICC?
Wala ma'am, wala ma'am. Wala ko akong knowledge regarding sa ICC on their dito status nila dito o kung
So walang may alam kung sino tumulong sa ICC. Pero tinulungan sila ng todo. At sigurado ako na may suspecha siguro tayo. Sinong tumulong sa ICC? Andyan yung NSC, laki-laki ng budget sa Intel. May Intel funds AFP, may Intel funds lahat ng PNP. Ang laki ng confidential fund, Office of the President, may NICA. Sa lahat nito, sa bilyon-bilyon na inaalat namin sa Confidential and Intelligence Fund, hindi ninyo naramdaman kailanman na nandito na yung ICC October pa na nakaraang taon. Tama po ba? Walang may alam sa anuman, sa ating DOJ, sa ating PNP, CIDG, higit sa lahat. Wala kayong nakikita kahit kinukunan na tayo ng kung ano-anong ebidensya at mga confidential papers. Wala kayong alam.
Madam Chair, for the PNP, we didn't get any request coming from ICC to help them regarding the evidence that they need.
Okay, tignan natin. Sige, let's head on. Una, may Quadcom. Ikalawa, yung Senate Blue Ribbon. Ikalawa, yung ICC mismo napunta rito. Ikatlo, meron pang Senate Blue Ribbon. Naalala nyo, napunta rito si Presidente Duterte noong October at nagtestigo. Kaya lang walang sumipot kina Garma, Leonardo at Kerwin Espinosa. Diba? Yun yung nangyari sa Senate Blue Ribbon. Maliban doon, ikaapat, may DOJ case build-up. At naaalala ko, eto na naman yung memo natin na nagkaroon ng task force on 4 November, already alluded to by our prosecutor, to cooperate with the Quadcom. Am I citing this correctly, Prosecutor Fadulion, please?
What we have, Madam Chair, was a department order issued by the Secretary of Justice creating the task force which would look into the investigation which was being undertaken by the Quadcom at that time, and following the leads and working with law enforcement authorities to try and come up with the possibility of reviving these old or cold cases. So yun po yung department order na nag-create noon, at binigyan po sila ng 60 araw base dun sa unang department order na nilabas para mag-submit ng kanilang initial findings.
Dumating dito yung ICC October, biglang-bigla, November 4, nagkaroon kayo ng task force. Ang ICC ba ay humingi ng tulong sa DOJ?
Wala po, categorically I will say, Madam Chair, na wala pong lumapit na taga-ICC sa amin, sa Department of Justice, para humingi ng tulong patungkol dito sa mga investigasyon na ginagawa namin.
At hindi naman kayo nag-volunteer na tulungan yung mga ICC na
wala
narito?
po kaming maibo-volunteer kasi hindi naman po namin alam kung sinong kakausapin at wala po nakipag-ugnayan sa amin.
Kasi may ibang nagsasabi that the task force was supposed to pick up where the ICC could possibly have left off. Tama ba yun?
Hindi po. Ang sinundan po ng task force dyan, tulad po ng binanggit ko kanina, yung mga resulta ng investigasyon at impormasyon na nakuha at nakalap ng ating Quadcom Committee. So, katulad po nun, halimbawa, yung kaso ni Barayuga, so sinundan po yon base doon sa testimony nila Garma. And then, meron pa hong tiningnan na ibang leads doon at doon po sila nagsimula magtanong at kumausap ng mga testigo on their own. Wala po silang coordination with the ICC.
So, ang coordination lang ninyo, katulad ng binanggit ni Secretary Remulla kanina, yung Quadcom, yung Senate, yung binabanggit sa 778, yung CHR, at yung iba pang PNP, Witness Protection, yung iba pang ahensya ng ating pamahalaan. Tama po ba?
Tama po yan, Madam Chair.
So, sa panahong to, meron ng 3 separate bodies trying to pin down FPRRD. May Quadcom, may ICC, may DOJ Task Force, may ikaapat pa, yung Senate. So, 4 na sila.
Yung DOJ task force ho was really to check on EJ case, period. Wala ho kaming aim of pinning down PRRD. Wala ho yan, hindi ho totoo yan.
Pero EJK ang tinutumbok, kaya siya nagtestigo sa Quadcom, di po ba?
Opo. Kasi, ma'am, karapatan po ng bawat Pilipinong maghanap ng hustisya eh. Kahit mahirap sila, kahit wala silang station in life, pag sila ho ay naapi, naghahanap po ng hustisya. Kaya kung meron ho silang nilapitan na taong nakakausap namin, syempre pinakikinggan po namin. At yung mga tao mismo na nangangailangan ng tulong, sinisikap po naming tulungan.
Syempre, hindi natin pinagkakait ang karapatan ng bawat isa. Matanda man, bata man, mahirap man, mayaman man, talagang pantay-pantay tayo sa harap ng batas. Kaya lang, nagtataka ako kasi napakarami na ng investigasyon, patong-patong. Meron pang CHR, di po ba? At in-interview si Richard Palpalatok ng DOJ Task Force. Nasa inyong record yata, Laila De Lima, Nery Colmenares. Tama po ba? Na-interview yan ng DOJ.
Opo.
Ano nangyari at bakit po na-interview?
Sila po ay in-interview batay po dun sa, tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, yung mga lumabas po dun sa Quadcom hearings, ma'am. So,
pinagtatakaan lang namin dahil hindi naman sila victim o testigo o kamag-anak ng alleged victim ng EJK. Ang pagkakilala ko lang sa kanila, katunggali ni PRRD, yun lang.
If I may answer, ma'am, no? Yung may mga binanggit kayong pangalan, katulad po ni Richard Palpalatok, binanggit niyo rin po si Senator Laila de Lima. Maaring tama po kayo dun sa inyong sinabi.
May nagsabi lang sa DOJ at nakita ko may anunsyo yata sa inyong website somewhere.
Oho, pero hindi lamang po sila ang kinausap. Marami po ang kinausap. Andiyan dyan po yan si Father Flavie Villanueva. Bakit po siya kinausap? Dahil meron po siyang mga grupo ng mga naging biktima ng karahasan na kinausap at kailangan makausap ng ating mga prosecutors. Andiyan dyan din po si PNP Chief Romel Marbil na kinausap din po namin upang kami po ay mabigyan ng ang tawag nito, impormasyon hinggil dun sa mga kaso na gustong tingnan at imbestigahan hinggil sa EJK. So, ito po ay kinausap upang makunan po ng leads para kung meron pong mga kaso na gustong isampa na walang ebidensya noon, maari pong buhayin.
Kahit hindi sila yung biktima, hindi sila yung pamilya, o hindi sila testigo sa anumang krimen.
Opo, kasi kahit na anong impormasyon po na makuha namin ay tinuturing po namin mahalaga at makakatulong po doon sa investigasyon na gagawin po ng task force.
So, ibig sabihin, nung end of the year ng nakaraan, meron ng legal team daw ng DOJ drafting a complaint for murder under RA 9851 for the deaths of 3 persons in the Davao Prison and Penal Farm. In coordination nga ito doon sa Quadcom.
I'm not so particular, ma'am. I can get that information kung meron na pong complaint na na-prepare. No? Pero malalaman po natin, sa ngayon po, wala pa pong naisasampa sa amin, sa pagkakaalam ko. Pero kung meron na pong preparation yung task force, I'm sure they will submit it to us po.
Ma'am, we found it necessary. Kinailangan po magtayo kami ng task force for EJ case. Sapagkat nung turn over sa amin ng Quadcom yung kanilang mga findings, we could not rely on them for being just incomplete. Kasi hindi ho talaga kompleto to make a case. Kaya kailangan po i-case build up. That's the reason why we put up the task force, ma'am.
Pero ang balita ko, at may nakita akong draft na March 6, yung task force ninyo humihingi pa ng 60 days para matapos yung investigasyon. Pero hindi binigay itong request na to. March 6 to kung 60 days abot pa tayo ngayon. Was the DOJ aware that the ICC was going to issue a warrant already, so 60 days was unnecessary?
Hindi po, hindi ho kasama sa usapan niya kasi yung 60 days po,
yung additional
kaya
60
po
days?
sabi ho sa akin na isang prosecutor, yung sumulat siya sa akin, yan po verbally ho, sinabihan ko pwede na naman extend na 60 days. Kasi nga, mahirap po talaga makagilap ng mga kaso na matagal na ho nangyari. Ang sabi ko nga nung isang beses, wala nga mga police report, wala nga mga blatter ang marami. Mahirap ho itong trabaho namin na gumawa ng kaso at
Palibhasa nga
mag-case build up.
napakahirap at saka mga cold case na yan at nakaraan na yung taon-taon, bakit pinagpilitan at hindi binigay yung 60 days na hinihiling?
Hindi, binigay po namin ng 60 days. Kaya lang hindi na kami sumulat. Ito'y verbal na lang.
Pero March 6, 60 days, aabot pa yan ng ilang buwan? Yes, Prosecutor Fadulion. March 6 yung sulat
Yes, kung ako po'y pahihintulutan ninyo. Ito po yung naka-flash dito sa screen ngayon, Madam Chair. That is a
Yes,
bogus document. That is
Ganon?
not a real document because there is no such document which contains exactly what is highlighted there. Yan po ang totoo. Ang meron po kami,
So saan galing yan? Sino si Abugan?
Herbert Calvin Abugan is the OIC Senior Deputy State Prosecutor of the Department of Justice. He heads the task force.
So totoong tao siya?
Totoong
at
tao po
totoong
siya.
hepe siya nung
Totoong
task
tao po
force?
siya. Yung dokumento po ang hindi totoo. Dahil sa, kung titingnan niyo po, Madam Chair, wala akong pirma yan. Kung yan po ay totoong memorandum na nakalusot at nakarating doon sa kinauukulan, dapat po pirmado yan.
So binaliwala na lang to at para sa ating lahat, sinasabi niyo peke to.
Manufactured po ito kasi po pinaghalo-halo nila yung nilalaman po niyan. Yung sinasabi po ninyong hinihingi na extension na 60 days, kaya nga po, hindi nga po totoo yung dokumento. Pero ang hinihingi pong extension na 60 days, kasi dun po sa unang department order na ginawa ni Secretary Boying, 60 days lamang po ang taning na binigay sa kanila para magsimula sila ng investigasyon. Kulang po yung panahon na yon, kaya po sila humingi ng karagdagan. Now, part of those that are indicated in that document, no, na sinasabi naming non-existing, ang tanging dokumento na nilabas namin ay yung pinadala po namin sa Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, updating the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee on March 6, 2025 of the events that happened in
So yun, tama yun.
Opo.
At hindi 60 days ang hinihingi. Walang ganon.
Wala po kaming binabanggit na 60 days doon po sa sulat.
So yun binigay ninyo sa Senate.
Yes, Madam Chair.
So, ang tinatanong ko lang, sa dinami-dami ng investigasyon, may task force pa ang DOJ, bakit yung DOJ hindi na lang nag-conduct ng sariling investigasyon? Imbes na nag-ICC pa at kung ano-ano pa. Nag-task force naman kayo. May Quadcom pa, may Senate pa, di ba?
Tama po.
Ang sinasabi ko, lahat ng ebidensya, dokumento, testigo nang galing sa gobyerno ng Pilipinas. Lahat ng pangyayari ay nasapit dito sa Pilipinas. Ang buong kaso ng ICC sa ebidensya at testigo ibinigay ng Pilipinas. Bakit di na lang ang admin ang nagsampa ng kaso kay Presidente Duterte sa husgadong Pilipino? Takot ba tayo sa dating Pangulo? Wala ba tayong kumpiyansa sa ating mga huwes, sa ating mga husgado? Tignan natin ang mga kaso sa ICC. Ang liwaliwanag, unang-una, doon sa ebidensya ng ICC prosecutor, nanggaling lahat sa agendang ibinigay at kinalat ng ICC. Ang liwanag kasi lahat ng dokumento galing sa PNP, galing sa drug watch list, financial records, forensic evidence. Ikalawa, yung timing. Nagdududa kami kasi una, may committee report yung Quadcom ng 18 December, pagkatapos yung prosecutor, agad-agad, pumila na ng warrant of arrest sa February 10, pagkatapos noon, March 7, may ICC warrant. So, looking at this series of coincidences, parang may all-of-government approach na dakipin ng dating Pangulo. Ang hindi namin maintindihan, klarong-klaro naman na ito rin ang binasehan ng ICC case. So, gusto lang namin maintindihan kung paano nangyari. Hindi naman nila makukuha yan kundi galing gobyerno.
Pwede po akong sumagot, ma'am. Yung binabanggit niyo po, ma'am, na confluence of events na nangyari, mga petsang binanggit po ninyo, wala pong kinalaman doon sa ginagawang investigasyon ngayon ng aming task force sa department.
Ibig sabihin, nandyan pa rin yung task force?
Nandiyan pa po yung task force. Hindi pa po natatapos yan dahil...
Naku, magdahan-dahan ka ba to?
Dahil sa napakarami pa pong kasong dapat tingnan. Ngayon, ang banggit niyo po, Madam Chair, is that bakit hindi na lang dito gawin yung investigasyon? Iba po yung naging subject ng investigation, kung di po ako nagkakamali, patungkol sa dating Pangulo. While it covers the period 2011 to 2019. Ito pong mga investigasyon na ginagawa ngayon ng task force ay patungkol po doon sa mga biktima, naging biktima ng tinasabing drug war. At ito nga pong mga tao na to ay ngayon pa lamang lumalabas. Sinasabi po natin, meron pong mga dokumento, andyan dyan yung mga ehensya na pwedeng lapitan. Hindi po ganun kadali.
Pero maliwanag yung 2016 to 2019 na sinasabi nyo sa ICC, sako pa rin ng task force ninyo.
Sako po siya, pero hindi
kaya
po siya aktual na kaso na subject noong kaso na kinakaharap ngayon ng ating dating Pangulo. Ang amin pong ginagawa ngayon ay tingnan itong mga
But they're overlapping surely, Prosecutor Fadulion.
They may overlap. That's what we're trying to find out. That's what we're trying to find out po, ma'am. But what we're just saying...
I think there's no mystery. Nandyan naman sa warrant of arrest ng ICC, nandyan naman sa prosecutor's brief. Maliwanag naman.
Yes, it would overlap, ma'am. I would agree with you if the subject matter and the persons involved and the victims are the same. But remember, there are so many other cases which are being cited, and these are the ones which are being looked into by the department right now. Kaya kinakausap po yung mga testigo, at dapat po sana nating maunawaan na ito po ay pinaglipasan na ng panahon. Ilang taon na po ang nakadaan dito. Hahagilapin po yung mga testigo, ang mga dokumento at mga ebidensya.
Kaya nga, nung unang hearing, sinabi talaga ni SOJ Remulla na natuklasan lang nila na magkakaroon ng warrant nung March 11. Pero nakikita natin, buwan-buwan na ito. Nag-umpisa pa nung Mayo, aktibong-aktibo na. At it involved the cooperation of so many government officials. At nandyan yung kung sino-sino, di ba? Andyan na yung DOJ, sumapi na yung House of Representatives, yung Senado, DILG, DOJ, PNP, CHR, DND, AFP, PCTC. Ang dami na umabot na sa cabinet level. At lahat ng galing sa Pilipinas yung ebidensya. Parang mahirap paniwalaan na hindi tumulong ang ating gobyerno sa lahat na ito.
Sana ho, alam namin kasi sasabihin namin na totoo, ma'am.
Kasi eksakto,
Wala talaga ho kaming alam na nakipag-usap.
sapul. Doon sa hiningi ng ICC representative, sapul din yung binigay ng Pilipinas at sakto din yung lumabas sa ICC warrant of arrest at yung prosecutor.
Ma'am, yung mga civil society organizations na naglalakad dito, masipag sila. Nasabihin ko sa inyo.
Pwede ninyong sabihin o banggitin yung pangalan? Kasi kahit civil society ka, kahit senador ka, hindi mo naman nakukuha yung mga police blotter, yung mga CCTV, yung mga medical records. Imposible mo naman makuha yan.
Ayoko hong baka gantihan pa ho sila Kasi marami pa hong salarin na nakalaya pa rin hanggang ngayon at naka-uniforme pa rin ho.
Senator Bato, ganun ba kadali makakuha ng bank records? Palagay ko, di ba, covered yan ng bank secrecy? Parang imposible makuha yan. Paano nakuha lahat yan kung hindi tunulungan ng ating pamahalaan?
Hindi ko, I have no idea, ma'am. Basta,
Ang PNP
marami masipag hong magkapang. Yung mga
Ganon.
civil society organizations
Chief PNP at saka General...
na nagpa-facilitate po ng lahat ng yan.
Si Chief PNP po, si General Torre, sinasabi ninyo na makukuha yung forensic evidence, lahat ng testimonial evidence, police blotter, CCTV footage, at kung ano-ano pa, makukuha yan sa presinto. Basta pupunta ka doon, dayuhan ka. Halos hindi ka nga makapagsalita ng wika na naintindihan. Pero madadali mo lahat ng dokumentong yon. Ganun ba kaluwag ang presinto natin?
Madam Chair, hindi po. We need a request coming from the court if you need, or coming from us, requesting us na kailangan po for investigation.
So, nag-request po ba kayo? Dahil klaro naman, wala naman na court order.
As far as I can remember, wala pong request coming from the ICC na mag-request sa PNP.
So, doon sa Station 6, paano nila nakuha lahat yun? Sa Batasan Hills, sa QC. Paano na nadali lahat ng dokumentong yun kung wala namang court order at wala namang kayong utos?
Madam
Kahit
Chair,
ano pang sipag ng civil society, hindi nila makukuha yun kasi confidential, di po ba?
yes, Madam Chair, but we will investigate regarding this matter, but I have no idea regarding this matter.
Wala pa ho yung Quadcom, ma'am, nung nag-investigate si Congressman Abante under the Committee on Human Rights ng House. Napanood ko po yung episode na yun Dito, pagkatapos po nun, nag-merge na po sila into Quadcom. Pero doon po sa hearing na yun, ang dami po lumabas talaga. Ang dami hong information na lumabas with regards yung sa mga patayan po na nangyari sa Batasan nung panahon na yun.
So, ang sinasabi po
Pero, Madam Chair,
yes, Senator Bato.
hindi naglabasan doon yung mga forensic report, hindi naglabasan doon yung mga ebidensya, yung mga medical legal report, o hindi naglabasan doon. Ito very detailed ng mga bagay-bagay. So, it goes to show, Madam Chair, na kung yung complaint ng mga biktima ng AJK Kuno, na hindi sila makakuha daw ng blatter sa istasyon, ibig sabihin, Pilipino yun complainant mismo. Ibig sabihin, napakagaling nito mga taga-ICC at nakuha nila lahat ng record na ito without cooperation coming from this government, Madam Chair.
Kaya nga pinagtatakaan natin kasi nagsusumipag tayo sa Senate, di naman natin madali yung mga ebidensyang yan. Nandito si Secretary Manalo at nais kong itanong kasi nung 28 March, inulit rin ng Malacanang matapos na yung aresto na yung ICC has no jurisdiction in the Philippines. We also agree that the ICC has no jurisdiction and that statement is tantamount to a rejection of ICC's jurisdiction over the country. Kasi hindi na tayo party sa Rome Statute. Tama po? Sa Law of Treaties, di ba? Ganun po?
Yes, ma'am. That's how it goes. Tama.
Are you familiar with the executive order of U.S. President Donald Trump, which imposes sanctions on the ICC? It was issued on February 6 of this year and effectively freezes all properties and interest in properties found in the U.S. or held by U.S. persons, practically anyone who helps investigate, arrest, detain, or investigate certain persons. Hindi ba ganun yung executive order, yung tungkol sa sanctions sa ICC? Among the protected persons is a citizen of an ally of the U.S. not consented to the jurisdiction of the ICC or not a state party to the Rome Statute. Ayan. So, ang tanong ko, andito rin, makikita natin, may dokumento na ang Pilipinas is identified as a major non-NATO ally. Tama po ba? Matagal na yan, luma na yan, no? Di ba, yung non-NATO ally tayo, hindi naman tayo NATO, pero talagang kaalyado tayo. Tama po ba?
It's considered parang ganun, non-NATO ally.
So sakop tayo as a major non-NATO ally, although it's alleged that the executive order of President Trump seeks to protect Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel, all non-NATO allies are in fact covered. Tama po ba?
Well, ma'am, I don't really know if there's exactly that kind of provision.
Well, it's written very clearly in the executive order.
I mean that I will protect them from ICC. I think ang aim ng US is really to protect US targets. In case a country helps in getting a US target arrested by ICC, they may come in.
Since the Philippines continues to reject the jurisdiction of the ICC, we're not a party to the Rome Statute, both of the conditions indicated in the executive order. Is the former president therefore a protected person under the issuance of President Trump?
I don't believe that that would be covered. In fact, we haven't
Why
heard,
not? We are a major non-NATO ally.
we've not heard anything from the United States on this point.
Don't need to be told. We just comply with the law.
Well, as I said, we have not heard anything from the U.S. in that. In fact,
I think we're not expecting to hear from them.
Well, I think they would have come to us. In fact, when we've had talks with them, our talks have been on very different issues, our most recent talks. But I'm not quite sure whether that's exactly...
I'm just considering that the wording of Section 8D2 of that issuance says, citizen or lawful resident of an ally of the U.S. has not consented to the ICC jurisdiction or is not a state party to the Rome Statute. A very plain reading will say who is within the coverage. So we've not consented to ICC jurisdiction. We're not a state party. Paulit-ulit po. At ang Pilipinas ay talagang dineklara major non-NATO ally. Di po ba?
Well, yung major non-NATO ally has been there for a number of years. But I'll just say first on the
Kaya nga, hindi naman nagbabago yan. Matagal na yan.
But on the jurisdiction, since we are not a member or no longer a member of the ICC, we've already made very clear we were not under jurisdiction. What happened in the case of President Duterte was that our cooperation was with the Interpol, and that we are a member of the Interpol, and there's nothing in the U.S. statement that says cooperation with Interpol would not be acceptable. So we did not...
I'm not making reference to any of that. I haven't mentioned Interpol. It
but
came
we
from you,
haven't
Secretary
cooperated with,
Manalo.
we have not cooperated directly with ICC because they have no jurisdiction over the Philippines, and we have not been
But
in
we're
contact.
using an ICC warrant. The Interpol has never issued a warrant. President Duterte is not wanted by the Interpol. They were just relaying. Look at the email in the diffusion order.
Well, the cooperation, all I can say, ma'am, cooperation is with the Interpol, not with the ICC directly.
I think that's not the question, sir. It's unresponsive. Have we consented to the ICC jurisdiction?
No, we have not, and that's why we have cooperated with Interpol. That's why I don't believe we fall under that U.S. executive order. And anyway, anyway, I believe if there were any issue, it would have certainly been brought to our attention.
Yes, Secretary Remulla mentioned in the first hearing international humanitarian law, which confused everyone because it only refers to wartime relief and largely to the Red Cross, and possibly crimes against humanity as part of customary international law. Papayag tayo, pero yung jurisdiction ng ICC, customary na rin. May universal recognition of ICC jurisdiction. Paano nangyari yun?
I don't get it, ma'am.
You referred to the basis of the Interpol and the ICC warrant. Since we are no longer under the jurisdiction of the ICC, ang sabi po ninyo, yung international humanitarian law, ang
Ma'am, it's the world community.
Panggera naman yun, at saka
It's the world community that has a regime that recognizes international humanitarian law and gross violation of human rights, ma'am.
Pero kahit may international humanitarian law, which is really irrelevant in this case, wala namang digmaan, wala namang hinaharang na
Then
mga
it's a human rights
workers.
factor, ma'am.
Pero hindi naman siguro universal recognition of ICC jurisdiction.
No, more than
Meron
100
bang ganon?
more than 100 countries do recognize the jurisdiction.
Yes, but even if you're not a member, you fall under them. Akala ko sabi mo hindi.
Ano nga ho the country is not, but the individuals are. Kasi ano nga ito parang, in fact, yung mga sinulat po after the arrest of the former president, it changes the complexion of politics. Kasi yung impunity may have a lesser role in the future.
Yes, so in order for the ICC to exercise jurisdiction over an individual, kasi nga kanina nalilito na si Bato tungkol sa individual at state, the Philippines must still, at the very least, consent to jurisdiction over the individual, tama? Nag-consent ba tayo?
Ano ho yan Gagawin nila yan whether we like it or not.
Okay. At binanggit ni Secretary Manalo, katulad ni Pangulo Bongbong, na yung Interpol ang dahilan. Tanggap naman natin ang Pangulo ay napakalawak ng kanyang diskarte, ang kanyang kapangyarihan para ayusin ang ating foreign policy. But I can't accept that the Philippines was merely complying with commitments to Interpol, which has been alluded to by Secretary Manalo again. Hindi ba dapat sabihin na talaga yung katotohanan ay kahit we were assured that the ICC has no jurisdiction in the Philippines, the Philippine government chose to surrender, chose to cooperate, chose to build the case against President Duterte for the ICC and evade the national
Again, ma'am, I would
laws.
go back to Republic Act 9851, which recognizes international tribunals.
Yes, pero nahihilo na po ang buong sambayanan. Sabi ng Pangulo, Interpol, sabi rin ni Secretary Manalo, sabi ni
And the Interpol, ma'am, I was one of the first persons to say that the Interpol would play a part with whatever problems there would be with the ICC.
Ang naalala ko po si E.S. Bersamin din na nagsabi.
Before the
ng
ES said
Interpol.
that, I said it already before.
Ay,
ma'am.
ganun ba? Okay po. So may Interpol. Pagkatapos, maliwanag sa certification ni Prosecutor Fadulion, Rome Statute naman ang kanyang ini-invoke. Pagkatapos, doon sa sinaunang hearing, ang SOJ natin, paulit-ulit na sinasaad na hindi ICC, kundi RA 9851, ang mahiwagang Section 17, Paragraph 2, last phrase. Tapos sabi naman, na iba na naman, naging IHL. Kahit wala namang gera o
IHL and
kinalaman sa Red Cross.
9851 I use in the same light, ma'am. Kasi that's our version of international humanitarian law, which is Republic Act 9851.
Naku naman, paano naman naging customary pati jurisdiction at procedure? Hahayaan ko na lang. Pero sabi rin, walang jurisdiction ng ICC, pero may jurisdiction sa individual at sa krimen. Naku, parang panloloko na to, hinihilo na po kaninyo kami. Gulong-gulo na ako eh. Ilang
Ano ho
beses
to
ko nang
eh,
binabasa.
hindi sana magulo to. Kung nag-withdraw tayo sa ICC, nirepeal din natin noong 9851. Hindi ho natin nirepeal eh. And it's supposed to be a companion bill. Kasi nauna pong i-pass ang Republic Act 1951 bago po tayo nag-accede sa ICC. Which means talagang yung naging basis po ng ating accession sa ICC ay 9851. Pero ang problema ho, nung nag-advise po kay President Duterte na umatras tayo sa ICC, hindi po binigay yung advice na i-repeal din ang 9851.
Baka may maidagdag si Attorney Medina, yung constitutionalist natin, si Justice Ascuna. Talaga bang IHL ito? Talagang international humanitarian law, pati jurisdiction, procedure, administrative law, sakop na lahat ng IHL. Parang ang hirap naman tanggapin.
Madam Chair, while the
This was in the previous hearing, to be fair po, not today.
yes, the question is whether or not the Philippine IHL law is relevant since IHL is the law on armed conflict and there's no war. Okay. That is true, but then among the crimes covered by IHL is crimes against humanity. And crimes against humanity may be committed during peacetime as well as wartime. Consequently, the Philippine IHL, although generally addressing offenses committed during war, can also address offenses committed during peacetime because, as I said, certain offenses, such as crimes against humanity, are by definition crimes that can be committed during wartime as well as peacetime.
Yes, that is to do with the nature of the crime po, Justice. Perhaps, Attorney Medina, you can bolt in. You were present in the first hearing. Pati ba naman jurisdiction, procedure, lahat yan, sakop ng IHL?
The jurisdiction of the ICC remains under the concept of a complementary jurisdiction, meaning that it kicks in only if the national judicial system is genuinely unable to genuinely prosecute or investigate the suspect. So,
Is that the case po in the Philippines? Are we genuinely unable to prosecute?
in the case of former President Rodrigo Duterte, the ICC apparently has reached the conclusion that the Philippines is unable to genuinely prosecute him because no case was filed against him after so many years, even after he stepped down from the presidency. That is the finding of the ICC, so they issued a warrant of arrest on the footing that they have their complementary jurisdiction has set in because the Philippines, as far as the former president is concerned, is unable to genuinely prosecute him.
However, if the cases, for example, that would emanate from the Quadcom, the DOJ task force, the Senate Blue Ribbon hearing, the ICC investigations that utilized all the government agencies, if these resulted in a case and they were filed in the Philippines, certainly the Philippine courts are competent, able, willing to rule on this? Don't you think so, Honorable Ascuna po and Attorney Medina?
Part of the reason, perhaps, of the inability to genuinely prosecute is the availability of witnesses. In cases of very high-level persons like former heads of state, the experience of the ICC is that the witnesses are generally afraid to testify in their home countries, so that even if the Department of Justice, for instance, is investigating, genuinely investigating the cases, the witnesses may not be forthcoming. In fact, the prosecutor of the ICC resorted to what they call internet invitation of witnesses, and in this way the witnesses came out through the internet, and I think the witnesses now are willing to testify in The Hague. Witnesses who would not be willing to testify here in the Philippines. So it's not the prosecution, it's the witnesses that makes it unable genuinely to prosecute the former president.
Yes, thank you very much. Justice Attorney Medina, would you like to add something to our understanding of IHL and procedure, jurisdiction, and such other matters?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I get the point of our good secretary that the crime of crime against humanity is not just an international law crime. It's actually a crime in the Philippines, punishable in the Philippines. And 9851 actually provides that
given
the
naman
person...
po yun,
Opo,
pero pati jurisdiction, pati procedure, lahat na lang naging customary law.
No, that's the problem po. That if we have to comply with international law, we have to also comply with the Philippine laws, okay? And primarily that would be the Constitution. So international obligations, yes, there's the principle of Pactus Servanda that we have to comply with international obligations, but that does not necessarily mean that we have to disregard constitutional protections under the Bill of Rights. Now, of course, there are a lot of debates going on whether or not the ICC should have jurisdiction or should we recognize the ICC, and that's precisely the point. It's not for the police, it's not for the executive branch to decide that. Ultimately, it should have been decided by a court of law because it involves the deprivation of liberty. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Attorney Medina. You had the privilege of hearing the debate last hearing. In any case, I'd like to go to another topic, and this is finally the private jet. The U.S. government will obviously have the last say on its executive order, although Section 1 is clear that properties of those who aided, sponsored, investigated, or provided material support to the ICC shall have their assets frozen. Maraming picture po nung tail code ng aircraft. Nandito ba yung CAAP, Secretary? Comsec, wala tayong CAAP. Sorry. Wala tayong CAAP. Wala rin tayong DOTC.
Wala po, ma'am.
Walang makapagsabi kung ano nga sasakyan na to. Yung tail code C5219, is anyone aware of what company it's registered under? Kasi nung nakaraan, nandito yung SEC. Nandito po ba yung SEC? Ayan, Attorney Bernal.
Yes,
dati sinabi
yes,
ninyo na ano yun, alin na ang, sino nga ba yung may-ari nito? Yung kumpanya, yung Pearl, Aero Pearl, naku, nakalimutan ko na.
You just requested the company documents, ma'am. And we have the...
Yung Asian Aero Pearl.
Challenger Aero...
Yung Challenger Aero, ang sabi na nabago kasi yung website ng Challenger Aero, kaya nalilito kami. Biglang nabago pagkatapos ng hearing. Hinahanap ko wala na doon. Sabi, the company arranged for the flight. We were able to get a screenshot of the article. So, palabas lang yung screenshot ng Challenger. Ayun Ayan, Challenger Aero Air. Inimbitahan rin namin ang piloto. Wala naman po rito. Ayan, Challenger Aero Air. Baka yung SEC may alam kayo. Kasi nung second hearing narito kayo, pero ang problema, sabi niyo hindi pa na-request yung pangalan.
We have already forwarded to the secretariat. Ma'am.
So sino ang may-ari po? At sila bang may-ari ng eroplano or they just arranged the flight? Nalilito po kami.
I just have the documents concerning the incorporators of the. Per articles of incorporation, ma'am,
Siya bang may-ari?
we don't have the facts about the airplane or the assets of the corporation.
Ano yung Asian Pearl Aero? Yung unang hiningi. Yun daw yung registered owner?
We only have Challenger Aero Corporation, ma'am, and Challenger Aero Aviation Pampanga Inc. We will verify with our if.
Yes, I think the first set, the Asian Pearl, was the first company that we asked you to check. Nauna pa yun eh.
I will verify with my staff, Your
Okay,
Honor.
kasi ang mahirap dito, wala yung CAAP, wala yung DOTC. Ngayon, sinabi ni Secretary John Vic na the Office of the President ang nagbayad para sa jet. Tama ba to o hindi? Meron bang pwedeng sumagot nito? Dahil wala po si Secretary John Vic. At marami sa ating mga kababayan nagtatanong kung group effort ito, chismis rin ba to? Baka sina General Torre, sina Prosecutor Fadulion, nandun kayo sa Villamor. Alam ba ninyo kung paano itong eroplanong ito kinuha? O na-charter ba to? Ano ba nangyari rito?
Ma'am, ang ano kasi, darating na naman tayo rito. Itong eroplanong to, nagagamit po ng presidente to.
Oo, ginamit ulit pagkatapos nung pag-aresto ni
Ngayon,
Presidente Duterte,
hindi ho namin
ginamit po
pwedeng
sa amin
pag-usapan.
sa Ilocos.
Hindi ho namin pwedeng pag-usapan yung travel arrangements ng presidente. These are national security matters. I think that we should respect, I don't think that we should really talk about this because this
Nakikita po ng tao, mahirap
ang
maging
travel arrangement
executive.
po ng presidente in the past,
Mahirap
the present,
maging
and the future.
executive privilege, ay nakabulat-lat sa lahat ng dyaryo.
Hindi, pero yun nga, sinasabi ko, you cannot expect answers from us pagdating po rito. You cannot expect answers from us. Because,
No, but,
ano ho ito pakikinabangan to na susunod na Pangulo. Ginagamit ngayon ng Pangulo. Sabihin natin, hindi ho dapat pinag-uusapan. Kasi nga,
Pero
we hold the life of the President as sacred.
Po
Hindi
naman,
ho natin,
pero Secretary John Vic already said it was chartered and paid for by the Office of the President.
I don't know if he has personal knowledge of that.
How much
but-
was paid kaya?
Well, that's speculative, ma'am.
Meron bang official receipt? Meron bang bidding?
Ay,
What
yun
was
nga,
the mode of procurement?
we cannot go into the details of travel arrangements because these are national
The
security
request
implications.
was made in March
I think we should
11.
respect national security, ma'am. I think it's
Yes,
it's imperative.
if you'll allow me to just ask, because this has already been divulged to the public, it's hardly secret. If it was national security at stake, it should never have been spoken about, but it's all over the media, and it came from government. That they only knew about the request, as you said, on March 11, sa umaga ng March 11, nalaman ninyo yung Interpol, pagkatapos ito na charter sa ilang oras lamang. Ando na ba yung eroplano nung nandun kayo sa Villamor, General Torre? Kasi abala kayo na isakay si Presidente Duterte. Nag-aabang na ba yung eroplano? Anong oras siya nandun? Kasi nagmamadali kayo para isakay na, di ba?
I really don't know about the plane, ma'am. I only saw it around after mga mid-afternoon. Na tinuro sa akin, hindi ko pa nga sigurado, ma'am, kung yun nga aeroplano ang gagamitin.
So bale, alas 3 ng umaga, na-procure na lahat ito. Kasi ang haba ng proseso natin, ilang araw, ilang buwan yan. I don't know what mode of procurement, pero sinabi, chinarter. Ang bilis naman, di ba? Ilang oras lang, sa hapon nandun na. Kaya nakakapagtaka. At as mentioned by Secretary Remulla, the security arrangements for the President are very, very stringent and have to be vetted time and time again, repeatedly. So the question still remains. The government clearly knows who owns the plane, and it's unclear how much they paid, what procurement process they determined, and who are the shareholders of said companies
So I
involved.
said again, ma'am, these have national security implications. I'd rather not talk about it.
Yes, national security involves information that hasn't come out in the public, pero ito talagang binulat.
But it's still national security, ma'am. Even if it came out in the public inadvertently, it still involves, still has severe national security implications.
Okay, it came out in Senator John Vic's Pinky Web interview, so maraming nakapanood. Ang OFW naman natin, andito ang ating Secretary Kakdak. In the last hearing as well as today's hearing, we're all terribly worried about the OFWs, and the OFWs overseas are terribly worried about themselves. If the administration can arrest a former president without a warrant issued by a Filipino court, paano na lang daw sila? If they're suspected of having committed a crime overseas, can anyone from DMW, wala naman yung OWA, ipaliwanag lang ninyo ang proseso kung isang OFW natin pinagdudahan o pinagsuspetsahan na sila ang nadali sa ang gumawa ng isang krimen, paano ba tiniturn over sa foreign jurisdiction yon? Itini-turn over ba ng embassy o ng DMW yung suspected Pilipino or sa DFA? Tini-turn over ba sa gobyerno? Paano ba yun?
Madam Chair, meron po tayong set protocols and safeguards in the event na an OFW faces arrest in the host country. Ang konteksto po nito, yung OFW ay nasa host country. An OFW is somebody who has remunerated work and is not a citizen or permanent resident of the host country. At meron na po tayong mga procedures, ma'am. First and foremost, meron tayong welfare assistance, so mga welfare checks. Kung yung
tinatanong ko lang, paano tini-turn over kung naakusahan ng krimen, suspected, tapos tini-turn over sa foreign jurisdiction? Paano nangyayari yun?
Ma'am, yung mechanisms po ng host country will come into play.
Depende sa bansa. Yusek De Vega seems to be raising his hand po.
Quickly, Madam. Because they're in a foreign country, they're under the jurisdiction of the host authorities. So if they commit a crime abroad, it will be the host authorities who will arrest them or prosecute them. And as Secretary Kakdak was saying, then we have our rules to give them due assistance, whether it's a lawyer, of course, jail visits. And so it's very regular. It's been done
So tutulungan
for
pa
many
rin
years.
natin at bibigyan ng abogado.
Opo.
So kasi natatakot sila dahil hindi nga pinapasok si VP Sara. Natatakot ngayon yung mga OFW natin paano sila kukuha ng abogado, hindi pala pinapayagan miski dating Pangulo.
Well, Madam, just to give it a good example, there were people rallying for President Duterte in
Nakulong.
Qatar, and we got them out.
That's right. So what safeguards are there to ensure that our OFWs, their rights to due process, which weren't recognized apparently, and their liberty or of abode are respected overseas? Kasi sumailalim na nga sila sa ibang bansa, sa batas ng ibang bansa. Maipagtatanggol ba natin sila? Natatakot na sila
The safeguards were passed by no other than the distinguished members of the Congress, Madam, since 1995 with the Overseas Migrant Workers Act, and then now complemented by RA 11641, which created the DMW. The DMW has its action fund for OFWs, and we have our own assistance to national funds for foreign-based Filipinos who are not OFWs.
Ilan pa ba ang nakakulong sa ibang bansa?
Ma'am, by our count, and our lawyers are handling these cases, around 1,198 by our count, and these are active cases handled by our lawyers.
Yes, at pinipilit ko nga ako personally na yung service of sentence gawin reciprocal na dito na lang sa Pilipinas, pero hindi pa nagagawa yan. So alam natin kapag Pilipino na parusahan sa abroad o kahit papano naipit sa gera nung panahon ng yung truck driver sa Iraq-Iran, naalala ko, talagang pinagpilitan natin na mag-ipon ng blood money, pagkatapos nakipagkalas pa tayo sa Alliance of the Willing para lang makuha yung isang truck driver. So talaga lahat ng effort, kahit na-convict na, kahit kriminal na nga ang tukoy, pinipilit pa rin natin iuwi. Kaya ngayon, natatakot sila, yung dating Pangulo na matanda at may sakit, bakit tinangay sa ibang bansa? Takot na sila. Anong masasabi natin?
Ma'am, what we have po are mechanisms in which to defend our OFWs, more particularly with the DMW. Once they are faced with cases overseas in the host countries, nandun po ang legal retainers natin, ang lawyers natin on hand. Kung sila ay inaresto, pupuntahan sa police station, as what happened in the case of the Qatar 17. Based on the directive of the President, magkaroon ng jail visits. So nangyari po ng jail visits doon and welfare assistance and of course yung immediate release na na-secure sa kanila.
Okay, so yung 1,198, maiuwi ba natin sila?
Ma'am, meron pong kanya-kanyang process as mentioned by Yusek Ed in the host countries. Meron ho, as far as I know, Soj is here, meron pong service of sentence agreements usually. As far as I know, the most recent one agreed was the UAE. We were there with the Soj who signed it.
Konti pa lang, nasa 27 pa lang yata. Napakadaming bansa.
Would not have first-hand information as to how many, but definitely meron tayo mga bansa na
I just
meron
sponsored
mga
the last
agreements.
one with Canada po.
Opo. There are some countries who voluntarily send sentenced persons home. The most recent one is Kuwait. But yes, generally it requires an agreement, ma'am.
Secretary Manalo, please, mauuwi ba natin sila?
We will try as much as we can, pero depende rin sa nature of their crime. But for sure, they will be given adequate legal help. Tsaka kung pwede, we will try our best to bring them home. Sometimes we have an unexpected result, like yung nangyari sa Indonesia kay Mary Jane Veloso. They decided just to send her back. So it's really case by case, pero just ang policy natin is whenever we can, we'll do our best to try and bring them home or at least lessen their sentence. Depende sa nature of the crime or the...
So nasa policy ba ninyo na iuwi rin natin si former President Duterte?
Well,
sa general rule, inuuwi natin lahat ng Pilipino, di ba? Talagang kung ano-anong ginagawa natin, nakikisuyo, naninikluhod, nag-aambag-ambag para makapag-ipon ng pera, lahat na ginawa natin para maiuwi. Ito, tinangay sa labas. Iuwi ba natin?
Well, for sure, definitely we will provide whatever assistance we can kung i-request the President. And of course, here it's slightly different kasi this is ICC. It's an international organization. But certainly
ang pagkaalam ko, yung Davao City Council nagpasa ng resolusyon na iuwi.
Well,
a-actionan ba yan ng DFA, ng DMW? Alam ko, na-actionan ninyo lahat eh.
Pero the ICC ito eh.
Well, well, madam, pag nag-uuwi tayo ng Filipinos, kailangan may court, may court na release ng
Wala
court.
namang court yung sa Qatar na 17, di ba?
Yes,
Pinakiusapan, pati yung kay Mary Jane Veloso na pakiusapan, wala namang court order.
Senator, this is slightly different.
At saka marami na nangyari ng nakaraan. Nakikipag-usap tayo, nagbabayad tayo, talaga naman na nakikisama tayong maigi para lang maiuwi.
Well, number one, ang embassy natin nakatutok talaga dun sa whatever help we can give. Pero ang problema nito, ang kaano natin dito is the ICC, which is a court. So it's a little bit different from dealing with a government normally. So I think we are entering into a new area. Mahirap magano eh. Who will we appeal to? Sa ICC, we can only appeal to the judges. problem we also have is hindi na tayo member ng ICC. So technically, we do not deal with the ICC directly. And they will not recognize our government also.
Ang hirap nga dyan, sir, is that you are not dealing with the ICC directly, but you are dealing with the Interpol with the same subject, yung warrant pa rin na galing sa ICC. So,
Bakit
hindi
ganon?
ba pwedeng-
Yung
hindi-
warrant kikilalanin,
Hindi ba
pero
pwede-
yung pagligtas hindi.
Hindi ba pwedeng pagsabihan ang Interpol na sorry, hindi na namin na-recognize yung jurisdiction ng ICC. So hindi namin yan pwede ma-effect yung warrant ng ICC dito sa aming jurisdiction. We have to stand as a nation. Yung ibang bansa, gano'n ang ginagawa eh. Ibang bansa, gano'n ang ginagawa. Hindi kami membro dyan. Isnab namin yung warrant ng ICC. Pero ginagamit natin na very lame excuse yung ating commitment sa Interpol. Na napakadali lang naman i-explain sa Interpol yan na hindi namin kayang gawin yan. Kasi hindi namin na-recognize yung ICC dito sa aming bansa. Tayo pa nga mismo naghatid doon sa ICC. Kabaligtaran nga eh. In other pag tayo, if we are the requesting party, tayo ang sumusundo ng suspect doon sa ibang bansa na pinaaresto natin. Pero in this case, ICC or Interpol, as you said, sila ang requesting party. Ngayon, dapat sila nagsundo kay President Duterte dito. Ngayon, tayo pa ang naghatid doon. Masyado man tayong eager na ihatid siya doon. For what reason? Anong reason? Bakit ganun? Tayo pa naghatid. Hindi ba tayo makahintay na pupunta dito ang Interpol? Kukunin siya dito o yung ICC. Tayo pa naghatid doon. Masyadong hindi ko ma-gets yung kung tayo Pilipino, bakit natin ipagkanulo yung ating kapwa, isa pang presidente, dating presidente, ipagkanulo natin sa mga dayuhan. Ay yan ang bagay na hindi ko talaga matanggap-tanggap. Ako magpapakamatay ako kahit na kriminal yan, na basta Pilipino, kung agawin dito sa ating bansa, kababayan ko yan, kailangan protektahan ko yan. Mapagpakamatay ako. Pero tayo, instead na protektahan yung ating kababayan, hinatid pa natin doon silver platter. Napakasakit po, isipin na, Madam Chair, para tayong hindi mga Pilipino nito. Ang hirap. Yung mga tao tuloy, kung kasi alam nyo, impact nito, no, kung baliwala lang itong issue na ito, you can just imagine thousands of Filipinos all over the world ay nagpapalabas ng kanilang saloobin, sama ng loob, bakit hinuli si Pangulong Duterte. Okay lang kung hulihin. Dito natin dalhin sa ating bansa, dito natin itry. Pero dinala pa doon, hinatid natin doon. Anyway, there are underlying reasons why this happened. At ako talaga, gusto ko talaga magpaka-Pilipino. Tell me kung sino diyang Pilipino na gustong kunin ng banyaga at ako mismo magpakamatay para dipisahan ko yung Pilipino niya na hindi galawin ng banyaga. Sana ganun ang pag-iisip ng bawat Pilipino. We have to protect our own. We have to protect our race. Hindi yung ating ipagkanulo doon sa mga banyaga. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat. Yan din ang damdamin nating lahat. At nagpapasalamat ako kay Senator Bato sa lahat ng dumayo dito sa ating hearing. Thank you very much for attending. Kahit hindi kayo sumipot nung nakaraang hearing, narito naman kayo ngayon. Siyempre, nagkukulang pa. Kulang-kulang pa rin ang dumayo. At inaasahan ko na magtutulungan tayo para matuklasan ang katotohanan at hindi na maulit ang paglalabag sa ating saligang batas at sa ating mga iba't ibang batas, pati na rin ang ating mga tratado. Maraming salamat, and with that, this hearing is hereby suspended.
Uulan na! Uulan na ng kotse sa playtime!
The more